Do, do, do. Hey, Michael. How you doing? Good to see you, brother. Do, do, do. Kind of getting rolling here. All right. There we go. All right. We are ready to roll, it looks like. I got my thing set up. Get my drink because I'm thirsty. I'm always thirsty. That one's gone. I'm doing well, Michael. Not really a big fireworks 4th of July person, so it's better to do this today than to sit around and wait for the heat to finally dissipate, which it never really does at this time of year. You guessing I was pop up? Yeah, you know, probably figured I would at some point here. So, we got some things to go through. We got different ways we can go. I have lots of comments. The last live stream, we basically got through no comments because we had callers the entire time, which is cool. Not complaining about that at all. But we got through no comments. But I also had something of like a State of the Union, I guess, kind of thing. There was a video I saw from Casey Malone, and I thought that would be a good thing to talk about, or maybe like do a little diatribe about. I didn't want to do a video on it, like a pre-recorded, edited, scripted video on it. So I thought it might be more efficacious to just maybe launch a live stream with that, and then we'll go into comments. So let me pull up my notes on that. I should have had all of this stuff set up here, ready to go. But nevertheless, we'll get there. Let's see. It looks like Canada is going down in flames here in the World Cup, so their World Cup dream is dying. Yeah, Casey Malone, she's interesting. She's a very good content creator. I think she didn't start too long before I did. So, I was kind of curious to see the comments that she had here. Let me pull these up and I'll share these with you here. If I can remember how to spell her damn name. There we go, like that. And let me pull this up. And all right, sorry guys. Getting a little figured out how to get started here today. Yeah, I can't wait till Monday night to watch the U.S. take on Belgium. That's going to be very interesting. They'll have to do that without Balogun, so we'll see if they can deliver. Although Belgium looks vulnerable this year, so I think it's certainly a possibility. I don't know if we get past Belgium if we can beat them, but I'm looking forward to watching that game Monday night. That's going to be a lot of fun. All right, and let me pull up my notes. Where are my notes on this? Give me just a second. Because I actually created notes on this. So if I'm going to create notes on something, I should pull them up before I go to speak here. Where is... And this is... Okay. So, all right, now that I got that figured out, I got my notes in front of me. And before we get into comments, I'm going to start with just some kind of commentary here on what I saw from this video from KC Malone. I'm not going to sit here and, watch the video with you guys. I think that would be probably a little boring. Not that her video is boring, but it's a 24-minute video, and I'm not trying to do happy 5th of July too, if you won't mind. Okay, that's cool with me. But so I'll put a link to this in the chat, so that if you guys want to check this out, on your own, you guys know where to find it, and you can. I don't ever want to be accused of taking anyone's stuff out of context, and especially with another content creator who is presumably of a like mind from me. I'm not saying that she and I would agree on everything, but she's certainly coming at things from the atheist space, and it brought up, without trying to misrepresent her words, because again, go watch the video either now or at some point in the future. By all means, come up with your own conclusion. This isn't me trying to paint her words in a given way, but she brings up some points that I thought were worth at least just kind of going through in a live stream and seeing what you guys think of these things. She seems to have gotten a little tired of the atheist space, a little jaundiced by it, if you will. And of course, for anyone who decides at any point in time that they no longer feel comfortable with an atheist label, or they no longer want to create content in that type of space, obviously that's your free will, free right. You can do as you will with your own channel. But it did get me to thinking a little bit, because the whole idea of atheist content creator, I think it is a niche, just like Christian apologist content creator is a niche. Even more specific than just saying religious content creator is a niche. So I do think that it's a niche. What it serves or what value it brings to people, I think everyone can probably debate or question about what that actually is. So, before I get into any of the comments that she made, I will mention a few things here. First of all, one is that, if you're going to do a channel like this anywhere in this space, I think it's worth asking yourself, what are you trying to accomplish? Or what do you think that atheist YouTube content accomplishes? What do you, in your best case scenario, what are you hoping that happens? I know some people are kind of upfront about stating that they would love it if they were to, if they could deconvert people. I've told you guys before, that's definitely not my goal. Some people like to do a lot of debunking and tearing down Christians. I think I do try to do that sometimes, although I don't know if that is really the thrust of my channel at all the times. But I have noticed, I don't know if any of you guys have noticed this, but I have noticed in the last 3 or 4 months, my anecdotal observation is that atheist content on YouTube feels to be kind of slowing down. And I hate to say that because, a Christian listening to this will be like, aha, see, like we know atheists are going the way of the dodo bird, and atheism is dying and it can't sustain itself. And I'm not saying anything about people leaving atheism. I'm not saying that people are suddenly becoming theists or Christians or whatever. But I'm saying that in terms of the content space itself, I feel like there is, at least anecdotally, a different velocity of content out there from when I started this just a little over a year ago. And I'll give you guys kind of an example of this. And I'm just loading this live off of YouTube. So it's not like I have some pre-recorded presentation to give you guys. But if I look at like my subscription content only, not the suggestions that it tries to push to me. So every one of these thumbnails is something that I have subscribed to. Now, some of them are just stupid things like background videos, you know, like that's what some of these are. And some of them, of course, are Christian apologist stuff, because unfortunately I spent a lot of time subscribing to and watching a lot of Christian apologist stuff. But then again, you know, like if you look through here on my subscriptions tab, it will show me in roughly reverse chronological order who has been publishing what. Now, see, the line always comes out with stuff. The line is out there all the time. Rationality Rules just came out with something recently, although I feel like he has been slowing down in terms of his velocity, but I could be wrong. CJ Cornthwaite always publishes a lot of stuff. He seems to be going really strong. And then when I go further down the list, you know, there's, of course, you got to kind of sort through the Christian stuff here, right? The Think Institute and Stephen Meyer and all this crap, Discovery Science. They never stop publishing crap relentlessly. But I feel like 6 months ago, if I would scroll down my own list of things that I had subscribed to, there would be a much more regular cadence of stuff coming out from atheist content creators. The atheist content creators that I subscribe to, and there are a lot of them. Most atheist content creators that I'm aware of that are at least of a decent size, I subscribe to them just to, if nothing else, see what they've done. But, you know, most of these in my feed here aren't, there's not, I mean, Apologia, of course, is the man. Of course, we see Justin there from Deconstruction Zone. Ichabod is kind of a cool dude. Used to be a Christian musician, Christian rapper, I believe. But I'm not seeing nearly as much content like from Alex O'Connor and from, I feel like Mindshift might have slowed down. I feel like, let's see. Oh, good God. I see Matthew starting off strong today. I should go on the show and totally dismantle you about 4th of July because apparently you're not appreciative. I'll school you when it comes to America, LOL. Yes, happy 4th of July to you, Matthew. Yeah, of course. Oh, okay. We got Anka here. How you doing?
Hello. I'm
Hello.
doing good.
Got you on camera today. Haven't seen your beautiful face there before, I don't think.
A little bit unshaved, but good enough. Good enough. I'm in my favorite T-shirt with the cat. Not a shirt, like just not T-shirt, just shirt. So I'm kind of like the same vibe, you know, as you. Like cool shirts here.
Love it, love it. So
Please continue. I don't want to interrupt. Like
yeah. So I'm kind of feel free to chime in on this if you have thoughts on this, Anka, because I was saying that I started off by saying that what made me think about going down this path to kind of do a little bit of a diatribe before I start any of like what I call my normal live stream is Casey Malone is one of the people that I've subscribed to, and she seems to have gotten she seems like she's a bit fatigued by the atheist space. So much so that she doesn't even feel like, doesn't know if she wants to identify as an atheist anymore. Not that she's becoming a Christian, but she doesn't know if she wants to identify with that anymore, which is fine, of course. You can identify with whatever labels you feel work for you. I don't care. But then I was transitioning that into saying that I feel like over the last 6 months or so, the velocity of content that I have seen from the atheist space, if you will. I know that's just a big, broad term. We could even haggle about what is or is not in the atheist space. But in terms of all of the people that I subscribe to, I feel like there's not nearly as much content coming out from atheist YouTube in general. Now, that's obviously an anecdotal observation. I don't have any numbers to give anyone on this. I haven't done any hard research. I'm just going off of the feeling that I get from watching the content creators that I follow. And to be fair, I don't think it's just atheists, because even on the apologist side, where I subscribe to a lot of apologist content, because you can call it opposition research, I guess. I even for those, I feel like there's a lot of them that have slowed down a lot in the last year. There's some of them, when I first got on and started doing this, I would see something from them at least every week, if not more often. And then some of them, I know I haven't seen a video from them in quite a while. Now, some of that is the vagaries of the YouTube algorithm, but I was showing here that, a lot of times I will just go to my subscriptions tab, because the subscriptions tab is a way for you to kind of sidestep the vagaries of the algorithm. It will just show you the latest stuff that's been published by the channels that you subscribe to in reverse chronological order. So if you keep going through the subscriptions tab instead of just YouTube's generic home screen with its recommendations, I feel like there's less and less content here from some of these providers that used to be very, very active a year ago or 9 months ago or even 6 months ago. Do you notice any of the same thing? Do you think it's just me, Anka, or have you noticed anything along these lines?
I noticed the big guns like Pologia or like MythVision and other people like this, they're still doing it because they were mostly only doing like content like this. But people who were doing like debate content, they do less and less video content and more like streaming content. So like it is what it is. Because I think you make more money because you're doing live streams and it's like more entertaining in a moment. So that's why they may be doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. I do think that part of the economics of YouTube are starting to push people to doing more live streams, because not when you're at my size, but when when you watch like Deconstruction Zone. I mean, I don't sit here and count Justin's money, and nor do I, I'm not worried about how much he's making or not making. But I mean, if you sat down one night and just wrote down every super chat he gets, he makes a decent amount on tips every dang night, right? Of course, you have to get a certain audience in order to reach that level, because at my level, and even at people who are somewhat above my level, I'm not bitching anything, but if you get a handful of super chats a night, you're grateful, because that's probably all you're going to get. But for the bigger
your videos
channels,
are also, they like kind of like your content is towards like longer term, like longer style videos, and like you don't really do any like short provocative videos to like make people engage with them and then like go and debate. Like that's like I do this stuff. Like I do short TikToks, like really provocative, and then like I go live and debate people. But like you mostly doing lives for basically your community. It's basically like a way for your people to hang out and like talk about stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, that makes sense. And I have to acknowledge here and thank my buddy Michael here for the tip. I appreciate that very much, brother. So thank you for that.
God bless you, Michael.
Yeah, exactly. He's awesome. So along those lines, I mean, I'm bringing these things up today not because I think I'm going to answer any questions. I'm just, I guess, almost you can call it almost like my own therapy to kind of talk through things. But like as I was watching this video from her, I couldn't help but think like Planet Peterson he's not going to stop doing videos, but he said he could tell he tried to do like the full-time YouTuber thing and it didn't quite work. And now he's going to go back to school as a nurse. And even though he says he's not going to stop doing videos, I'm sure that's going to impact his videos. Alex O'Connor.
It's already impacted his videos because he were doing a lot of the videos basically cuts from his like live debates.
Right, exactly. Of course, Alex O'Connor for quite a while now has been kind of I don't know if his content has been slowing down, but in terms of his focus, it's been drifting away from pure atheism for quite a while. That's well documented. Another one that struck me recently was Drew from Genetically Modified Skeptic. For a while, he had a lot of stuff where he was really cranking stuff out pretty fast. And then I noticed about a year ago, it seemed like he really slowed down. And it seemed like he wasn't, from some of his videos, I wasn't sure what he exactly wanted to do. And then you can see like, debating them ruined my life, so I quit. That's his latest video. And then on his personal channel,
It's actually not the original title.
Isn't it?
Have you seen the original title?
No.
I don't remember it specifically, but it was something like more provocative about debates. He was basically like saying something along the lines that like why debates are dumb, or like why they're not doing anything, or something like this.
Right. Well, then and then he's got his second channel he started here, which says quit debating, do this instead. So, I mean, he's not going to stop making content, but he clearly seems to be kind of shying. You know, he definitely doesn't want to be like this debate me bro, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that.
I don't think he ever did, really.
That avatar, dude, that's fucking awesome.
This is the avatar of the Skeptibot in the Discord.
I love that. Okay. By the way, I should mention really quick here too, in case anyone had forgotten. So I haven't really had a chance to jump in there and do anything in it yet, and I'm going to. But we have a Discord now. I put the link in the description.
If it's okay, I would love to, like, after the live stream, talk to you a little bit about Discord, because I have just some questions to ask, like where to put stuff. Like I put like all the basic stuff in, but like we need to tweak it anyway. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I mean, I never know how long I'm going, but if you're still around, we can stay afterwards, or if not, we could chat some other time or whatever.
It's so hot now. It's so hot these days, so I basically can't sleep at night. I only fell asleep like really early in the morning, like for 3-4 hours. So,
yeah,
we good.
That's a good point. And I like this comment here. It says, from JR, says, Adam, I wonder if atheist debaters are weary of dealing with tag Phil bros, since the argument always ends in a dumpster fire. I mean, I wouldn't personally put it just as tag Phil bros. And by the way, I do actually have my first video I've ever done just specifically talking about tag that is queued up, and it'll be released on July 17th. So the members have had a chance to see that, but it'll be live to everyone on July 17th. I haven't even talked about tag before because to me, it's fucking boring most of the time, because I actually think it's one of the worst arguments you can possibly bring up for God. But nevertheless, I know that some of the Phil bros think it's just brilliant. Tag is such a great argument for God. I mean, to be fair, I don't find many arguments for God to be particularly intellectually compelling, but if I had to rank them, if I ever do like one of those, rank the arguments for God, the God tier kind of rankings, tag for me would be pretty damn near the bottom. But to the original point from JR, I don't know if people are specifically tired of tag. I do know that on the call-in shows, the Phil bros, to me, they're a double-edged sword, because sometimes they're so stupid that they're entertaining, but then the line between when they stop being entertaining and when they start becoming annoying, even to your own audience, is very, very, very razor thin, and it's different for every person, right? So I can sit there sometimes and maybe still be entertained hearing Justin, for example, talk to some Phil bro, but there could just as well be other people watching the same live stream who are thinking, "Oh my gosh, make this stop! This is horrible."
Viewership drops a lot when they see the debate bro, Phil bro dude going to like premise by premise tag.
Yeah. Now I will say this about the Phil bros. I had never really cared about syllogisms before. I knew what a syllogism was, but I don't think this makes me a Phil bro, but sometimes it is very helpful. Like, remember in the last live stream, you were bringing this up, and I'm like, wait a minute. Let's put this on screen. Premise 1, premise 2, then the conclusion.
Yeah.
And I think
Structure is good.
Yeah, it can help because there are a lot of arguments, in this space for or against God or whatever, for or against Christianity, etc., where if people are just allowed to continually mentally or verbally spew, they, even if they are trying to be structured in their discussion, a lot of times it ends up getting unstructured. And the next thing you know, it's like, wait a minute, what are we even talking about? It can be very hard to follow. And just writing things down as a syllogism, I think, can be very helpful and instructive. But I know that when they say Phil Bros, they're usually not talking about just someone who talks in terms of syllogisms. I think they're talking more along the lines of someone who's kind of insufferable in the way that they just won't shut up about their what they think are their brilliant philosophical insights. And you can tell, like, some of these guys, they either have never actually been in a philosophy course, or they went to one philosophy course their freshman year of college, and now they feel like they are fucking philosophers. Like they've figured this shit out, and they're gonna school everyone on the finer points. In like when I hear people like Jay Dyer, for example, talk, he thinks he's so fucking brilliant. I mean, that guy, in his mind, there is not a single.
Is that why he quit debating? Because he's so brilliant and he just like wins every time?
Yeah, exactly.
Suffering from success. Oh,
it gets very tiring.
He need to quit before he converts everyone.
Yeah, then he wouldn't have anything else to do, because if we all heard him, we would just all suddenly, we would agree with him and we would convert, and then that would be the end of his channel, I guess.
He doesn't want everyone to get in heaven. Yeah,
exactly. So a few more thoughts here on this, because I don't want to talk about Casey Malone all day, but I just want to kind of cover this because, she brought up a few things in this video. She sounds like, or she even said that she's been kind of rattled by the infighting. Now, to be clear, there's also a specific little spat that she's kind of pissed off about, I guess, that kind of transpired between Matt Dillahunty and Britt Hartley. And she did not like Matt Dillahunty's take on this at all. So when she talks about being rattled by the infighting, I don't know if she's rattled by the infighting amongst all atheists, or if she's just rattled by the infighting because she didn't like that Matt Dillahunty had something to say about Britt Hartley that she thought was unfair or uncouth. But, there are some other points she brought up. She said YouTube atheism skews very heavily white and male. And I had to think about that for a minute. I've noticed this before. I have noticed that YouTube atheism skews very white. And I don't know what to make of that, because generally speaking in life, when
I'm sorry, but isn't like you in general skews white male?
Well, I mean, so it depends on the society, right? Like in America, for example, of course, it depends on where you're at in America. If you're in Montana, it's very white. Everything there is very white. But in the country, the population of, black folk are, depending upon where you're at, it's usually somewhere around 20%. In New Orleans, it's over 50%. But New Orleans is very unusual in that regard. If we include all, non-white peoples, people of color, if you will, then when you're in places like New York City or that area, once again, it's very heavily minority. When you're in Southeast Florida, of course, very heavily, because, you have a lot of Latinx people that don't consider themselves to be quote unquote white. So depending upon where you're at, you could be in a very, very white space, or you could be in a very multicultural space. But in general, for the country, white people represent a demographic majority, but that majority, well, I'm pretty sure it's a majority still. I know we represent a plurality right now, but I'm not sure if we still represent a majority or not. And not that I care about these things. I don't care about being, in the majority. That doesn't bother me at all, but it bothers some people greatly. But to your original question, when you think about something like America, where some parts of our country have very strong non-white demographics. And then atheism can't just be a white thing, right? I mean, maybe it is, but if it is, and I know that's exaggeration because, of course, there are black people who are atheists and such. But Durante
It's a white
Lamar,
British thing because isn't there like 40% atheist in Britain now?
right?
Some crazy number like this.
Yeah, it's pretty high. But generally speaking, at this point in my life, if there's any social or theological or kind of issue, and I find myself thinking that I'm in a good position, and then I look around and I realize that all the people who agree with me are white, and all the people who don't agree with me are not white. I think it's at least worth questioning your premises and wondering, do you really think that you are on an empirically correct basis, or are there sociological elements that are at least influencing your mindset here when you think that you have made these purely skeptical, reasoned decisions based upon just the power of your intellect, right? But you think it's the power of your intellect, but then you look around, you realize, wow, all the people that agree with the power of my intellect seem to look and act a lot like me. And
Oh no.
I think it's worth
But
asking
at the same
yourself.
time, like we have some big, even people in the comments pointing out on some atheist content creators. It's just some of the content creators who are atheists, they were longer in the space. They have more videos in the space. They're making more interesting videos. So of course, people are going to gravitate more towards them. But like, there's a lot of black atheist content creators. They're just less popular. And I think YouTube in general is like white male dominated.
True.
So it kind of in white dominant male space there is more white dominant male about like specific issues. It's kind of the same if we gonna go into like I don't know how it's called in English, like cosmetic industry or whatever, like beauty blogs.
Right.
And we will it's dominated by women, oh no. Or we're gonna go like in a space where like black women talk about their specific issues. I don't know what these issues might be. Like I'm just shooting in the sky, but it's like they are gonna be dominated by black women probably. So it's just based on this stuff.
Yeah, I agree. And I'll also mention, she had talked about it being dominated by white males, but then I actually sat down and thought about it, and I was like, wait a minute. Just in terms of the people that I know of myself, there's of course Casey Malone, there's Promise Backlund, there's Gutsick Gibbon, there's Sidney Davis Jr., there's Shannon
Gutsick
Q,
Gibbon is
there's
great.
Skeptical Heretic, there's the Antibot, there's Monty Mater, Life Take Two, Emma Thorne, Alyssa Grenfell, Jezebel Vibes, of course, Britt Hartley that's on the screen right now. So I don't think I think when she says it's dominated by white males and she emphasizes the male part, I think that she's maybe either she's not tied into enough other female atheist content creators, or she's just thinking very narrow-mindedly on this particular subject because she's not happy with the interaction that's taken place recently. But so all that to say, and yes, I saw a comment there from don't forget Durante Lamar. He's great. Durante Lamar is awesome. He also has one of the best voices in all of YouTube. He almost sounds like James Earl Jones, and I heard someone say like he spits more truth per minute than anyone else. Like he just has a great way of just really delivering a lot of great facts and things to think about in a very quick, efficient manner. So all that to say, I thought about the demographics
I have
thing.
a question.
Go ahead.
You already watched her video, that you're showing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Does she amplifies the women voices in this video? Does she talk about female content creators, atheists?
Well, that's what's kind of funny. I mean, you can see she's referring here to Britt Hartley because there was this spat between Britt Hartley and Matt Dillahunty, which she, I think, felt a little butthurt by. She does not spend, as far as I remember, and it's been, I don't know, a week or something since this came. Well, I guess it's 2 days since this came out, so it hasn't been that long. But I watched it 2 days ago, and I don't pretend to be able to tell you exactly what's in there. So my point is I don't want to misrepresent her. Feel free to watch the video yourself. But I don't think she spends any time saying, okay, but where are, like the list I just gave you, which of course is not an exhaustive list. But it didn't take me more than 2 minutes to look at my own list of subscriptions and come up with that list. And I have not heard her either in this video or in others really spending a lot of time. Not that she never talks about other female content creators, but I haven't heard her spending a lot of time trying to amplify those voices.
Yeah, that's why I asked, like, because this is the video where she kind of should, maybe. I feel that she should have wasted some time or used some time to talk about, like, maybe her favorite atheist woman content creators, or just some, like, even adjacent to atheism, because, like, Gutsy Gibbon is not really atheist content creator. She's like a biology channel.
Right.
She goes into like atheism and like sometimes debating some points like creationism and stuff, for sure. That's like, you can see it as like atheistic content. Like, duh, facts are content for atheists. Like, yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's kind of silly. But there's also like, I think like scientifically buffed. It's the girl who does like nutrition stuff and like exercises and shit, and she's on Justin. She was on Justin like sometimes talking about like specific issues with this. Like, there's a lot of people who are not necessarily like atheist content creators, but they adjusted to this space, or adjacent. I think adjacent. Right?
Adjacent, yeah.
I'm adjacent. Yeah, sorry for my English. I don't speak it.
That's fine.
So, like, yeah, that's kind of like how it is. So she might have used her platform to amplify it. I don't know. Seems like a wasted opportunity if she didn't.
Right. I don't really know. And a lot of what she was kind of complaining about in this video is that I don't want to sit here and try to give everyone a full breakdown on this little spat, but basically Britt Hartley, has deconstructed, and she's done a lot of videos about her deconstruction. And of course, a lot of people in the space understand that and empathize with that. And now she's like, she's all into this spiritual thing, and which, to me, spiritualism, I don't really have a opinion on it one way or another. I mean, I guess my opinion on it is very clearly that, just like God, I have no reason to believe that your crystals are doing shit. But I also don't have the same animus towards spiritualism, because I don't feel like people who are spiritual, so to speak, are out there doing a lot of the same kind of harm that organized religion is doing. I mean, some of them are, some people, like with their MLMs and their essential oils and that shit. Some of them are, but I think that most of them are just like kind of grasping for something, and they don't know what. But Britt Hartley, I guess, is, not just an atheist now, but she's like got this spiritual thing. And I guess if you go to her website, she's got these like spirituality classes you can buy from her that are like $100 a pop or something, which I don't care. I don't care how you make your money. Like if you get people to pay you lessons, pay you money for lessons on how to set up Discord. So, like if somebody will pay you for that, then fine, like sell it. But I do understand.
And it's also not a question about atheism at this point.
Right. But, like the spiritualism thing, I do understand like where Matt Dillahunty came from, because Matt was kind of like, yeah, this is just like the same kind of bullshit that we rail against with religion. It's just not under the guise of theism or an organized religion. But it's like we might give people shit and say, look, you're God didn't cure your grandma. If she got cured, it's because the medicine worked or whatever. Well, it's the same thing with your crystals or your chants or whatever form of spiritualism you take. I mean, if you want to do those things, if it makes you feel better about yourself, I'm not going to tell you not to do those things. But I will also say that if you ask me about them empirically, I'll say they're bullshit. Just like I think that just like I think that praying is bullshit. Just like I think that the resurrection is bullshit. Just because you've taken the overlying oppressive structure of religion off of it doesn't mean that your unscientific ideas suddenly gain more credence just because it's not wrapped in the bullshit of Christianity or religion, right?
Yeah, but it's also like, why then they're talking about atheism? Because like, imagine if this Brit H person, I forget the
Britt
last name.
Hartley.
Yeah, imagine if this Brit Hartley, for example, she was still an atheist, but it was not like spirituality and curses about that, but like curses about how to like make cryptocurrency and stuff like this, and how to scam people with like cryptocurrency. What it has to do with atheism? Like exactly, like it's just more clear example of what she can do. Like, and atheists can like not agree with what she's doing, but it's not because they're atheist, it's because they're like she's doing something that they think is wrong.
Right. I totally agree. And then Mr. Peabody here says that Matt and Shannon Q called out Britt because of her charging for, I think that's supposed to be clinical advice without the prerequisite credentials. In other words, this is one of the problems that spiritualist type of people get into, I think, is that they want to charge for spiritual healing, or they want to charge for, these. It's one thing to say, look, I sell crystals, and if you want to buy a crystal from me, it's $10 for this crystal, it's $20 for that. I mean, that's no different than selling any other material thing, right? But if you are selling this snake oil, then it becomes like, then it becomes like you're selling essential oils. It becomes like an MLM. It becomes like, like you're a con person, really. So, I didn't bring all this up because I want to sit here and try to, dive into that in all these particular details. But, I was thinking about it in the broader context about like, even though as I've already explained, I don't really necessarily agree with everything that Casey was saying in her video. I was thinking to myself, like, what do you want to do with this channel going forward? Because I've already noticed this before. Like, there are some people in this space that seem to focus almost exclusively on reaction videos. And I do reaction videos. But I think if all you do is reactions to other videos, it becomes like an echo chamber, right? Like I never want to be the guy who just does reaction videos. And what about Bible takedowns? Well, clearly I do a lot of Bible takedowns. I mean, my flagship series is called God-Free Bible Study, and I enjoy doing that. But I will admit that has some limitations as to its applicability. First of all, because a lot of Christians don't believe in this fundamentalist, literalist view of the Bible,
I thought you were gonna say a lot of the Christians don't like reading Bible.
Well, that too. A lot of them have never bothered to read it, other than the verses that they've had spit at them from their pastor on a Sunday morning. So, but and then you can do the live stuff. But I've been trying to cultivate this as not a debate me bro space. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I find that gets really hard to maintain mentally, because pretty soon it just starts to feel like it's two people yelling at each other. Even if you're not physically yelling, you're just kind of emotionally yelling at each other, and no one in the audience or on the call is actually gaining anything from it other than blood sport, I guess.
It's entertainment, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't want to sit there and talk about that all day, but just kind of bringing up some of those things. I thought it would be like an interesting way to start the conversation today before I get into any comments or what have you, because I guess the broader picture is that to tell anyone listening now or on, watching it on repeat or whatever, that I'm always willing to listen to people who have input on the direction of the channel. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to go chase whatever suggestion you give me, but I'm always willing to listen if you have different ideas of how we can manage this or provide more value to people. And I guess the bigger thing for me is you can look at all this content, whether it's the pre-recorded content that I do or whether it's the live streams or whatever, and you could easily ask, what's the point of this? Like a lot of people who are watching are already Christians, or excuse me, already atheists. Or if they are Christians, they're Christians who, they're just here to tell me that I'm stupid, and they're not, it doesn't matter what you tell them. They're not going to change their mind. I'm not going to change my mind. So you could argue, what's the point of all that, right? I would say one is that there's nothing wrong with, to some extent, there's nothing wrong with just having entertainment. You don't have to always have, even when you put out what you think is a think piece, even when you think I've really put out this great documentary about some aspect of Christianity or whatever, the fact is that the majority of the people are watching this shit for entertainment. They're not watching this shit because they're trying to really learn deep stuff about religion or about their belief system or whatever. And that's not entirely bad. That's not a wrong thing to say. I just want to put on something that I agree with and it entertains me. But the other thing is that, even though I don't pretend that I'm actually going to deconvert anyone, nor am I trying to, I also know that, for me at least, there are some things I wish I had heard earlier. I'm not saying that watching a YouTube video 20 years ago would have made me an atheist then, but there are some things and some questions that I never bothered to ask myself. And if anyone had actually brought up those questions to me before, I would have been like, ooh, that's interesting. And also, if you have questions, I just think that the sad thing is that for most people that are in religion, they have been trained consciously or subconsciously to just push those questions down. Or even worse, sometimes you don't realize that there's a lot of other people who have these questions too. When you think something sounds dumb, or when you think something sounds contradictory, or when you think like something's in your holy text sounds immoral, there's a good chance that it is. And then I'm not saying that I'm the one who's going to set you free, but at least I think that these channels are helpful to some set of people because they make you realize that, wow, I'm not the only one who thought that this is really fucking stupid. What's up, John? You with us?
Yeah.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. I just saw you make a statement there. Actually, it's more of a thing that you said about the atheist part that
What
y'all
about
were
it?
talking about.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just kind of work with me here a little bit, because what I see what the atheists are doing is something out of Revelations.
Okay.
Do you remember the two prophets supposed to come back, the two witnesses?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And it's also about the two olive trees.
I forget about the olive trees, but go ahead.
Okay. The prophecy on that one is the people who are supposed to be telling the truth. I would almost conclude it is the atheist. But the only problem is it's not supposed to rain for 3.5 years.
Well, yeah. I mean, I know. You and I have talked over the last several weeks, and you've been going heavy into Revelation, and I support anyone who wants to dive into their Bible for any reason. I think that it's enlightening. But that being said, I think that you can draw meaning from Revelation just like you can draw meaning from any book of the Bible. I think that the minute that you start trying to look at anything in Revelation and saying, see, that's the YouTube atheists, or that's Trump, or that's the red heifer in Israel. You know, like, no matter what you try to pull out of it and then try to make it specific, I think it almost immediately becomes deeply problematic for
Yeah, because it
numerous
doesn't
reasons.
follow. It doesn't follow the rain deal, because the rain is not supposed to rain for 3.5 years, and then you can't pull that out of Revelations because of the two witnesses. The two witnesses are supposed to go for 3.5 years, but then it's still raining.
Well, and on top of that too, there for the most part in Revelation, or for most prophecies, there's usually little or no talk about scope. And what I mean by that is this: are we supposed to believe, even if you want to believe in Revelation, okay, and that's to me is a huge if, but let's just, for the sake of argument, let's say, okay, we're going to believe this is going to happen, or is happening, whatever. Okay, 3.5 years it won't rain where? The entire earth? The whole fucking planet will not, right? Or does it mean the Middle East, the Levant, which would be probably the most logical answer? Although even then, when's the last time we went 3.5 years in the Levant without a drop of rain? I mean, that would be amazing. Even in an arid region like the Levant, to go 3.5 years without a drop of rain would be insane. But it doesn't say where, into what scope we're talking about. It's just like the flood. I mean, well, that's not true. The flood claims it covered the whole earth, but it really covered everything that they thought was the earth.
Not
like
whole
that's
earth, the whole world.
Yeah.
And their world was like really, really small.
Exactly. But with Revelation too, I've said this before, I'll say it again. If even though I don't want to fuck with someone's personal path with God or whatever, if I became emperor tomorrow and I could do one thing magically, I would magically make the book of Revelation just go away. Not even the whole Bible. I would just make the book, because the book of Revelation to me it's completely, sadly misunderstood. It's become, I think it's downright toxic and harmful the way that it is used in this society today. I think that it's used to prey upon gullible people who want so badly to believe that, oh, look at this, I'm in the end times, and Jesus is coming back any day. And I think that the overall effect of the book of Revelation, I mean, that I think the overall effect of the Bible is very negative. But I think that the overall effect of the book of Revelation is toxic. And it's, if I could just, even if I couldn't make the book go away, if I could just make people understand that this is the last book of the Bible, not just because it's placed last, but it was written far later than any of the other ones that are in the canon. And it's talking about Rome, people. It's talking about, it's like a coded message about the oppression that they're feeling under the Romans at the time. And the Romans are the enemies in that book. And now, I can't prove that to you. I mean, I can point you to scholars that from which I've gathered a lot of this opinion, but of course, nobody can prove anything from Revelation. You can't prove it's about Nero. You can't prove it's about the Romans. You can't prove it's about Jesus. You can't prove it's about anything, because it's just a fucking acid fever dream. It's like if I sat down and ate a hero dose of shrooms and started writing, and then at the end of it said, look, here's the book of Adam, my holy book. And it would be really fucked up. I mean, just trying to follow it, trying to extract any real meaning from it. And the more people look into that book and try to extract meaning, this is why I say it's so dangerous, because it's like a Rorschach test. If you stare at that book, I mean, all of the Bible is like this, but especially Revelation. If you stare at that book for long enough, eventually you're going to convince yourself that, oh my gosh, this, refers to something in my time, and this refers to something that's going to happen next year. And it will go on until the next thing you know, we have to, put you in a padded room and come visit you once a year in your straitjacket.
Well, I also got to looking at it too. It also looked like it's also from Enoch
Have you been reading
because it
Enoch?
mentions them a little bit. I only saw what I saw on off of it, but it almost looked like it's also from Enoch too because of the little book.
There are definitely
Because it
references there to
mentions the little
Enoch,
book.
although I don't know if it's acknowledged that it's a clear allusion to Enoch. I mean, there are a handful of I don't have them in front of me, but there are a handful of passages in the Bible that make specific reference to the book of Enoch, and I don't the book of Enoch, but I don't think that those are in Revelation. But to be clear, I'm not telling you that the book of Revelation does not draw off of Enoch. I'm telling you that it's not like one of those places where it specifically calls on something that's from the book of Enoch.
Yeah. But I just saw that little note in there. That's the little note I made because it references the same type of little book in Revelations and in Enoch.
Well, I mean, going back to what you talked about last week or earlier this week, whatever it was, with Satan in the Bible, you know, even though I'm not a believer in trying to get too heavy into the book of Revelation, the simple fact is that a lot of times the people that are considered the most dangerous are the one in the Bible are the ones that are telling the truth.
The ones that tell the truth?
Yeah.
So far that I can see so far that y'all are telling the truth, but
Yeah.
y'all are not Satanists stuff.
No,
Y'all are
I'm
telling
not
the truth
personally a
about the
Satanist. I
Bible.
mean, I've known
No.
Satanists, but I mean, you also understand that usually most Satanists don't actually believe in Satan. Did you know that?
In what?
Most Satanists do not actually believe in Satan.
Oh.
I mean, there are a minority of self-identified Satanists who actually think that there is a Satan, like they follow Satan or whatever. But the majority of them, Satan, for most Satanists, Satan is a figurehead. They see Satan as being no more than allegorical.
Well, as when I looked at the book and read the book as much as I could and listened to it, it almost sounds like God is Satan instead.
Well, I mean, there's certainly a way to read it like that, and the Gnostics, famously think of the demiurge and the Marcians. So Marcionism came about because Marcion looked at Jesus and the character of Jesus and recognized that the God that Jesus is talking about bears no resemblance to Yahweh at all. So Marcion's way to square that circle was to say, yeah, that Jesus was not truly like one of part of Yahweh in a Trinity, but instead was to say that Yahweh was like the demiurge, like this evil creator God. And I'm probably screwing it up too because I'd have to look up exactly what Marcion. I did a video on Marcion like 9-10 months ago, but I've forgotten some of what I looked up for the video. But Marcion absolutely looked at this and said that if you think that the God of the Old Testament is the same one that Jesus is talking about, it's because you're not reading very well. Like, you're not connecting the dots as to what they actually say,
Yeah, I'm trying to connect the dots. I'm just having a little trouble with it.
Well, yeah, and here's the irony of this to me, that I think that Christians, whether they want to, they don't want to admit this, but I think that Christians make their own rhetorical case worse. They make it more difficult. For example, if you want to cling to the Neoplatonic ideals of omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, like all the omnis, right? Well, that makes your case worse because the Old Testament really specifically it describes a God, at least in some of the books, as being absolutely not Neoplatonic in nature. And then with the Christians clinging so hard to the Trinity, it makes their moral qualms so much harder, because if you didn't believe that Jesus is God and that he's in this magic, triune Godhead thing with the Holy Spirit, well, then it becomes a lot easier to square, because you can say, well, yeah, Yahweh was the creator, but he did some really fucked up shit. And now we have Jesus, and Jesus is better. Except all of that goes out the window when you demand that, no, this has to be a Trinity. Well, okay, then if it's a Trinity, then that means that everything that Yahweh did, Jesus did. Everything that Yahweh said, Jesus said, or at least agrees with. So then you lose a lot of the escape hatches that you could have if you weren't so stubbornly stuck on this idea of a Trinity, because it actually makes a lot of the moral arguments harder. Like slavery, for example, one of the classic ones, or genocide. Yeah, that was fucked up stuff that Yahweh did. Okay. Well, now we have Jesus, right?
The other thing I noticed too, when I was looking at the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John's, he never actually said his name. He just said Father. He never mentioned his name. That I saw.
I think you're correct. I don't think Jesus ever says, but yeah, you have to understand. First of all, Jesus was never ever going to say Yahweh out loud, because Jesus was a Jew. And Jews never spoke the name Yahweh. In fact,
that's the one thing I noticed in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. He never said his
name.
I
mean, no Jews spoke the name Yahweh. In fact, even today, most observant Jews don't ever speak the name Yahweh. So that's why when you read the Old Testament, everywhere where the original Hebrew has the tetragrammaton, which is Yod He Vav He, it doesn't say Yahweh, it says Lord. And because when an observant Jew sees the name of Yahweh, they will usually say Adonai, which means Lord, or they'll say Elohim in a few cases, which means more generically God, or they'll say Hashem, which is the name. So instead of saying his name, they'll say Hashem, which is, they'll say the name, literally, because... And that is partially, you can say it's out of respect for their God or whatever. It's also out of fear, because from the very early days of the religion, to use God's name incorrectly was in theory brought death. So rather than even accidentally, possibly use God's name incorrectly, they wouldn't say it. And so even today, we don't actually know how the tetragrammaton is pronounced or was pronounced. Most people just say Yahweh or whatever, because it's YHWH. But it could be Yahweh or Yehwah or something. Like, we don't know if it was actually pronounced Yahweh. And the reason we don't know is because the Jews never pronounced it, except that once a year there was this ceremony, I forget what it's called, but they would, at the temple, the head priest would pronounce the name once a year. And that was in theory, that was the only time in all of Judaism when the name of Yahweh was ever pronounced each year. And then, of course, that also means that by definition, it hasn't been pronounced at the temple in almost 2,000 years, because the second temple was destroyed in 70 CE. So since then, the tradition that they had of pronouncing this at the temple died with it. I know I went off on a tangent.
Probably a good thing?
What's that?
Probably a good thing?
I mean, I don't know how the destruction of the temple is a good thing. I mean, unless you just hate Jewish people or something. But
I meant the name part, not the temple, but the name. Since it ain't really been spoken in 2,000 years.
Well, so I mean, generally speaking, I think it's a neutral thing, because it's like, I don't care what you want to call your imaginary God. You can call him Joe, you can call him Mary, you can call him butt plug for all I care. It doesn't matter to me. But I actually think, and a lot of times when I'm talking about God, the Christian God now, I try to make a point of saying Yahweh. And I've even had a few people, not many, I've had a few people say, like, why don't you, they've accused me of being disrespectful. But first of all, it's only disrespectful if you're an observant Jew. I'm not an observant Jew, and it's not disrespectful for me to actually say what your text says. But more importantly, I think that unfortunately it serves a purpose of obfuscating the real nature of the God that we in the Christian world worship. And I don't think that that's a good thing that gets obscured, because, like, for example, when I was growing up, I thought God's name was God or Lord. I thought that was the only name for God, right? But once you realize it's Yahweh, all you have to do is Google Yahweh, and you'll find a whole bunch of references to, first of all, Yahwism. Yahwism is the henotheistic / polytheistic version of the religion from the ancient Levant that worshipped Yahweh, but also acknowledged a whole other pantheon of gods. And if you Google Yahweh or look it up at your local library or whatever, you'll find other references to the ancient Levant and to, these other traditions. And then the reason I say that's important is because then you start to realize that, like when I was growing up, I always thought that not only would I think that God's name was Lord or God, but I also thought that the entire tradition was monotheistic from the very beginning. I thought that the first Jew who ever worshipped God thought that there was only one God. And that's just wrong. For a large part of early Jewish history, Hebrew history, Israelite history, they, at a minimum, thought that there were other gods. And to some extent, they worshipped other gods. So when you put it in
Yahweh
those terms,
wasn't even like the main god.
right?
No, it wasn't.
And that's why I say, like usually, like the early Jews would probably be best classified as henotheistic, because henotheism is acknowledging that there's a bunch of gods out there, but you're only going to worship the one. That this is the one that's the best one. Even when you read the Shema. The Shema is supposed to be famously this affirmation by Jews from the earliest of times. It's in the Pentateuch that supposedly tells you that clearly this is monotheistic and there's only one God. But the Shema doesn't really say that. I mean, if you really want to be specific about what it says, it just acknowledges that, there is, it does say that there's, let me pull it up because you'll see what I'm talking about. I mean, it's up for interpretation for that, but let me pull it up. Where's Deuteronomy 6:4? I'll pull this up here. And this is Deuteronomy. Oh, that's how I want to. Deuteronomy 6:4. So you guys know what the Shema is? Have you heard this before?
I've heard
I
references of it.
What's that?
I've heard references of it. That's about it.
Yeah. So for Jews, this is very famous because the Shema is considered to be one of the core tenets for anyone who wants to say that that there are other gods, or that early people were polytheistic, and a lot of them will point to the Shema as though this backs up their case, and I don't think it does. This is what the Shema says. It says, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord alone. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your might. Keep these words that I am commanding you today in your heart. Recite them to your children and talk about them when you are at home and when you are away, when you lie down and when you rise." But this is the part that everyone focuses on. They will read this and they will tell you, see, the Bible is clear in telling you that there is only one God. That's not what that sentence says. I mean, you could read it that way. To be fair, I'm not saying you couldn't read it that way, but it doesn't clearly tell you that there is only one God, and the God is Yahweh. it says Yahweh is our God, Yahweh alone. In other words, only Yahweh alone is our God. That second clause there, the Lord alone, which would be read in the Hebrew, Yahweh alone, modifies the first clause, which is that Yahweh is our God, Yahweh alone. This does not tell you that there aren't other gods. This just tells you that, hey, Yahweh's our God, Yahweh alone. Anywho, I'm going to, unless you guys have other notes for me, I'm going to get into some comments. Unless you guys, there's one more thing I want to go through here. I was talking about the purpose of atheist sites and whether they serve a purpose and, that type of thing. And I always like to point back to non-stamp collector. This is the OG right here. This motherfucker, his first video came out where are these? Oh, I see. I sorted it wrong. 17 years ago. So he doesn't put out a lot of videos. He's gone years without putting any out, and he puts out all these videos. I don't know if you guys have seen Non-Stamp Collector. I assume most people watching this channel have seen Non-Stamp Collector, but sometimes people haven't. And the animation style, it's a lot like who's that other dude, the big bulky dude who does his own animations?
That's about how I look like I'm drawing now.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'll think of him in a minute. But he does. So Non-Stamp Collector does these very basic animations. They're very simple, but they're hilarious, and they point out all of this shit about Christianity and how shit doesn't make sense and how it's full of contradictions, etc. And the beauty of these is that I have heard numerous people tell me that before they even thank yous, Epilorian says Dark Matter 2525. Yes, he does similar kind of work today. He does animations, but this guy, Non-Stamp Collector, to me, the real value of this isn't that it's the most beautiful animation in the world or whatever, but I've heard so many people say, like they had never heard some of these thoughts and some of these obvious, ridiculous objections that, just clearly point out the stupidity in some of this stuff. They'd never heard it just put down so clearly and so succinctly and logically in a video before. So, these types of videos to me are gold, because whether or not they're made with the best production values or whatever, they've clearly, they've gotten a lot of views. Some of them have gone very viral. Some of them have more than a million views, and they still get a lot of traction. And people that otherwise might feel like I'm the only one who realizes how silly this whole thing sounds, when you watch a video like Non-Stamp Collector's videos, it's kind of comforting to realize, okay, I'm not the only one who thinks this is stupid. I'm not the only one who sees the ridiculous contradictions that are involved in this. Like, I can see this too, and it's embarrassing. Even if that doesn't make you an atheist, it can at least open your eyes to the fact that you're not crazy when you see that some of this stuff makes no goddamn sense whatsoever. All right.
And
let's go to
his
comments.
Quiz video is must watch. It's like
What's that?
He has like a quiz video, or it's like a game show. Like
The quiz
premise.
is the
this is must show.
Yeah, the quiz is contradictions.
Yeah.
So yeah, this one here. We won't watch the whole thing, but we'll watch a few minutes of it.
Okay, welcome back. Both of our contestants are giving it a red-hot go tonight as we test their knowledge of the infallible, inerrant and non-contradictory Word of God. And a couple of quality contestants we have tonight, Craig and Ken. Craig in the lead so far, but let's see what happens in this next round. I'll be asking a question and giving you both a chance to respond to see if you come up with the same answer. Ready, Ken?
You bet.
And Craig?
Let's go.
Okay, so turning to Yahweh's anger for question 1. For 10 points, how long does Yahweh's anger last? Yes, Ken.
Forever.
Okay, it's a forever from Ken. Craig, what do you think?
I'm going to go with not forever.
Well, you're both correct. 10 points each. Yahweh's anger lasts both forever and not forever. Well done. Next question. Does Yahweh tempt people? Yes, Craig.
No, he would never do that.
Okay, Ken, do you agree with Craig?
Well, Yahweh tempted Abraham, so it's
Mute
definitely
my
something that he'd do.
Well, Ken, you're right about that. So 10 points for you and 10 points for you also, Craig, because God cannot be tempted with evil, nor tempteth he any man. Question 3. Can salvation be attained by works? Yes, Craig.
No, a man is not justified by the works of the law, but by the faith of Jesus Christ.
Okay, and Ken?
Well, I'm afraid Craig's correct, and I'm going to have to differ with him on this one, and instead go with what Jesus said. Namely, if you want to enter into life, keep the commandments.
Yes, but a man is justified by faith without the deeds of the law.
You see then that a man is justified by works, and not by faith alone.
Both.
So I won't sit here and watch the whole video with you guys, but yes, that is classic. And by the way, and I saw Mary had jumped in there, so if you want to call back, you are of course welcome to do so before I could get to you. But just for what it's worth, if you go to the contradictions tab on skepticus.info, every single contradiction that they bring up is in the contradictions tab. I mean, there are other contradictions in here too, but every one that they brought up is in here. So you can find every one of those. It may not be as fun as watching the video, but at least you can find them all here. So like he was just talking about salvation being attained through works. There you go. Yes, it is attained through works. No, it's not. Well, it's according to the Bible, it's both. Can God be seen? Yes, he can. Well, no, he can't. Guess what? They're both right because
there's also Skeptics Annotated Bible that has like a visual graph of contradictions in the same style that Christians love to show, like all the links in the Bible, like all this stuff. Have you seen it?
I haven't heard of that.
I'm gonna try to find the link and post it in the chat here.
Okay.
I'm gonna come back later.
Cool, John. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Later. You're welcome. Later.
All right. Getting into comments. Because in the Tuesday show, we didn't really even get into any comments. But so this person, Somerset, I do have it on the screen there. So, and by the way, I think there were a question or two maybe for me in the comments in the chat, but we were talking about other stuff. So if there's something you wanted me to answer, please throw them up there again, and I'll try to see them. If not, it's not a big deal. But Somerset says, not to derail. This is on the. I don't know if you guys saw the video that I put out. Well, my wife put it together, of me burping and saying stupid shit in the camera and everything, and she wanted me to publish it as a way to like talk about the people who say I'm AI, and Somerset A says, not to derail this into a side topic, but it wouldn't matter if you were AI. Either the content has merit or it doesn't. If an AI-generated depiction of a minotaur explained why the U.S. tax code is overly convoluted and should be simplified, I'd still agree. It's a lazy form of dismissal. And I will say, this may sound funny for me to say, as someone, who I feel like I'm kind of in the middle of this debate now about AI shit. I agree with his point that in theory, information is information, right? If an AI gives you right information, then it's correct information. And if a human gives you shitty information, then it doesn't become better because it's delivered by a human. But I don't totally agree with them either, because even if you told me that here's this, this great, lecture from Einstein, and the words are all directly from Einstein, it can be grating to me to see the AI presentation. When there's a video that is nothing but AI, I don't watch them. In fact, I don't watch those channels. I'm on record as saying, look, I'm not going to promise you that I'm never going to use AI in any capacity, because that's obviously not true. But for the... you got the Skeptics Annotated Bible there. That's cool. Okay. But for the... I'll pull this up here in a second. For the I do understand that if I was truly just doing AI, like if I was doing one of those channels where you don't see my face, or the face you see is an AI avatar, and if the voice is a completely an AI voice, the problem that I see with those is that it becomes very, very, very difficult to then discern where or if the AI got it wrong. Now, you could say the same thing applies to humans, but usually with humans, I feel like there's more of this kind of built-in bullshit filter you get when you're listening to someone. Whereas I have been looking at information from AI before and thinking this all seems really correct, and then like one bad fact will get in, like you can tell like the AI hallucinated on something. And then once I realize that bad fact is there, then I start looking up other things in the video, and I realize that it's a bunch of bullshit. But it's very, I think it's more insidious than when humans provide that same bullshit, because at least we have more of a built-in filter to understand what is or is not bullshit. Now, that doesn't mean that we're always correct, but anyway, that's my stance on the AI thing in terms of whether or not it matters if you're putting up information with regard to.
And
So
I agree. So this link is, you pulled up the second link. This is just Skepticus Annotated Bible, and they have the same on like Book on Mormon and Quran and Bhagavad Gita. But I don't think they like literally update it a lot nowadays. But it has like a lot of contradictions here, just a full list. I don't know if all of them are right or not.
Right.
Because on the first link that I posted, like some of the contradictions are kind of not really contradictions, or sometimes they're just wrong because it's a community project.
Right.
So yeah, but like it's just a big list. Probably a lot of stuff from here, like you already have on your site. And
But
maybe
I
even
appreciate
better.
this. I'm definitely going to go through this and look through them. And for what it's worth, I mean, in case you guys were wondering, like when I do stuff like this contradictions tab, I don't just blindly grab these from another site and dump them in. If you find any value in this, and I hope you do, I mean, I go through them myself, and there are some contradictions that I see listed by atheists, and I think that's not a good contradiction, or maybe it's technically a contradiction, but it's so easily understood by anyone who doesn't hate the Bible that it's borderline worthless to me. So I do try to focus more on things that are, in my humble opinion, much clearer contradictions. Now this,
Yeah,
I
and
have
this
not
one-
seen at all.
Yeah, this is this chart of contradictions, and if you point your mouse to the right or to the red things, you can just like see what it's like on the top right. You can see what's the question. with
Oh,
answers.
wow.
And some of them are not right.
Right.
Some of them are wrong, but like a lot of them are right. It's hard to find like specific thing here, but there is a search bar on the left if you want to search like a specific word or something, and it's going to give you like some examples. But it just looks really cool because Christians always bring up this like rainbow picture of all the connections in the Bible.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know
And
exactly what
this
you're
is the
talking
same
about.
Thing with, yeah, this is the same thing with contradictions. That's why
That's
I really like it.
hilarious. So at a minimum, I will, whether or not I'm going to go through and like get all of these imported into my contradictions tab, probably won't be, because that's, why duplicate everything. But at a minimum, I will put them here in the source library as links. Because
it's interesting at least to look at, and sometimes, for example, put something non-controversial, like for example you can put slavery here to see if there are any contradictions on slavery, because if Bible doesn't have like slavery laws and stuff, you probably wouldn't wait maybe slaves.
well, there may not be. See, that doesn't surprise me, because I don't think that there are probably any contradictions on slavery. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, maybe.
I mean, some Christians will try to claim to you that certain passages like the letter to Philemon, they'll claim that it somehow did something to help abolish slavery, but it doesn't. It doesn't do anything to abolish slavery. The Bible, from the first page to the last, is fully pro-slavery. Now, there are some places where they mitigate it slightly by saying, "Hey, don't be an asshole to your slaves." But there is no place at all that their directions.
There
on
is
slavery.
actually slavery on the list. I don't know why it didn't highlight it, but it's the question of, is slavery and oppression okay?
Okay. Let's see here.
If you go, yeah.
So here's ordained. Oh, then it says here, slavery and oppression forbidden. Yeah, see, but I mean, to your point, I mean,
This
this,
is not a
looks
strong
like an
contradiction. Yeah.
this looks like an amazing site, but this isn't a contradiction. This is Isaiah saying that to loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free. This is not a statement that says you can't have slaves, right?
Yeah, but that's how probably what Christians would use to justify that slavery is forbidden. So I kind of I look okay at it because you have verses that clearly say that slavery is okay, and this is the contradictions that you can pull to try to defend it. So it's this stuff is probably okay to
Right.
use,
Right.
but in other parts, there is some other questions that are really weird or really niche, and sometimes it's not a clear contradiction. So I don't like these contradictions.
I'm surprised that they don't have here the famous one that they always bring up. Is it from Galatians? Is that there's neither Jew nor Gentile, male nor female, slave
yeah.
nor master under Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the trans-supporting one.
What's that?
The trans-supporting one. Not
Right.
male
Yeah.
or
Yeah. And then every time a Christian tries to bring up that shit, I mean, first of all, not only does it not ban slavery at all, it just says that you're one under Christ. But also, if we're going to take that as banning slavery, it's also banning gender distinctions, right? Because there's neither male nor female under Jesus
it's great.
Christ. But this is an amazing site. I love that you've given us here. So like I said, I'm going to put these links to these in the source library here. Also, this is a tangent, but I just want to show you guys this. I don't know how much you guys care about this, but I put a link here to this Bayesian calculator, and you might wonder, what does that have to do with anything? But if you follow any of the apologist spaces, one of the things that I feel like they've been doing a lot of lately is trying to make a case that the resurrection is mathematically not just possible, but that it's the most probable choice. And they try to throw a bunch of...
I've never heard about it.
Yeah, they throw a bunch of bullshit Bayesian probability calculations at you. And because people don't know how Bayesian probabilities work, they think that it sounds extremely, it sounds convincing, when in fact it's fucking ridiculous. But anyway, I won't go into that now. I just wanted to
Can
show
you put
that
an
to everyone.
example, just really quick?
Well, so here's an example in the content creator. God, what's the Asian guy's name? He's like a Chinese guy, I think, and he's been responding to a lot of Mike Jones from Inspiring Philosophy, and he always has that guy on his channel, Than, Than. And he's one of the big ones who tries to do all this bullshit about how saying it's mathematically probable that Jesus was resurrected. So here's an example, right? So the hypothesis is that Jesus was resurrected, right? And then they'll say, what is the prior probability? And they'll say, I think Than puts this at 4%, which is, first of all, fucking ridiculous, but let's just start there. And then you add in whatever observations that you see, right? So, for example, this makes no sense, but I've seen this done. They'll say, but there was an empty tomb, right? So if the hypothesis is true, meaning Jesus was resurrected, then what are the odds that we think that there would have been an empty tomb? Christians will probably tell you it's 100%, although I would say it's not 100%, because even if he was resurrected, you could have found
it's
Jesus.
at least 50.
Because even if he was resurrected, you still could have found him right there in the tomb. It doesn't mean his tomb had to be empty, right?
Or the other answer could be like the body was stolen, or like, yeah.
Well, so that is, so that would be the other one, right? So what if Jesus was not resurrected? What are the odds that the tomb would have been empty? Given the fact that it was a possibly politically motivated, and there may have been reasons to, I'm going to say there's at least a 20% chance that the tomb would have been empty regardless, because in one story of the Gospels, they said there were guards posted outside. Why would you post guards outside unless you were expecting people to want to steal the body, right? So clearly, even if he wasn't resurrected, there was at least some possibility that somebody would have found a way to have snuck in and stolen the body. So, and you see that now that I've done this, we started with 4%, right? If you assume that if he was resurrected and he had an empty tomb, then there was a 50% chance that there would be an empty tomb, or there 50% chance that he was that he was resurrected, and a 20% chance on the other side. That means that our overall probability now is that there's a 9.4% chance that Jesus was resurrected. So let's add another one. Let's say 500 people. According to Paul, right? That there are 500 people. So, like a Christian would say, well, if 500 people witnessed the risen Christ, then, they'll say, okay, so that would be a 95% chance saying that he was resurrected, okay? And they'll say that, okay, and if he wasn't resurrected, there's almost no chance that 500 people would have seen the resurrected Christ. So they'll put it at 1%. Notice what this does to our probability over here, right? Now it jumps it up to 90%. The problem with all of this, and I don't want to make this a long diatribe about math, but the problem with, even though Bayesian calculations can be incredibly valuable, when you're talking about these hypotheticals, it's all just a crapshoot according to what numbers you put in the system, right? So, for example, Than will try to tell you that the prior probability of Jesus having been resurrected is 4 or 5%, which is fucking stupid. I think he even makes it as 5% or something. But according to estimates at that time, we think that there were probably about 60 billion people that had probably lived and died up to that point on the face of the earth. And even though there are plenty of legends of other people being resurrected, we don't have a single bit of empirical evidence to prove that anyone had ever been resurrected up until that time. So you could easily argue that the prior probability is not 4%, but 1 out of 60 billion, right? So if we put in that calculation instead, we say 1 divided by now this suddenly gets to be,
That looks like a big number.
it is. So, well, it is a tiny number actually, because it's to the negative 11th. If you put in the fact that there have been estimated to be about 60 billion people who would walk the earth, and none of them that we know of actually got resurrected. So if you take that as your prior probability, even though these other factors here increase the probability, you're still have effectively a 0% chance that he was resurrected. So in other words, this whole thing is built upon your best guesses or your motivated guesses for what you think these prior probabilities are, and then for what probabilities you put with every one of these observations, okay? And even the observations can be total bullshit, because, for example, this whole thing that 500 people witnessed him, of course, I would say to you, no, they didn't. it's literally one throwaway line in in the New Testament from Paul claiming that 500 people saw him, and we don't have a single account directly from any of those people. It's just one legend given to us by Paul in one line. So, I would argue that this isn't even a factor. Like there were not 500 people who witnessed him. But even if you want to grant this, let's say fine, 500 people witnessed him. Well, if you start with a realistic prior probability of what we can really expect for the odds of someone actually having been resurrected, then this whole thing becomes ridiculous. But it also becomes ridiculous because people like Than will sit there and say, well, we're going to start with a 5% probability of him actually being resurrected. And then they throw in these other factors, and they'll throw in shit like, they'll say something like, let's see, disciples were radicalized to follow him. And this is the shit that Christians will say. They'll say, "Oh, but these disciples then went on to, go to be martyred and everything, right?" And they'll say, "Well, if Jesus was resurrected, then they'll say, well, then there's a 95% chance if he was resurrected that these disciples would have been radicalized to follow him, even if it meant their death." And then they'll also claim, well, if he was resurrected, if he wasn't resurrected, then there's virtually no chance that these people would have been radicalized to follow him or his legend, right? So, using this calculator, I can sit here within a few seconds and show you how the probability is effectively 0, or I can show you how it's 99.9%. And none of these are correct per se. They're just based upon what numbers you choose to shove into the calculator, like prior probability. That's all it is.
Is it like mathematician Thiel-Bro presup analog?
Well, it is. It is. So the way that this gets misused so badly is, like, remember I said that there are great applications of Bayesian probability. So you can the probability can, or the hypothesis can be I have cancer, right? And so in this case, we'll say, I don't know what the percentage of the population is right now that actually has cancer, but let's say that 2% of everyone in the world right now has cancer. I don't know if that's anywhere near true, but I'm just making some shit up, right? And then we're going to say, well, I tested positive.
It's around 20% in men.
That have it
Any
right
cancer.
now?
Yeah, any cancer.
Really?
16.6 overall. Yeah.
Wow. 20% of people living have cancer.
Yeah. That's what the AI overview says.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay.
But I'm gonna check it a little bit further.
Right. So then
different sites tell everything between 12% to 20%.
Okay, so we'll do 12%. Okay. So then we'll say I took a test.
They're optimists, yeah.
And of course, there's a whole bunch of different tests you can say, but we'll say I took a particular test to see whether or not I have cancer, right? And then we'll say that this cancer has a positive rate. In other words, it correctly identifies 90% of the people who take the test. So we'll say 90%, and then it has false positives for 10%, right? And notice what this does. This is where Bayesian probabilities becomes actually helpful and instructive for a lot of people, because you might think, when I told you, look, I took a test that said, that said I have cancer, and it's positive, which sounds really negative, but it's positive as far as a positive test, meaning it says I have cancer.
Yeah, it's always confusing
Right.
in this stuff.
So you might think, well, shit, you have cancer. That's horrible. And to be fair, I might if I take the test and it comes up positive. But it's counterintuitive to see, if you understand what is. So 90% is the rate of true positives. In other words, because there's 10% of the people that and then there's false positives if I test positive. So just with a 90% accuracy rate and a 10% false positive rate, you might think that, well, then there's a 90% chance that I have cancer. No, just based on that one test alone, there's a 55% chance. Now, of course, doctors, oncologists and such, they're not just going to do one little test and say, boom, you have cancer. They're going to, once you test positive on even one of these tests, they're probably then going to do a whole panel on you, right? They're going to do blood tests and all these other tests, and they're going to, they probably have 10 different ways to test if you have cancer. So they're not going to just rely on this. But the illustrations like this can be very useful in understanding statistics and probabilities, because the intuitive way to look at this is say, well, I took this test, it said that I have cancer, therefore I have cancer. And if you said to someone, well, it only has a 90% accuracy rate, and then they'll say, well, okay, but there's a 90% chance that I have cancer. Well, based on that one test alone, it's the odds that you actually have cancer are, less than you might think. So I just put this link there in the resource library because it comes up so often in religious discussions lately. And it gets really annoying to see some of the ways that people misuse this information. What is that guy? Let me pull up that guy's name because he has a really good channel. He's been highlighted on, I'll find it later, but he's been highlighted on Mr. Deity too. Anyway, I don't want to sit here and waste time looking for, but I'll find it later and share it with you guys. Okay, more comments. So we talked about the dangers of AI information.
Was there any funny comments on the latest video you published?
Well, that like 2-minute blooper one, that last comment
No,
was
the one that about like that shutting down like a conversation.
Shutting down the conversation. What does that mean? The Fnords? Or the 37?
37, yeah, Bible verses, Christian.
Yeah, I got some of those coming up. So we'll hit some of those pretty soon. I kind of got them in a list here, and I'm not sure which videos go along with which comments. So we'll get to them shortly. So this one was on the Fnord one, and I wanted to highlight this because I get this come up in my comments quite a bit. I like to talk about Japan as an interesting point of discussion when it comes to religion. And it is anecdotal. It's one nation out of a world of hundreds of nations. But I like to bring up Japan because Japan is very much not religious in any way that most Westerners think of religious. It's largely atheistic, although I'm going to qualify that in a minute. And a lot of times these Christians nowadays, they want to talk a lot about how everything that's good in our society is here because of Christianity. And one of the great ways to point this out is like, we can prove this in real time. There are countries right now that are not Christian, and some of them aren't even religious at all, and they're not bad places. Like Christians try to talk about a country that's not drenched in Christianity as though it must be a hellhole to live in. Like there's chaos in the streets, people are murdering each other, and people are having sex on their front doorsteps, and people are molesting children and all this stuff. They make it sound like the only thing keeping us between us and the animals is the fact that we have Christianity in our society. And not only is it silly, but it's demonstrably false, because there are plenty of places throughout the world today that don't have much or any real Christian influence. Now, a lot of times people will bring up like Scandinavian countries, right? Like Norway and Sweden, which are largely atheistic. And I don't mind bringing those countries up, but the problem there is that what do Christians immediately fall back on? Well, yeah, but it was, it used to be a Christian country. And that, like the idea that because they previously had a bunch of Christians there, that now those countries are just bathing in the afterglow of Jesus' love. And that's the only reason that their countries are happy and good and great places to live. But with Japan, not only are they not Christian at all, but they never were Christian. The percentage of Christians there at any point in time has always been fairly minuscule, even to this day. So I love bringing up Japan because not only does it provide some of the same examples that we get from, for example, Norwegian countries, but unlike the Norwegian countries, or the Scandinavian countries, excuse me, it strips away this bullshit excuse that the theists give you about, well, yeah, but that's just because, but they used to have Christianity, and Christianity built everything there, and that's why they're so good, because they used to have Christian institutions. Japan didn't. Japan's, as a country in general, has never given a shit about Christianity. Now, of course, there are Christians in Japan. I'm not saying nobody there is Christian, but generally speaking, they don't give a shit about Christianity. I mean, the society doesn't. They were famously hostile toward letting anyone in the country until the mid-19th century. You couldn't go there. They wouldn't, if you were found sneaking in the country, they'd imprison you or kill you or whatever. So they were a closed society, and that closure included religion. But nevertheless, when I bring up these things, I commonly get these kinds of responses from people. Just Claude says, the problem with the Japanese example is that while the Japanese aren't religiously devout in terms we understand, they are highly religiously involved. They regularly drop by Buddhist temples, pray at Shinto shrines, and once a year they go to the shrine to make New Year's prayers, and then go out into their daily lives and ignore the question for the rest of the day. It's not a deep saturation into their existence, but it is a quiet background hum. So the high level of order in Japan is a result of ... an extremely high level of social conformity where individualism is discouraged and misbehavior by one person affects the whole rest of their family. So a couple thoughts here. This comment is not bad as like some of the ones I've gotten. This person is not wrong. There is a large religious undercurrent that goes through Japan, from what I understand, because yes, they have Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples. In terms of the percentage of people who, first of all, these religions are generally speaking atheistic religions, meaning that they might be religions, but they don't generally believe in a central deity. So they still apply under my analysis of atheism. But also, yes, they have these religious ceremonies, but from everything I've been able to gather from people around this, it seems like they often participate, as this comment actually admits, in these rituals as more of a societal thing. Just like a lot of people in America exchange gifts at Christmas, whether they're Christian or not. There are Jews. I've met Jews who exchange gifts on Christmas because for some of them it's just, now the hardcore devout Jews may not, but there's some Jews who are like, fuck it, it's Christmas time. We're going to have a Christmas tree. And we're going to, because it's, for a lot of people, it's more of a societal ritual than it is a religion. So I don't think that, I don't mind this person's comment, but I don't think that it actually undercuts anything that I said in the video when I brought up Japan as an example, because I think Japan is still a wonderful example. Now, to be clear, as he mentions here, kind of alluding to it at the bottom, he says, an extremely high level of social conformity where individualism is discouraged and misbehavior by one person affects the whole rest of their family. I mean, I'm not claiming for a second that Japan is the perfect society. I'm not claiming that they don't have problems. I'm not claiming that, I want to get up and move to Japan. They have their own issues to deal with, but they are not this bedlam of atheistic, just godless, lawless mayhem going on in the streets. In fact, they're quite the opposite. They seem to be highly ordered. They seem to maybe too ordered, according to some viewpoints. They are very traditional. One could even say conservative as a society. Not all of their society, of course, but a lot of them. And you don't need Christianity in order to have laws, to have order, to have conservative views. you can still have all those things without even giving a shit about Christianity. But anytime I bring up the Japanese example, and I'm going to keep bringing it up because I think it's a really good rhetorical point, but I always get people kind of push back on this, like, no, they're actually pretty religious. Like, I don't think they are. From everything I've read, and I've even had some people like comment from Japan on my stuff, and they'll tell me that I got it wrong, and then they'll explain the situation in Japan, and it kind of agrees exactly with what I said, which is that, yeah, there are Japanese people who go to the Shinto shrine once a year at New Year, you know, or they'll go to the Buddhist temple like once a year at some festival, and that's all they do. Like they're not theistic, they're not particularly religious. They're just going to the temple because it's, for some people, it's just what they do as part of their societal ritual.
I don't think I don't remember how you worded the example specifically, but I don't even think he disagrees with you. I think he just clarifies it.
That could be.
At least that's how I read it.
That's
I don't
true.
think it's a critique. I think it's a clarification.
And I have had other people on here who have been more pointed and like, no, you got that wrong. And you're right. This person does not seem to be like calling me out. So I totally agree. I want to acknowledge here we have a caller. Adam, are you with us?
Hello.
Hey, Adam. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Adam, are you 18?
Yes.
Are you a believer?
Yes, I'm a believer in theism.
Okay. And what did you want to talk about today?
I called in because of the prompt. So it says God is imaginary.
Yes.
And I take it that if you don't believe in God, then you also don't believe in any kind of mental substrate to fundamental reality.
That's a tricky question. I mean, you can have a mental substrate. I guess it depends on how you want to define. I think I know where you're going with this. I'm not trying to lawyer it. I mean, normally when people say mental substrate, they're implying that there is something about fundamental reality that is mental, but exists outside of our physical brain. So, I mean, I think that much of what we understand, well, everything that we understand of reality is mental, but I don't think that's what you're getting at, is it?
No, so it's more similar to what you said at first. So, yeah, by saying that the substance of reality could be mental, what that means is that the properties of fundamental reality would have mental functions. So
Well, are you a
capable of
panpsychist?
I'm a kind of panpsychist, so I believe in cosmopsychism.
Okay. So, I mean, in all fairness to you, because, you know, this is, despite me having a prompt there that's, you know, like hopefully to inspire some people to just have some more pointed discussion. I don't try to run this as like my debate me, bro, you know, like I'm going to fight. So I'm going to be honest with you here and say that I know what panpsychism is. I'm not going to claim to be some deep expert. You know, like I haven't spent much time researching panpsychism, although, you know, on the surface at least, I don't understand even why I would go down that road. And the only reason I say that is this. You know, this theory of, I'm not saying that this is what you said, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but this theory that there is consciousness or some type of, you know, mental aspect to reality that is outside of our physical bodies sounds maybe interesting in the same way that there's a magic God man up there might sound interesting to somebody. And yet I don't know, just like I don't know of any reason, especially no empirical reason whatsoever, to believe that there is, you know, a God up there somewhere. I also don't have any empirical reason other than just someone's theory sitting on a shelf to believe that anything that we call mental, because when you say the word mental, to me, mental implies consciousness, it implies thought, and I don't know of any reason other than just vague, ungrounded theories that would make me say that consciousness can exist or does exist outside of anything that we would call a brain.
That's okay. That's kind of what I was hoping to present. So I'd mentioned that there are some scientists, mathematicians, computer scientists, and so on, who do believe that the nature of reality is mental.
True.
So, yeah.
There are
so,
some
I
atheists who believe that. Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I can hear echo, and it's just distracting me a bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. You sound great to me. You're not listening. You're listening through Video Ninja and not through through the original YouTube video, right?
Yeah, I don't have the YouTube browser open. I just have invite.cam open.
Okay.
But I'll try and ignore it. Yeah, so I'm just trying to point out that it should be a scientifically respectable position to have, that the evidence seems to indicate that that there's a mental reality outside of our brains. It just it either stands or falls based on the evidence and the quality of the reasoning that's employed.
So I don't think that it's irrational to have a belief in panpsychism. Just like, believe it or not, I don't believe it's irrational to have a belief in God, but I don't believe. And again, I'm not an expert on this, so if you have something you can present to me that would sway me otherwise, I'd love to hear it. But I have not heard a single argument or, even a rhetorical bit of evidence that says, but here's why you should, other than just taking it as a theory, like, hey, everything could be conscious. Okay, great. How do I ground that in anything that is on any level empirical, testable, like other than just hearing other people who are, admittedly, some of them are very, very smart people, but then some people that are very smart saying, I believe this to be so. Okay. I mean, there's some very, very, very smart people who believe that they were abducted by aliens too, but I don't believe them on that either.
I understand. So, yeah, a proper disciplined rationale can be quite difficult to come by unless you read the books. So some of the rationale that I have comes from the published works of a philosopher named Bernardo Kastrup. He's a researcher in artificial intelligence. So I think the first thing to point out is that whatever our theories are about the way that consciousness relates to the brain, anything that we have is actually just an explanatory model.
True. I mean,
Yeah.
this comes down to essentially it's kind of a form of solipsism.
Well, solipsism is the view that the only thing that exists is your own mind, and that reality is grounded in your own mind. It's not the same as just saying that we can't escape our mentality, because, I mean, a theist who believes in a universal consciousness as well as their own consciousness, they can believe that. So the first thing that I wanted to mention is this idea that really what's happening when we try to decide whether fundamental reality is conscious based on scientific evidence, what we're doing is we're comparing theories. So we're comparing one explanatory model which posits something outside of consciousness with another model which does not posit anything outside of consciousness. And we're comparing them in terms of what they can explain from the scientific data. And I'd hope to draw upon data from multiple disciplines, so things like neuroscience, evolutionary biology, physics, in particular the study of entropy, and another from psychology, so stuff like dissociated identity disorder.
Well, there are a couple ways to take this, and I'm not trying to draw us off track, but I am actually curious. So, like, there's a few things I want to dive into there, but I also want to question, when you said with regard to the talking point on screen, I understand that there are people out there who are panpsychists, and like I said, I've freely admitted that I've not learned properly about this theory, so I'm not going to claim to be an expert on it. But even for those who say, yes, and I'm not saying you're hardcore, I'm not laying any claims on you, but let's just say for the sake of argument that you're a hardcore panpsychist. Is that the same as, do you feel that would be the same as saying that there is a God? I mean, amongst panpsychists, is it even proper to say, because I'm a panpsychist, that is what I believe is God? Or like, to me, because
No.
they still feel like two separate propositions.
They are. So panpsychism is usually, the most common position on panpsychism is the idea that things like atoms are conscious, because mentality is a property that just gets associated with everything that's physical. That doesn't mean that the whole of reality exists as like a unified observer. That just means what it means. It's an attempt to explain patterns in consciousness in the brain from the standpoint that the atoms that make up the brain are themselves conscious. As a matter of fact, it's an attempt to solve this hard problem of consciousness, the fact that we can't derive physical variables from mental variables or vice versa.
Well, I've said this on my channel before, and I think that for some people who have studied this very hard, this may make me sound like a bit of a Luddite, okay, or a bit of a simpleton. There are incredibly smart, theoretically minded people, who are working on these deep theories of mind and such, who have talked about the quote unquote hard problem of consciousness. And I know that this may sound a little flippant, so I'm trying to put it out there right away and say, look, I get it. For some people, they might think, I can't believe that he says something that stupid, but I've never thought that the problem of consciousness is really that hard. Now, I know that there are people out there that are a lot smarter than me who have absolutely said, yeah, there's this really hard problem of consciousness. But the reason that I say it doesn't feel that hard to me is because to me it seems like a clear and in some respects almost obvious emergent property.
Okay, so that's one of the main claims that my argument would thrust against. So if consciousness is an emergent property of the brain, then the number of different configurations of your consciousness or your mental content must be constrained by the physical configurations of the brain. But
Sure.
Okay, good. So the problem is that the data from neuroscience contradicts that. So if physical configurations constrain mental configurations, and we can quantify that in terms of information. So it's just a way to attach a quantity to what we're talking about. If the physical configurations constrain the mental configurations, then there has to be a direct one-to-one relationship between physical configurations and mental content. So if one goes up, the other has to go up.
Wait. So I was mapping with you, but then when you said that, the one-to-one to me feels completely off base. Just personal feeling. And here's why I say this, because your brain, and this can be a rough analogy because in many respects our brain is not a computer in the way that we think of computers. But I think you understand why, it's convenient a lot of times to think about a brain like, the first computer or the organic computer, because the brain does manage information. So information does not always require a different physical configuration in order to have a huge Cartesian product of different possible states from the same physical configuration. In other words, I can have one chip that can create, billions and trillions of different states without actually changing the physical configuration at all. So while I do think that there are aspects there are physical realities of the brain which do define limits on what we can, process or think about, or the ways that we can view the world. I don't, and this may not have been where you were going with that. If I took this off on a tangent, then please smack me down here, rhetorically. But I think that it's highly erroneous to imply that there's anything close to a one-to-one relationship between physical configuration and the states or capabilities that even one brain can occupy.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is that as the number of as the amount of information in a physical brain increases, then mental content would also have to increase, or the configurations in mental content would also have to increase. For the latter to be emergent from the former, then the latter can't do anything that isn't taking place in the former. Do you see what I mean?
No, I'm going to be frank. I don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Am I being a little daft here? But I don't want to. I don't want to nod along and then like yeah, and then I realize 5 minutes later like what the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah. Well, if you imagine like a substance, and there's like there's an area that you can delineate inside that substance. Mm-hmm. So you notice that there's some structural variation in the substance. Well, the variation is only an emergent manifestation of what this substance was already capable of. So, yeah. So that's the basic idea. So, if your consciousness emerges from the physicality of your brain, then the number of different configurations that your physical brain is capable of is wider than the number of configurations that your mentality is capable of.
I see it as exactly the opposite, and by orders of magnitude. So one physical configuration of a brain, even a brain far simpler than ours in terms of having magnitudes of order, fewer neurons, and all of that, is still capable of having a vast number of configurations that aren't tied. And again, I understand that there is a relationship between physical matter and in terms of the number of configurations that you can have, right? But given the way that the system as a whole manages information, and that the information is not tied. Now, there are some aspects of the information that are tied to physicalities, right? So sometimes you have to make neurons you have to have neurons to do certain things. But once those neurons are in place, the number of configurations that can be derived or imposed upon that configuration are multiplicative.
Okay, we might be using the term configuration differently. So when I say configuration, I just mean like a snapshot of the atoms and all the molecules, and the number of. So when I say the scope of configurations, I'm talking about what's possible in terms of physical arrangements. So I'm a bit confused by your response. So if we say that a given brain, a physical brain, has a certain scope of configurations available to it. If your mentality is emergent from that, then the mentality is only capable of a limited number of configurations relative to the brain, the configurations of the brain, because you're stating that the latter is emergent from the former. Like well, it wouldn't.
I guess. If I'm beating this analogy too much, and maybe we're talking past each other, but again, if I have a computer system, right, and I have a chip, I know that computers involve a lot more than a chip, but let's just say I have a chip, right? Just that one chip alone, it's solid state. It doesn't physically change, and yet, as I use it, it changes as far as energy flowing through it. There's electricity flowing through it, but the physical matter doesn't change. I guess maybe what you're getting at is that electricity is electrons, right? And that's a form of matter. So that changes all the time. But the chip, the infrastructure itself of the brain, or in this case the chip, it's static. It doesn't change. And yet, from that one static infrastructure, you can garner a near infinite number of different possibilities in terms of computation, in terms of observation, just any different way that because on a computer system, for example, it's binary, right? So everything comes down to 1 or 0. But then, as limiting as that sounds, well, means that with 2 bits I can get 4 possibilities. With 3 bits I can get 8 possibilities, etc., etc., etc. So now when I start to get to megabits or gigabits, I have trillions of possibilities, and that's just trillions of possibilities for the state at this one exact microsecond of time. And then as the system changes and does different tasks, those trillions of possibilities keep morphing the whole time as it handles different tasks. So if we're talking past each other, I apologize, but this is how I'm trying to conceptualize it.
That's okay. I think I noticed the problem. So in the microchip, it doesn't remain static. So the configuration that it consists of the electronic logic gates. So there's in a microchip, there's these logic gates that consist of like resistance, like how resistant they are to a current that passes through them, and that can flip, so that those states can flip. So any flip would just be a different configuration, and obviously the amount of memory that's in it scales with how many different configurations it's able to stably.
There's an upper limit depending upon the architecture of the chip. Yes.
Yeah.
But
the other problem.
But I guess what I was trying to get to is, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there's an upper limit in terms of total number of logic gates, for example, that you can have. Given the architecture of chip A only has X number of logic gates that you can run, and therefore there's a theoretical upper limit. But within the number of different ways that those logic gates can be used, it's even for a modest chip, it's near infinite. I mean, I know that mathematically it's not actually infinite, but it's functionally almost infinite, because there are so many different combinations of ways that you can use that chip in those altering states, those altering logic gates. Not just at 1 second, not just at one exact point in time, but as an evolving state over, seconds and minutes and days and months and years.
I wouldn't say it's near infinite. The problem is that any configuration in a physical chip is subject to physical constraints. So there's things like Moore's law. Obviously, it can't get too hot, otherwise it'll just start to melt. There's you have to avoid tunneling, so random bit flips. And the claim in question is whether if some kind of representation, like mentality, is emergent from a given system, then the very position of emergence entails that what is emergent has a reduced scope of configuration than the thing it emerges from. Because if what is emergent, or what is claimed to be emergent, has a wider scope of configuration, then that just contradicts the original claim. Where is the wider scope coming from within what it's emerging from if the number of configurations is larger?
I know what you're getting at, but I reject that premise that that in order for something to be emergent, that it has to. I might be mischaracterizing what you said, but it's like, in order for something to be emergent, it essentially has to be a subset of that which it emerged from, and that's just not true.
But why is it not true?
Because you can have more detail of something that emerges from what it emerged from. So like a snowflake has far more detail than the original, the original speck that spawned the crystallization before the snowflake, truly began forming. Has far more detail.
The snowflake is coming together from many different specks of water in the air. It's not just coming from one. It's coming from the phase that the matter was in beforehand.
Yeah, but I'm saying that the detail of the snowflake itself contains more detail than the actual atoms of water that went into the creation of the crystalline structure.
I don't think that's right. So that's an
Because
entropic
because
process.
the snowflake by definition has to have more information, because the snowflake has all the information of the constituent parts, which is all the information of all of the atoms of water, and it has all of the information of the larger whole. So by definition, it has to have more information than that which it emerged from.
Well, no, because the original droplets of water had a high degree of disorder, and there's more information in the disorder than there is in the manifested snowflake. The snowflake is more orderly, so it's a reduction of information. There's less disorder to detail there.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so that'd be an example of why, when you have emergence of B from A, B has to have fewer configurations available to it than A.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So what I was getting towards is this idea that, well, there's some interesting studies on consciousness, which they've looked at adding psilocybin to the brain, and they've done that in order to control the brain metabolism. So that's one configuration. So the configuration of the brain that's being measured is the amount of metabolism in it.
Mm-hmm.
And they've also measured, as the dependent variable, the number of different mental states that people report. And what they found is that as brain metabolism goes down, which is what psilocybin does, the amount of mental content available to them goes up.
Yeah, because it's a matter of perception.
It's a matter of perception.
Yeah, I mean, psilocybin isn't physically slowing you down in space, but the analogy still holds. Like, if you were to slow down, everything seems to move faster around you, and mentally, when the processes slow down, you actually can perceive more things in what feels like a smaller period of time.
Yeah.
Because it's like relative perception.
Yeah. So I think that broadly agrees with what is I'm arguing. So as the amount of brain metabolism goes down, the participants of the study were able to make more distinctions, more perceptual distinctions, and of course that if they're perceiving time slowing down, then that would help them make those distinctions. But the problem for non-panpsychism, or the argument against panpsychism, is that entails the opposite causal relationship between brains and minds that the sort of physicalist view holds, because it entails that the brain is an inhibitor of consciousness rather than the brain creates consciousness, or that consciousness emerges from brains.
Well, I think that's a false distinction. I would argue that the brain absolutely allows for the emergence, but also at the same time it has to act as a constraint.
Yeah, the brain does act as a constraint, certainly.
Right. It can't not be a constraint.
Yeah. The question is, the question is whether or not consciousness pre-exists the brain, and whether the consciousness of the individual is created by the brain. So what I would say is that.
So, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I interrupted you. I want to hear your thought, but I have thoughts there.
Okay. Thanks. So what I'm saying is that the inverse correlation between brain metabolism and mental content or mental distinctions, we can quantify that in terms of information, right? Because a distinction is information. Because there's an inverse relationship, there can't be a direct causal relationship from brain metabolism to consciousness. What's happening is that your brain metabolism is inhibiting your consciousness. It's creating like a space that kind of focuses a consciousness that pre-exists. Yeah, because it just shows that there's an inhibitory relationship between the two.
But what do you think consciousness is?
I think that consciousness is awareness. So there's like a self-reference there. So that like there's a relationship between cognition and perception.
So can you have awareness without any sensory input?
Yes, I think so.
How would that work? What do you, if you have no sensory input at all of any type of senses, then what are you aware of?
Well, if by senses you mean bodily sensation, so something that we don't consciously control. It's like I don't control my senses. I can't will my senses away.
Right.
If I'm feeling pain, I'm just feeling pain. I can't get rid of it. So if you're talking about bodily senses and not like a mental sense, then I can talk about mental thoughts. I can be aware of my own thoughts.
But every thought that you have, I would contend, is, whether you realize it or not, dependent upon sensory input. Now, it may not be dependent upon new sensory input today. You might feel like, well, I close my eyes, and I think about the time when I was on the lake as a kid with my grandparents, okay? But that's still born of sensory input. It's just sensory input that now has been stored in terms of memories and such. But the point is that if we talk about consciousness outside of not just the limit of the human brain, but outside of the limit of any traditional organism, right? Like panpsychism would require, then I don't even know. I'm not trying to be dismissive, but I mean, I don't even know what we're talking about when we, what type of consciousness are we even talking about? Because if you try to imagine any form of consciousness without your senses, you can't do it. Now, I'm not saying that means that it couldn't exist, but I'm being honest with you. Like, I think if anyone is honest with themselves, if you're trying to be even the most honest you can be and the most open-minded you can be, you have to admit that if you have no facility to actually gather visual input, audible input, or any other sensory input whatsoever, you can't hear, you can't taste, you can't touch, then what is this consciousness? I mean, it can't observe anything around it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I think that some of the other scientific evidence that this draws upon can clear some of those concerns up. But I want to just clarify the first thing that you said to me there. So was it that you said that all thought depends on your senses, or was it that your knowledge depends on your senses? Because I kind of forgot.
All thought.
And so that includes thoughts that constitute knowledge, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there's you might not be aware, there's a simple argument against that. So do you acknowledge that we know certain things to be impossible?
I mean, again, this kind of gets into solipsism here. I mean, there are things that we perceive to be impossible, if that's what you mean.
Oh, well, I'd say the opposite. It's kind of clear that a contradiction is impossible. That's normally how we decide impossibility.
Right. True contradictions are impossible. So
okay,
like the whole argument, and I'm not saying you were going here, but like some people like to sit there and do mental, masturbation with saying, "Oh, can God make a rock so heavy he can't lift it?" Well, that's a contradiction. So it's not. Even if I were to put on my God hat for a moment and try to be, as Christian as I can be, I don't have a problem dismissing that argument, because it's like, it's like asking, can we have a triangle with two sides? No, you can't. I mean, you can have a line and we can call it a line. Can you have a triangle with four sides? No, it's a square or a parallelogram. But almost by definition, if we say, can someone make a triangle with four sides, I say no. That is impossible. But that's impossible by definition. So I don't know if that's answering your question at all.
Well, it sounds like you're acknowledging that if something's contradictory, it's impossible.
Right. I believe in, logic. Okay. Like A
Okay, good.
equals A, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, so these are basic aspects to me that I think that, one cannot equal two.
Okay, good. And we can even expand the domain of impossibility. So we could point out like physical impossibilities. So something like a perpetual motion machine,
Right.
or matter traveling faster than light, for example.
Right.
Well, then the next thing to point out is that we don't perceive those things. Is that we can't perceive something that's impossible. So then the question becomes, how do you know it's impossible if you never perceive it? If knowledge depends on perception.
Well, I'm not trying to be lawyerly, but I feel like it depends on what we're talking about perceiving. I mean, like I said, I can't perceive of a triangle that has four sides. I can perceive, perceive is the wrong answer. I can conceive of traveling faster than the speed of light. I know that I can't actually do it, but I can conceive the thought of like, look, here's my magic spacecraft that I created that, there are new laws of physics that we didn't know, and now I can actually get in this and travel 10 times the speed of light. I mean, I can tell you mathematically why it doesn't actually make sense, but then again, I also will tell you that I'm not a trained mathematician or a trained physicist, right? So maybe I'm being too lawyerly here, but I'm saying in terms of what we can conceive of, I can conceive of things that are assumed today to be impossible, but I can't conceive of things that I believe to be illogical.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. So
Okay.
if we're switching to conception,
Right.
like the consequence of that has to be that we know things. There's something that we know that didn't come from perception. So we can prove certain things through pure thought, because we prove the impossible through we never perceive it.
You lost me there. How are we proving the impossible? What?
Through contradiction or through some kind of mathematical theory. It's like when I prove the impossible, I mean prove something to be impossible. I mean prove that the impossible exists.
Well, as soon as you prove that it exists, it's no longer impossible. I mean, so maybe it sounds like I'm being slithery here in my terms. I can conceive of things that we believe today are impossible, but I will also say that, hey, at one point we thought it would be impossible to get in a machine that flew across the sky, right? So I can conceive of this impossibility, but I can also admit that maybe if I were to perceive that it actually happened, then I would say, oh, I guess it wasn't impossible in the first place. But there are laws of logic. I don't think can ever be disproven. I don't think you can ever prove to me that 1 equals 2. No matter what technology you come up with, no matter what quantum foo we come up with as far as the, I don't think there will ever be a model under which we say, wow, 1 does equal 2. But maybe there's a way for, in the far distant future for us to get from here to the other side of the galaxy in an hour. Does this make sense? I'm not trying to be lawyerly a lot about it, but I want to make sure we
Okay.
have understanding in terms.
Oh, that's okay. I think I understand. It's just that I'm just trying to offer a reason why not all knowledge depends on perception. Because if we know something to be impossible to happen, then our knowledge of that can't be dependent on perception.
Well,
because
what
we just
knowledge
don't
does an
perceive
atom
that it
have?
happens. I don't think that it does have knowledge.
Well, and I'm not asking it as a gotcha. I'm asking it because, we were talking about, if we take panpsychism truly to the extreme, maybe there's limits on how far you take it, but I've heard the idea that an atom can be, can be conscious on some level, have a mentality somehow. But then that implies, to me, it implies knowledge. And then I'm like, well, then what knowledge does an atom have?
Well, that goes back to me saying earlier that I'm a cosmopsychist. Right? So I'm not actually a panpsychist. Right? So
Okay.
panpsychists believe that it's like irreducible stuff of matter that's conscious.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Whereas
So
I take
cosmopsychist
the
means
opposite
that you
perspective,
don't
so it's-
believe that
it's
the atoms
holes,
are
right? Holes.
conscious, but you believe that like the universe is conscious?
Yeah, like as an integrated system.
Okay. So in that
Yeah.
that is okay. Now I feel like we're kind of coming full circle here, because like I had originally asked, okay, but then what is that? How does that deal with the talking point of God? So you believe that and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm just trying to understand where we're at. So you believe that the universe is conscious, and that this universal consciousness is what we would call God. Is that correct or not?
Yeah.
Okay. Which is fine. I don't have a problem with you believing that, just like I truly don't have a problem with someone believing in God. I don't believe it, but I don't have a problem with other people having these beliefs. The issue is just this, that we are getting so far into theoretical, hypothetical kind of stuff that, the universe is conscious. I mean, to me, there is literally, just as much evidence for the universe being conscious as there is for, a big sky daddy who walked with Adam and Eve. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, to say that the universe is conscious, I'm not mad at it, but it feels to me like just it feels like a more philosophical way of wrapping this idea of God. And if that's your idea of God, that's fine. But then I would go back to my original contention, which is in this talking point, which is okay. And how is that not merely a hypothetical construct that you have crafted, and you may have crafted it based upon, solid reading. You may have crafted it based upon the theories of people that are much smarter than me, and that's okay. But it sounds to me like it's still just someone saying, here's my theory, and they don't have any way to test it or any way to actually illustrate it in any way whatsoever.
Okay. Well, that's where sort of other areas of science would come in to help us build a picture of why there's this negative correlation between brain metabolism and mental content. So, like I said before, there's this negative relationship between brain metabolism and mental content, such that as one goes down, the other goes up. So how can we explain that without positing any entity outside of consciousness? Basically, we can note that brain metabolism seems to track with your internal subjective life, right? So people who have sudden changes in their brain metabolism, they seem to change personality. So there's an inner aspect to this, and then there's an outer aspect, which is the brain metabolism. And there's a field of science that studies this, called dissociative identity disorder. And so why that's useful
Well,
is that
dissociative identity disorder doesn't really have much to do with brain metabolism.
It does, because it's associated, a change in identity is associated with brain metabolism. It can actually be diagnostically measured.
You're saying that there's no one with dissociative identity disorder who has two different identities in their head and then still has a relatively similar brain metabolism while they're experiencing both of those identities?
Well, I can't say that there's nobody who does that. I don't think that's how science works. Science just takes populations and it samples
Right. I
populations.
understand. I mean, I'm speaking in generalities here, but yeah, I mean, I understand you can't speak definitively for the corpus of all human, the human beings, but
Yeah.
I guess maybe I'm not trying to be unfair. I'm saying, but you're just saying that we don't know of anyone who has this, which first of all, I'm not an expert in this at all, but I've heard that dissociative identity disorder is very hard to pin down. It's even for mental health professionals, it often is not what we tend to think of as, as it's portrayed. But are you saying that we are not aware of anyone who believes that they have two or more personalities who ever experiences two or more of those personalities while having a similar brain metabolism?
I wouldn't say that because I'm not sure that that's really a scientific thing to say. What matters here is just the demonstration of the principle, is that very abrupt changes in one's identity is associated with changes in brain metabolism. So what that proves is that there's a link between the two.
I feel I don't know this, and you probably know more on this subject than I do. So I want to be fair, and I'm not accusing you of anything, but I feel like you might be. It sounds like you're using this word metabolism rather loosely. It sounds like you might be referring to like brain activity, especially the brain being stimulated in different parts of the brain, but that's not the same as brain metabolism. You know what I mean? So I'm not trying to accuse you of anything, but I feel like we might be using that term metabolism a bit fast and loose.
Okay. Well,
I bring this up because I can sit here, like we've done, studies and like I can sit here and listen to classical music, right? And they can show like, oh, there's this part of my brain that's lighting up now as I'm doing, listening to this classical music. And then I can, after a while, turn around to my computer and start programming because I'm a programmer. And then a different part of my brain will be very active, whereas the other part that was active when I was listening to classical music is not. But I don't think that it's accurate to say that those are two different metabolisms. It's just that you are, different parts of your brain are being involved for different types of activities. So if that's not what you mean, if you really do mean that the brain is operating faster or slower depending upon what personality you are experiencing, then I will concede that because I don't know. But it feels like the way you talk about it almost feels like more like, well, this personality is associated with, more with this part of the brain, and this personality is associated with the other part of the brain, but they could both have a very similar metabolism.
Okay. So metabolism is measured in terms of oxygen consumption. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when you stimulate the brain, let's say when you stimulate a brain region, that causes metabolism. So that metabolism is how the brain responds to stimuli. So whether stimuli like neurotransmitters, like serotonin or dopamine, what happens is that they bind receptors on the surface of the cell, and then that initiates like something called a G protein cascade, and then that opens channels, and then the channels let the sodium and the potassium switch sides. And that's like the electrical conductivity that results from stimulation. And all that requires a lot of energy. So whenever you stimulate the brain, there is metabolism. And that's the reason why the studies measure oxygen consumption, is because it's been established that there's a very tight correlation between brain stimulation and brain metabolism.
Let me pull this around a little bit, because I think this is an interesting conversation, although I think that it has a potential, if it hasn't already, to kind of get into a lot of side alleys that maybe we're just going to talk around forever. But I mean, you've been great to talk to. So to bring it around a little bit, the talking point is this, that God is imaginary, right? I mean, there are other talking points I can talk about, but that's the one I threw up today for the call. God is imaginary. So if, those things that are imaginary would exist only in the annals of our brain, right? We would not have any empirical evidence. If my imaginary friend is truly imaginary, then there wouldn't be any pictures of my friend. There wouldn't be any detritus from their DNA around my house. You know what I mean? Like, if they're truly imaginary, there could be no evidence for them. Any evidence for my imaginary friend has to only be in my brain. Otherwise, it's not an imaginary friend. So if God does not exist as Yahweh or whatever, which no problem for me to believe that. But if God exists as a cosmic consciousness, then what is the evidence outside of me believing that there is a cosmic consciousness?
Okay. Well, the evidence is that we can interpret the evidence scientifically and we can explain how they relate together and why we get particular results without positing any entities outside of consciousness. So it makes perfect sense if the universe is conscious because of this process called dissociation. So we know that brain metabolism's associated with dissociation.
But how is my dissociation, which is something that happens inside my head, how is my disassociation somehow evidence for a cosmic consciousness?
Well, you have to take things in combination. So one is that the external universe is patterned like a nervous system. So that's a finding from 2012, or maybe it was 2002, actually. I get confused on that one. So that's consistent with the idea that
how is
the
it
universe
patterned like a
behaved.
nervous system?
Well, just, how to go further into details on that.
Are you talking about the filaments as far as the way it's physically structured, like the matter in the universe? Or are you talking, because a nervous system can transmit signals, and I'm not sure how something that's happening in, other than light, which is just like this broadcasting that goes everywhere. That light doesn't work in the universe as a nervous system. Light is just, or not just light. I shouldn't say light. Energy that's expelled in the universe, like energy from a supernova or a star or whatever. That's just like this big vomiting of information, of energy that goes all out in every direction. That's not analogous to a nervous system. A nervous system would be like, okay, here's how signals get from the far end of the Milky Way galaxy to our local neighborhood of the Milky Way galaxy, and then here's how we can communicate back through these nerves.
Sure, that they might not necessarily be functional similarities. They might not. They're just.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Are you just referring to the way that like the filaments of the universe look in terms of the way that gravity pulls things together?
Yeah, it's the structure. The structure of the universe resembles.
Okay, so I'm bringing this up because it's one thing to say that the way that the galaxies and the superclusters, it's one thing to say that when you look at them in a 3D model, they tend to look kind of like nerves, but it's also then a huge stretch to say that we have on any level found that the universe functions at all like a nervous system. That doesn't follow.
Well, that's not the only point that I bring up. So,
well, I know, but I'm jumping on that one because you start there, and I'm like, okay, I'm trying to stay with you, but if I'm going to stay with you, like, if you say one thing that's like seems patently false, I don't want to just nod and go along because, like, wait a minute, we got to clear that up first because I'm not aware of. It's not even logical to say that the universe could operate as a nervous system because as far as we know right now, the only way to transmit information is through energy like light, right? Which means that if something were to happen today in our Milky Way galaxy, they won't know about it in the Andromeda galaxy for hundreds of millions of years. So how is that a nervous system?
Well, I didn't say that it operates like a nervous system. I just said that it's patterned like a nervous system. So it's the structural features of it are
So it looks like
corresponding.
nerves.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like the spatial arrangement. I'm talking the spatial arrangements.
That's fine.
are-
I find that to be logically really inconsequential. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, it's something that would be expected if personality dissociation is a universal thing. It's something that would be expected. So
Wait, what? The universe, the filaments of matter in the universe having a visual similarity to nerves is something that would be expected if people experience dissociative disorders?
no, so if dissociation is a universal process, then we would expect.
How is the physical alignment of matter throughout the universe in any way related to whether or not people experience disassociativeness?
Because it's been scientifically demonstrated that differences in personality disorder or personality identity is associated with different patterns of brain metabolism. So
But
if
what
identity
does
is
that have to
associated-
do with the physical configuration of matter throughout the universe?
if they display the same pattern, then it indicates that there's global dissociation.
No, just because just because the filaments of matter in the universe might have a passing similarity to what we see if we were to 3D model the nerves throughout the body, doesn't mean that it's anything more than a physical similarity.
It's a physical similarity because it's consistent with the underlying process being the same.
And like I said, the underlying process isn't the same at all. I mean,
How do you know that?
the way that matter is physically situated in the universe doesn't have anything to do with the way that nerves operate.
Well, that's the claim in question.
Okay, how okay, continue.
Okay. So what the studies show is that brain activity is the hallmark of dissociation from mental content, like outside of one's subjective experience. So if that's the case, then it will be consistent with that model that the outside universe is patterned like a nervous system.
That's a nonsensical statement. It's a non sequitur. I mean, regardless of what proclivities human beings have to disassociation or not, does not imply, and you have not made a case at all, that this would somehow then relate to the physical outlay of matter as it exists throughout the universe.
Okay, I think I've noticed what's missing, actually. So there's other studies that show that dissociated thoughts can affect our subjective experience. So like thoughts that are not inside your awareness can affect your emotions. They can even affect your perceptions. So this shows a relationship between what is outside of your awareness and sorry, when I say what is outside your awareness, I mean thoughts outside of your awareness and perceptions that are inside your awareness. So there's a relationship there. So what's being built up here is a model in which what is outside of your awareness is thought-like, so structured like thoughts. And so the finding that the outside universe is patterned the way that a nervous system is, that's consistent with that model.
Again, you're making this conclusion or connection that the way that matter is configured throughout the universe, which is a function of gravity, there are these filaments that end up being, like we've modeled where these galaxies are and where these clusters are, and everything kind of gets put together in these filaments, And you're making this connection to a disassociative nature of human consciousness. And I'm not trying to be a dick, but I feel like you're just like making this incredibly unjustified leap. Like, well, we've shown that the filaments in the universe kind of sort of look like nerves if you look at them a certain way, and therefore that's why we have that shows that that has a connection to humans that have that at times feel disassociative and have conscious and subconscious ideas. Like, these concepts have nothing to do with each other. The fact that gravity over eons of time manages to pull, to congeal matter together in galaxies, but then, in terms of the broader scope throughout the universe, creates these filaments of matter, doesn't have any logical connection to nerves or consciousness that I've ever heard of. Because for something to function on even the most basic level as a nerve, it has to be able to communicate information from one end of it to the next. And if it can't, the fact that I can pull out a ball of yarn, and with some playing with it, I can say, look, these kind of look like nerves, but that doesn't have anything to do with the universe being conscious. And I'm not trying to be dismissive or being a dick about it, but just saying, I feel like you're pulling out this thing about the way that the universe is physically organized in terms of the way that gravity is pulling universes and clusters into these filaments throughout the universe, and then you're drawing these connections to cosmic consciousness and to the dissociative nature of human psychology. And my God, that feels like a fucking leap, man. Like, I don't mean this to be insulting, but it's just like, whoa, I'm asking you to help me, because I don't want to be dismissive of what you're saying, but from what you're telling me so far, I can't draw any connection here.
Okay. Well, I mean, the first thing I have to mention is that that it's a scientific study that shows that the outside universe is patterned like a nervous system. It's not like, if you look at it a certain way, it sort of looks like a nervous system. It's not something arbitrary. It's quite scientific.
Well, I mean...
So that's the first thing.
When you say a scientific... I mean, we can throw this term scientific study on it. You're talking about the way that the matter distribution looks. In other words, physical similarity between the way that matter is configured throughout the universe and congeals at certain points, and then comparing, but you haven't told me a single thing yet that indicates that there's a scientific study that indicates that this vast filament of matter that goes from the other end of the universe to our end of the universe on any level operates as a nerve.
Well, I'm not exactly arguing that it operates as a nerve. What I'm saying is that there's a correlation between things that look like nervous systems and a subjective personality. Right. So there's this consistent pattern between brain activity, or things that look like brains, and like a subjective observer. And then we're collecting together different pieces of evidence to build a model.
But that's not evidence. The idea that when we zoom out at a massive scale and try to model what physical configuration the matter is in throughout the universe, and saying, that looks like a nerve system, that's not evidence. That's a similarity. That's like me looking at clouds and saying that I see an elephant. I probably am not lying to you when I look up at the clouds and I say, look, that looks like an elephant. I'm probably telling you the truth. But that doesn't mean that there's a scientific understanding that clouds are elephants,
Okay, well, earlier, like I mentioned, entropy, right? So maybe the key ingredient here is to look at how entropy is minimized by these self-reproducing systems, or by integrated systems. So that's another connection there that connects like the local scale with the global scale. So biological entities, they have a clear inside and an outside, and the boundary between their insides and their outsides is not arbitrary. Right? It's an informational boundary. So the way that biology,
It is arbitrary. It's called mereological nihilism.
it's not arbitrary because across that boundary they're reducing the
I
disorder.
mean, you can assert that, and I mean, mereological nihilism is not like proven, but then again, mereological nihilism is not disproven. I mean, the where you decide to make the boundary is arbitrary. You know, that's what mereological nihilism really gets down to. It's like, well, these are my glasses right now, and we can pretty much agree that they're my glasses. But if I put a piece of tape around one, piece of it, is that part of the glasses? I mean, the boundary between what is the glasses and what is not. What about the lenses? Are those, if they pop out, then are they part of the glasses? It's all arbitrary. And this is I actually love mereological nihilism because it really, when you think about it deeply, it illustrates how everything in our world is. I'm not saying that there aren't any connections between things, but I'm saying that the way that we choose to identify what is a thing in our world and where the boundaries are is truly in our head,
So, like what I was saying is that the boundary between yourself and the outside is communicated to you by your senses. Right? But what your senses do is not arbitrary. Like your senses are telling you what's...
Everything that my senses do is arbitrary by definition.
I don't think it does. They communicate information to you in orderly ways. That's not arbitrary.
Well, let me refine that. I probably misstated that. The way that we understand everything that comes to us via our senses is arbitrary. Now, you could say, well, I have a nerve at the end of my finger and I put it on a stove. And as long as my finger is sitting on the stove, that nerve keeps sending a similar, alert signal going, oh my gosh, this is hot, 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 hot. You're right. Okay. So we could probably, with enough sensitive equipment and know-how, we could probably measure, the actual nerve signals coming from my finger telling me that, oh my gosh, this is hot. And we could probably argue that those signals themselves are not arbitrary. But everything about the way that we perceive those signals is, by definition, arbitrary. I could be paralyzed, in which case I'm sitting there with my fingers burning and I don't know anything's happening because I'm not getting any of those signals. Or I could be getting the signals and I could get off sexually on pain, on my own pain. I mean, there's all kinds of things that could happen. I could be so drunk that I'm only barely feeling, this what would otherwise feel like a horrible pain. All of that is the same signal that's being sent from the nerve at the end of my finger, but is being interpreted in very different ways by my brain.
It sounds like you're conflating your interpretation with your senses. I'd say that your interpretation can be arbitrary. I wouldn't say that your senses...
So yeah, we're agreeing on that. I adjusted what I said, and so okay, we can probably put some high sensitive sensors on my nerves and measure the impulse coming from my finger as I put it on the stove. And assuming that my nerves aren't damaged, it will probably send the same signal every time, right? So that's not arbitrary. But everything else about my experience of it is arbitrary.
Okay. So the reason why I mentioned the senses...
Arbitrary is probably not a good word. It's everything else about my experience of it is subjective.
Okay. Well, one thing that you can't avoid or consign to subjectivity is this idea that our senses they're meant to represent the outside world. And that's ordering us towards a goal of survival.
Right.
The idea is to reduce... Yeah, ideally. And it's trying to reduce internal entropy. Right, because that's how we survive. We survive by creating order out of disorder in the environment.
I mean, I think I think invoking internal entropy is okay. Let's just continue on.
Okay. Actually, I think I probably have to think over some of this a bit more.
I'm sorry, say that again. What was that?
I think I just have to. I think I'll leave the conversation here. I think I have to draw the connections a bit more clearly.
Okay, I've enjoyed the conversation, and I think that even when we haven't agreed, I hope you don't take me as like, calling you an asshole or something, because I'm not. But I'm on these highly theoretical conversations. I do think it's important sometimes to be a little stubborn sometimes about things like when you're talking about the structure of matter in the universe and comparing it to nerves. It's like, yeah, I'm going to be kind of an asshole about that, just because, not because I'm trying to prove you wrong or be a debate me bro, but if we just let that pass, then suddenly like everything else that comes after it suddenly starts to sound a lot more logical. But the problem is that anyone who is following the conversation from the start can be like, wait, what? Like, how did we get there? But I think it's important, for me at least, to say, okay, if you've posited this one thing, I'm not trying to be a dick about it, but I'm also not just going to nod my head and say, sure. So to your original point about like, I'd love to talk to you again. And I mean, I don't know if I'm ever going to be convinced that there's a universal consciousness, but I definitely would. I mean, I think that these ideas can be somewhat fascinating, but I still need, as a skeptic, some grounding and understanding why, maybe I don't believe in God, but I believe that the universe is conscious, because if you don't have any grounding in it, then it just becomes another fuzzy word for God, in which if you want to believe in God, that's fine. But for me, I'm like, if I wanted to have another fuzzy name for God, I would just create another fuzzy name for God and call myself a theist,
All right. So it was nice to talk to you.
Okay. Thank you for the time. And I love your name, Adam.
Oh, thank you. Do you have the same name?
Yes, I do. So nice talking to you. I'd be happy to talk to you again in the future.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll try and do that. Bye-bye.
Okay, so that was Adam talking to us about universal consciousness, cosmic consciousness. I guess that was his term. I'll try to be as precise as possible. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think it was a good conversation. Maybe a little slow at times with both of us trying to work through each other's ideas. Of course, you guys know I don't believe in cosmic consciousness, but if I am going to be persuaded on that level, I need something. And I feel like the connections that we were trying to make there were not solid. So, but nevertheless, I thought he was a nice individual.
He was at least nice, yeah. I kind of lost the conversation after analogy with like brains and the computers, because all I could think about as like, yeah, you're talking about like one chip in the computer that could have like a lot of outcomes, but like brains have different configurations as well. Like they develop different parts of the brain at like different speed and stuff. Some parts can be underdeveloped and stuff. So like it's not like the whole computer is a better analogy a little bit, because you can make computers from like different parts with different
That's true.
Characteristics.
Yeah.
So yeah, but like you never get to this, and you kind of change the topic, so I kind of lost it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I tried to get it to be more concrete there, because it did feel like we were kind of just drifting off, and I tried to and then when we got more concrete and you got into the whole thing with the configuration of matter being like nerves and the matter in the universe, I'm like, okay, you can't just throw that out there without just because I know what he's talking about. Like if you look at these 3D maps we try to create of where we think matter is in the universe, according to our observations, there's these filaments of matter. I mean, they're not connected. They might look, when you zoom way out, like they're connected, but they're not connected. But they look like filaments of matter that go throughout space. And yeah, I can see where you can look at those You can say it kind of looks like a nervous system. Okay, I mean, like I said on the call, I can bring out a ball of yarn and drop it on the floor and say, kind of looks like a nerve system. But there's a big difference between saying, okay, I can see a visual similarity between a nerve system and the filaments of matter throughout space, versus saying there's cosmic consciousness. Like that's, and then he was bringing up the disassociative thing, which honestly was a little confusing to me. But anyway,
You know what else looks like nervous system? This Japanese experiment with mold that they did to make like a metro stations and stuff.
oh really?
You can Google probably just Japanese mold
Uh-huh.
metro, and you'll find some pictures. Like this specific mold, like it looks like a nervous system.
Japanese mold what?
Metro, like
Metro.
with trains, like underground. Yeah,
All right, let's pull this up and see what
it's
it does.
yellow.
Okay.
Yeah, this-
Oh, I see. So they're comparing the metro system to mold. Is that it?
No. What they did is like they noticed how this particular mold is always trying to get like the better path for food. Like it's gonna spread, but it's gonna give this like big connections to the like food. So it's gonna search with everything, but it's gonna build a strong connection to a food in like a shortest pattern. So what they did is they put a food as stations. And they seen how mold would like do the paths, and then they built the metro based on how mold distributed.
Okay. That's okay. That's wild. I'll have to look that up a little more detail later. But that's good. Okay.
It's really interesting. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of cool lessons to be learned from looking at the ways that nature manages to find paths. Like another one that's I feel like is maybe kind of similar is if you ever look at the way ants find, not only do they find food sources, but then you see like they start creating their own paths, and it's very analogous to, I'm going to sound like a geek here, like a computer programmer guy, but if you know anything about computer networking in particular, like the way that the way that your information goes through the internet and the way they break it into packets, and then the packets are each individually responsible for finding their own way. And then as certain packets arrive, then they essentially start creating this path that says what was the best way to get to where they went. And then other packets start following the same path. But if the path gets interrupted, then the packets can take another path. It's very analogous to the way that ants manage to forage for food and find things. It's really cool. I don't know if the network engineers.
All this stuff is really cool.
Yeah, and I don't know if the people that built the original networking protocols did it because of they knew like how ants did it, or if we found out later like, oh, ants kind of do it the same way. I'm not sure which one came first, the chicken or the. I mean, obviously ants were around before us, but I'm saying as far as this system, I'm not sure if it was built knowing about the way the ants do this or not. Really cool.
By the way, do you remember how this guy said he has echo at the background?
He said he had what?
Echo.
No.
It was just at the start of the conversation. Like he said that he has echo. Like I recorded like a little bit of the conversation, so you can hear it. I can send it to you on Discord later.
Okay.
Like after the stream. But I think it's because you probably listening to us talking on the speakers, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he probably was.
So yeah. Sometimes when you are not talking, Video Ninja picks up the volume that someone is talking on the background, and it amplifies it. So then, like right now, I'm speaking and I can hear my echo as well through your input.
Oh.
And your voice right after I speak is a bit louder, so because it's amplified it. But then later, if it's like a short conversation, like you said like couple words, I said couple words, it like normalizes, so I don't hear it. But yeah, that's like a technical thingy.
Okay. And there's
And on stream, everything is okay.
right. There's probably like on Video Ninja, which is an awesome tool. It's an incredible tool, but they have these options, and I'm never sure like whether I should try, because there's a noise gate, there's a compressor, there's auto gain control, there's echo cancellation. Like for right now,
It's probably auto gain.
So auto gain right now is on for you. So if I turn this off, does that change the echo now?
Let's try. I'm gonna speak for a little bit, and I don't hear myself right now, so yeah, probably auto gain was the
Okay, and what about here? When I'm talking, do you get an echo or?
No, I don't hear. Like I never heard echo from you because you're the input. So now everything is okay.
Okay, so
I think
maybe
it was auto gain.
I can rework the link so that it automatically leaves auto gain off, but in the short term, I can turn it off for people. So that might be causing a problem. Yeah.
Yay!
It's cool
We
to have
fixed
the tool and everything, but sometimes some of these settings feel like in my head it feels like they would do the same thing, and then I end up just kind of randomly turning them on and off to see which one is better.
Yeah, for sure. But that's why you need some people to like test stuff, because then you can find like what's the problem.
Yeah, no
and
doubt.
also, I'm waiting for Justin to drop his thing, because he's coding his own like thing for like guests calls and stuff.
He's coding it? I thought he was just
Yeah.
going to host his own instance of Video Ninja.
I think he switched now to his own thing. I don't know if it's like based on Video Ninja or not,
Okay.
but I think it's a different thing now. And he gonna have like also like chats from different platforms and stuff over there, and like donations from different channels you can put in the one place, so it would be easier to like read everything and stuff. And I think it's gonna be a good tool. Oh wait, Echo is back a little bit, but like not really, like way
Yeah,
less.
because he said he was going to do some stuff like on AWS or something, and I hit him up. I pinged him on email. I said like, hey, I have an AWS account right now. We can do a lot of stuff in, but I never heard back from him. So,
I think he's like really backed up on his emails and Discords. So
I mean, this was months
Might
ago,
get
but I mean, it wasn't on Discord. It was I sent him an email like to his address on his YouTube channel, but whatever. I mean, I'm not worried about it.
Maybe you should message him on Discord, because I think in Discord he answers like more regularly.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll do that then, because I thought he was just. I think he was probably just busy, but I also thought like maybe he just didn't want to do something or whatever. I was like, okay, that's fine. Okay.
More
I'm gonna
comments?
I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick and then do more comments. So
Okay.
I'll be right back. Say a good prayer for us, Anka.
I'm gonna do an advertisement for Discord. If you guys are still on stream and you're interested in joining Skeptica's Discord, I think you will return, and I hope you're gonna post the link in the chat, so you can all join if you're interested. And when you join, shoot me some like feedback of what you want to see on the server, because it's work in progress. I made just like all the basic stuff that anyone who has Discord, like public Discord, need. So just shoot me in DMs on Discord what you need, and we gonna do something cool. Unfortunately, I can't hit the music. I don't know if Skepticus did. It's nice to see new people in the chat. New faces.
All right, so while I refresh my drink here, I will say one last thing before we get into more comments. That I didn't think to bring this up when Adam was calling, but hey, John, welcome to the crew here.
Hello.
But when Adam was talking to us there, he's talking about this universal consciousness, and one of the many reasons why I have a hard time believing about any universal being, even whether it's the traditional Christian God or whether it's, cosmic consciousness or whatever label you want to put on it, is that when you start to realize the sheer epic problems that are involved just by the mere fact of having physics and a universe that is billions or trillions, whatever it is now, light years across, you start to realize that in the universe right now, and I'm talking, of course, the universe as a whole, the whole universe, there is no cosmic universal concept of what now is. And I know that's hard for people to get their heads around because we think to ourselves, well, yeah, things might be a really long ways away, but there's still this concept that we have in our head of now. Like right now, this is happening in the Andromeda Galaxy, and right now this is happening in the Horsehead Nebula, and right now this is happening at the center of the Milky Way Galaxy, and right now this is what's happening on Earth. But the way, and I won't go into a rabbit hole on this, but the way the realities of physics are such that even trying to introduce a concept of now on a universal scale is borderline nonsensical. And I'm bringing it up because if we said, fine, we don't have the magic Yahweh, but instead we have the universe, the cosmic consciousness. Well, even if you wanted to take that leap of faith to say there's a cosmic consciousness, in my mind at least, it couldn't even work unless there is a incredibly huge hive of cosmic consciousnesses, because there is, as far as we know, there is no logical way that something on the other side of the galaxy could have any clue of what's happening on this side of the galaxy, and they couldn't communicate. And you can say, but what if it's one consciousness? Okay, even if it's one consciousness, you have to be able to get signals. When he was bringing up the nerve thing, the nerve analogy of the way matter is in the universe. But, okay, to get even the most basic signal from the Andromeda Galaxy to us would take millions of years just to get a simple signal, which means that the whole system couldn't logically function as a whole. The whole idea of being able to function as a whole on a cosmic scale, I think, implies that you need to be able to communicate in a near instantaneous fashion on a cosmic scale. And we have no reason under any of the laws of physics that we understand today to believe that that is even remotely possible.
Be dead.
What's
I
that?
put a link for Discord, like permanent invite link in the chat, so you can just like copy paste it in the chat on YouTube if people want to join. Because I made like a small promotion.
Oh, cool! That's
and I
awesome.
asked them to like send any suggestions what they wanted to see on the server as well to me. So yeah, you can do it.
Let me put this here, and I will put this. Before I move on to the comments, let me also put this into the description of the video, even though I know a lot of people don't dive into the description while they're watching the video, but nevertheless, and plus it'll be there then, because the link I have in the I do have a link in the description, but it's the big long link, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So let me add that in, because that's really cool. I like that. Let's see, live.
And later, when you're gonna get like more people in your community, you can even make it custom, like Skepticus.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool. Thank you so much for this. I love this, and I'm definitely going to be getting into this in the more in the next couple days or week or whatever. All right, so let's get to some more comments.
Yay, comments.
Yeah, let's pull what's next here. So we talked about Japanese stuff.
By the way, John, what is this kind of timer-looking thingy?
It's stuff that Skepticus talks about sometimes.
What does he talks about sometimes?
His computer stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's what goes on inside of a computer.
I mean, that is one representation, I suppose.
Yeah.
No, but he made a logic board, I don't know, something with within the Minecraft itself, because Minecraft has
Right.
logic gates and stuff inside.
Right.
So you can build it called redstone. You can build the contraptions that actually represents the computer function.
Mindstone is Turing complete. I said Mindstone. Minecraft is Turing complete. Which isn't saying much because
it'll take a moment. To see
there are a lot of things that are Turing complete. It doesn't, like Excel, Microsoft Excel is Turing complete. Like, there are a lot of basic tools that you can use to actually write full programs if you wanted to, although
People made a computer inside Minecraft with a graphic processor and stuff.
Yep.
All right, so let's pull this
Yeah,
up.
you
Because
comment.
this was a comment from the last live stream. So I'm going to play this quick before we look at his comment here. It's kind of gross, but you can do it. Let me go back a little bit here. Mean that, because we acknowledge that Black Lives Matter, that we're, let me go back further. I want to get this Cancer Awareness Month, and I know there is one. So disgusting. Yes, you matter as a survivor of cystic fibrosis, but that doesn't mean that we have to acknowledge you when we're saying, hey, we're having an event today to acknowledge survivors of cancer. And it's the same thing with the queer community. It's like, why do we have to, if we have a Cancer Awareness Month, and I know there is one, but if you have a Cancer Awareness Month, you don't sit there during Cancer Awareness Month and say, well, why don't we have Cystic Fibrosis Awareness Month? But, well, maybe there is one, but who fucking cares? That completely misses the point. It's not pie. Just because we are acknowledging cancer survivors today, or just because we're acknowledging people of color, or just because we're acknowledging the pride of the queer community, doesn't mean that you don't get to have your white pride this month. It doesn't mean that, because we acknowledge that Black Lives Matter, that we're saying,
I won't be attending.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm never going to be attending a white pride event, but I will say that just because there is a pride event for the queer community doesn't mean you can't sit around with all your white friends and talk about how proud you are to be white. I mean, it's kind of gross, but you can do it. No one's stopping you from doing it.
Exactly.
Okay, so that is what this person is replying to. So me talking about pride events and why, when someone says Black Lives Matter, don't tell me all lives matter, and, don't, like, and this is what this person is replying to. So Polona says, why do you think it's gross to be proud to be white? This is a racist statement. Why is it okay for any other group to be proud? I mean, tell me you're a racist piece of shit without actually saying that you're a racist piece of shit. I mean, this is the classic, perfect example of it right here. First of all, anytime that you feel the need to bow up in the comments about how someone else is racist because they're not down with white pride, it's just showing how deeply insular you are and how you have your head stuck so far up your pasty white ass that you don't even have a fucking clue about the world around you. So I'm going to answer this in detail. Why do you think it's gross to be proud to be white? I mean, first of all, I will tell you that generally speaking, I think that in a perfect world, none of us would ever feel the need to be proud or ashamed about our ingrained attributes, okay? I'm not proud about the fact that I have green eyes. I'm not proud about the fact that I have brownish, reddish, graying hair. I'm not proud about the fact that I'm 5'10". These are just attributes that I was born with or grew into, okay? So why should anyone feel, and for that matter, like people that are like, I'm proud of my neighborhood or my city. I mean, you didn't make your city. I'm proud of my country. Well, it's the place you happen to live, So even though those aren't ingrained attributes, the point is, in a perfect world, you'd be proud of the things that you've accomplished. You'd be proud of the good things that you've done. You'd be proud of the good works that you've done to help other people. Now, I know you can sit there and say, but Adam, you don't think there's anything wrong with being proud about being gay or proud about being black. But here's the deal. Pride, just like most words, does not have a single meaning in the English language. And pride, when it is leveraged by people in marginalized communities, is almost always a reactionary term. In other words, they're reacting to the fact that they have had shame pushed upon them, that they have had people implied that they should be ashamed to be gay, or that they should be ashamed to be black, or that they should be ashamed to be a woman. They are reacting to the fact that there is this external pressure of shame that people are trying to slather on top of them. So in those respects, I do understand and support when people say that it's Gay Pride Month or it's Black Pride Month, or this is some any kind of pride event that is helping people in marginalized communities to escape the stigmas that have been unfairly placed upon them by people outside of their marginalized community. I do understand and support then why they want to embrace this idea of pride. Take queer people, for example. For fucking decades, they were expected to be in a closet, not physically, but conceptually, they were expected to literally hide who they are. So it is completely understandable as a reaction to the historical bigotry that has been attached to the queer community that they would now embrace a posture of pride, because again, it is reactionary. I would love to be at a place in this world where no gay person even feels the need to dance around and say, look how proud I am to be gay. Because in a perfect world, it would just be like, yeah, you're gay. We get it. I'm straight. You're gay. There's nothing to be ashamed of. There's also nothing particularly to be proud of there. It's just one of your attributes. Who cares? But obviously, that is not the world that we live in. I live in the real fucking world. Polonez apparently does not. So Polonez is pissed off that I'm such a racist because I implied and said pretty directly that it's gross to be associated with white pride. Not only do I think that in a perfect world you shouldn't be trying to attach your pride to your innate attributes if you're not oppressed for those attributes. But on top of that, let's be really frank here. Every single time in the real world you encounter someone who embraces a posture of white pride, that person is a fucking idiot and a racist. It'd be one thing if there were maybe some decent people out there like, well, I don't know, I just want to have this nice pride event for white people. But I have yet to find such an event. I mean, not that I'm really looking for them, but the point is that anytime someone starts squawking to you about white pride, that's not even subtle. If you don't understand the innate dog whistle racist bullshit that they are implying with that, then you're probably one of them. So, yes, I did absolutely state very clearly in the last live stream that it is gross to be proud of being white. I mean, look at the fucking society we live in. Do you really need, of all of the privilege and the privilege and the, what's the other word I'm looking for? The advantages that you have as someone who is not downtrodden for your skin color. You're not downtrodden for your gender. You're not downtrodden for your sexual preferences. And yet we still need to be celebrating the fact that you're white. Grow the fuck up. Just grow the fuck up, man. I mean, anytime you see a comment like this is just like putting a huge sign up, like waving around a huge sign that says, look at me, I'm a fucking bigot. And yeah, I have to acknowledge Michael's thing here. He says, I'm sick of white people. I totally understand this. As a cracker pasty ass motherfucker, I totally understand this, because the simple fact is, I mean, no, I don't hate white people. I don't hate myself. I don't hate my skin color. But the fact that people pull up this kind of shit, you know, why do you think it's gross to be proud to be white? They're racist, man. You're totally racist. Yeah. Take me to your white power parade and we can put on our fucking hoods and burn a cross on someone's lawn and feel good about ourselves. Go fuck yourself. What a pissant little bitch of a person.
Let me be a little bit of contrarian here, maybe.
Okay, go for it.
I think it's not gross to be proud to be white without the context around it, like a historical context of America, historical context of like all the colonialism and stuff. Like, it's okay to be proud of who you are, but when people talking about like a specific topic and it has context behind it, then it's kind of weird to be proud of something but like it used just a token for what actually was talking about, you know? So like technically he is right. There is nothing gross to like be proud being white, right? But at the same time, like you were not actually talking about like white guys or like just white color of skin. You were technically using this as a like a placeholder for everything that was like associated with this, like all the white supremacy, colonialism, American history, all this stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean, I mostly agree with you. I mean, at the end of the day, like, well, first of all, like you said, it's context, right? And that's why I don't have a problem with like gay pride, but I'm much more annoyed with white pride because of the context. Because I know why gay people are celebrating Pride Month or did celebrate Pride Month now. It's, you know, I know why that's a big deal for them because of the context, the historical context of how they've been treated for so long. And to the same point, with context for white people. And I know that there are white people that have horrible lives, but they don't have horrible lives because they're white, you know? So get out, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I don't have much patience. It would be one thing if I had this group of people around me and some of them were proud of being white and they were racist assholes, and some of them were proud of being white and they were good people. But honestly, this is one of those areas where part of the context that I look at this in is, what do the people around me indicate? I'm not saying that makes a point correct or not, because theoretically the point is either right or wrong, right? But the problem here is that when everyone that I've ever known who bitches about white pride and why don't we have a White History Month and White Lives Matter, every single one of those people is a fucking asshole. So I would love to find, you know, so that's why I'm saying, I mean, you're right that in theory,
if we lived in a perfect world where everybody loves everybody, like, and we don't have any oppression and stuff, it would be okay to say, I'm proud being white, I'm proud being black, I'm proud being whatever, purple. Like, it would not matter. But when people talking about, like, I'm proud of being white or I'm not proud of being white, they're using white as a token, like as a placeholder for everything, like in context of history and like all this stuff.
You're absolutely correct, but that's why I said when I opened that by saying that to me, in a perfect world, we wouldn't be sitting here being proud of what are our inborn traits. I mean, it's not like you accomplished something by being white. You know, it's not like, oh, I worked all of my life to be white and now look, I'm finally white. Like, no, even in a perfect world, even if there was no racism and no bigotry.
Racism cure, just work your way to become white.
Yeah, but like, I think that in a perfect world, we would be proud of the shit that, you know, the good things, the things that we've accomplished, the ways that we've helped others, the art that I made, you know, like those are the things to be, I think, perfect. In a perfect world, I think those are the things to be proud of. Like, what have you done? And it does. I don't mean it has to be. I don't mean it has to be something like, oh, I've done something to save the world. I mean, you might be proud of a short story that you wrote because maybe you think it's a really great short story. I can get behind you being proud of your short story more than I can get behind you being proud of your skin color, because your skin color is not an accomplishment. You know, your skin color is just who you are. I mean, to be clear, don't be ashamed of who you are. I mean, in a perfect world, like, you know, no matter what skin tone you were born with, no matter whether you're rich or poor, you know, like no matter whether you're straight or gay or whatever, like you would not be ashamed of who you are. But there's a difference between saying, I'm not ashamed of being white, because I'm not ashamed of being white, versus saying, I'm proud to be white. You know, like every single time I've heard someone pull up the white pride shit, you know, or white history or white this or white that, they're always an asshole. Every fucking time.
And how you said it's a reactionary thing, because people who are in this like LGBT group, they usually, like, they were told usually, especially if they're older, they were told from the start that they should be ashamed to be what they are. So now they're like kind of firing back, but saying, I'm actually proud of what I am.
Bingo.
I think it's just the proud word, or like pride or whatever. It's just a little bit confusing because, for example, for me as a foreign like language speaking whatever, like the month of LGBT acceptance sounds better than the like Pride Month, because of how I understand the words and how how I feel the culture behind these words and stuff. And then we wouldn't have this problem, kinda, because you would not say, I'm not accepting that I'm white. You would say, I accept that I'm white, and you should accept that like other person is black. I accept that I'm straight. You should accept that other person is gay. Like,
yep.
And confusion will stop. But people like this, they would not have anything to say to you.
Yep. No, I agree. And, you know, I don't normally like to get into definitions because that can be a little trite, but I did pull up here from the AI overview, you know, pride definition. As it says, it can mean several different things depending upon the context, right? Just like you said. Generally, it refers to a deep sense of self-respect, personal worth, or the pleasure you feel from an achievement. So you can see there's a couple different, you know, like I'm keying on the achievement fact. I also agree that you should have self-respect, you know, no matter who you are. You should have self-respect if you're white or black or, you know, any other color or, you know, nationality or whatever. You should have self-respect if you're gay or straight or whatever, if you're man or woman. So, you know, from that perspective, I think that everyone should have pride in every aspect of themselves. In other words, you should have self-respect, okay? But also, you know, the latter part of that sentence, or the pleasure you feel from an achievement. Well, you know, I did not achieve whiteness. You know, like, I was born this way, and it's a genetic lottery. And I won it.
But a lot of people think about pride in a more negative connotation. Even here in this definition, like after all this.
Well, especially because the Bible shits on it.
It talks about
right?
the negative. Yeah. It's usually because of the Bible, or like religion. Like any religion sometimes do it this way. But and I think the bad connotation sticks a little bit better, as like the bad stuff always sticks better than the good stuff. So yeah, that's why I'm like really pro the acceptance word, because the acceptance is better in this context, I think. But yeah, and in terms of pride, I think that like proudness. Do you have something like pride but proud? Like I'm proud of my achievements. That's kind
Right.
of better than like
Yeah.
I have pride because of my achievements.
And like according to Merriam-Webster, the bad is when pride becomes excessive or exaggerated, it turns into conceit, vanity, or ego. This inflated sense of superiority can lead to stubbornness or an inability to admit mistakes. But so I do understand that
Yeah.
there's a lot of
What does it
connotations
sound?
around the word.
Why does it sound like Christians?
What's that?
Why does the bad connotation sounds like Christians?
because first of all,
Interesting.
because Christians can be bigots, but also because when the Bible talks about pride, it usually talks about it in this sense.
Yeah, but like they are the ones who can't admit mistakes and who are stubborn.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
it totally does.
This is a perfect retort, you know.
Yeah. I mean, conceit, vanity, or ego. Man, it sounds like a lot like an apologist, really. you know?
Yeah.
An
Yeah,
inflated sense
literally.
of superiority can lead to stubbornness. I mean, what's more stubborn than a Christian apologist? Or an
And
inability.
superiority, like I know the truth, you don't. Like
Yeah. Or an inability to admit mistakes. Or I would even say, like in this case, an inability to admit what's on the written page of your holy text. So that's my little diatribe there about white pride. And I mean, to your point, Anka, it's not that I don't understand if I wanted to be as accommodating as I could be to Polonez here. We could read it in the best possible way, but here's what.
This dude probably just a racist like retort. So
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. And part of the reason I can't give this person any credit is because if you go, I went back and played that, and I didn't just play like a 3-second snippet. I played like the minute or whatever, because if you listen to it in context, I think it's pretty clear what I'm talking about. And this is how he wants to reply to it with this crap. So, anywho, moving on.
Yeah, but like even out of context, like even if you take your snippet out of context, like you still have the context, like from history and like from
Well,
everything,
true.
like So like if you even take your snippet out of context, you still have the context. So
No.
you need not to learn anything about history or just ignore it.
Right.
You need to have
very true.
pride in your knowledge. that
I
you don't
totally
have.
agree. All right, so this this was a weird comment to me. This came on the homophobia with music with chords video. Ink Ben says relationships aren't supposed to be about sexual attraction. I don't know what perspective this person was coming from, because this is a video where I'm reacting to this fucking pastor talking about homophobic shit, right? And I don't know if Ink Ben is like a Christian who's trying to say that this is why he doesn't want gay people around, because it shouldn't be about sexual attraction, or if he's just trying to make a general platonic statement about life and relationships. I mean, I can't. It's too short and too vague to tell you exactly what he means, so I don't want to read too much into it. But it's a weird statement because, yes, on one level, there are many different types of relationships that we enter into all the time in our lives, and most of them will not be and should not be sexual. Your relationship with your coworkers, your relationship with the lady who serves you a sandwich at the deli, these are not sexual relationships, and it's probably gross if you try to impose those. And there's family relationships that hopefully aren't sexual. There's all sorts of relationships, but to make a blanket statement that relationships aren't supposed to be about sexual attraction, well, I mean, some of them are. And I get, like, if you want to say, well, even with your relationship with your spouse, there's more to a relationship than just getting naked, right? Okay, but that doesn't mean it shouldn't be about sexual attraction at all. I mean, there are romantic relationships, and romantic relationships usually naturally have a significant component of sexual attraction to them. And if they do, there's nothing wrong with that, you know? So maybe, granted, this comment here is so short that maybe this person does have a more nuanced view and they just kind of blurted this out, and maybe I'm not understanding the context. But I just thought it was a weird statement to throw on this video. You know what I mean?
I understand, and like to be really lawyerly, what you like to do.
Mm-hmm.
If we pull the definition of relationships, yeah, they could be not about sexual attraction at all.
Sure,
Like,
most of
because
them are.
Technically, we have relationships right now,
Right.
and like we at least mostly straight. So like,
Yeah.
you know, as far as we know, you know.
Well, and also, you know, like you look pretty hot there and you're on camera, but I ain't going to Russia, dude. So, you know.
No, yeah, for sure. Maybe in like couple years or so, if we develop a better relationship connection, you know. But
This is going to be
for
so
now,
awkward a few years from now when Anka shows up in New Orleans and he's going to be like, "Hey, you said there was a chance." I'm going to be like, "Oh shit." Oh shit.
And you no. You said you was a chance, and you're polling the stream and you're showing the conversation. There was never this time when I said it. I never say this stuff. You know,
Exactly.
the same stuff with the retort thing.
It's going to be like awkward.
So yeah, it's gonna be another clip. So yeah, but so relationships not necessarily need to be about sexual attractions, but they can be. And I don't know why his wording is aren't supposed to be.
Right.
Like I would answer to this guy and like ask to him to like elaborate on what he means, but I don't know if he even can, because like this answer is like really weirdly worded for me at least.
Yeah, it is. And sometimes I feel compelled to, you know, ask people for clarification, but in this case, I'm like, I'm just going to talk about it for a minute on the live stream and then move on, you know? Because like you said,
Yeah, that's good
you know,
enough.
it's one thing to say that it's not supposed to be. I would say, well, you know, for some relationships at least, they're not supposed to be, you know, again, going back to like if you have a romantic relationship with someone, like with your spouse or something, I mean, hopefully it's not based solely on sex, but
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
but it should be based at least somewhat on sex. I mean, most
And
good.
if he means that, if he meant that the relationships aren't supposed to be solely about sexual attraction,
Right.
then I agree with him for sure. But because he has like such a poorly worded statement, like I don't speak English, but even I can't really understand what he was trying to say here.
And also, if he put that word solely in here, if he said relationships aren't supposed to be solely about sexual attraction, it would make it more logical. But it would also then make me think, well, I never claimed in the video that they're supposed to be solely about sexual attraction. You know what I mean? So even if it clarified it that way, it's like, then my answer would be, but that wasn't what I said in the video, you know? Like, so either way, it was weird. But, you know, c'est la vie.
And it's also, I don't know what relationships doesn't include, because technically if you hate someone but you interact with them, you still have relationships. So like
True.
Relationships is basically like every interaction you have.
Yeah. Or, I mean, at its broadest form, a relationship is just a shared paradigm for interacting with someone. It could be someone you hate, like you said, but yeah, you could even go that far. So on this next video or next comment here, this is from the summary of 1 Samuel, and Frankman Sauer, he comments fairly frequently on my stuff. He says, now that Texas wants to force Bible study, how can we use that to fully expose the fraud of the Old and New Testaments? That would be delicious. So I thought this was a fun comment to bring up. Obviously, this isn't from someone who's opposing me, but I'm probably going to have some answers here that Frankman Sauer does not appreciate so much. I don't know if you know about this, Anka, but now in Texas, they've passed this new curriculum where the students there will have to read the Bible as part of their high school curriculum. And I've heard this go both ways from atheists and agnostics and skeptics. I've heard some people, bringing this up as horrible, objectively horrible. I've also heard some people almost trying to paint this as possibly being positive. And my position on this is very simple. Well, first of all, I just think it's from an educational perspective, it's gross. Because it'd be one thing if you said, look, we're going to require to graduate that everyone does mine shifted a video about this. Thank you, Michael. If you said, look, we want as part of our curriculum that everyone needs to take one class on world religions. And in that class, there's going to be a balanced review where we read some stuff from the Bible, we read some stuff from the Quran, we read some stuff from the Bhagavad Gita, and we try to approach it in a balanced manner. I mean, I still would wonder, do we really need that as part of our high school curriculum? But I wouldn't be opposed to it. But the simple fact is that's never going to fucking happen. That's not the way this is going to happen in Texas. This is not going to be a balanced portrayal. It's not going to be like, hey, let's talk about all the world religions and let's paint them all in a neutral light. No, this is just their foot in the door for more indoctrination. Everyone knows what it is. And when we say, it can fully expose the fraud of the Old and New Testaments, I wish I could get behind that. The problem is I've seen, some of the reports of what there's only like 10 stories or whatever that the kids are going to read. And they're going to read, of course, they're not just going to pull up a fucking Bible and then teach out of it. They're going to have their happy Fisher-Price, My First Bible Starter Kit school versions of the stories, right? They're going to be sanitized. And it's only going to be the little pieces of stories that they want to tell. So, like I said before last year, when Louisiana passed their shit to say that they got to put the 10 Commandments in every schoolroom, I said, that's great. I would love to see the 10 Commandments put in every schoolroom. But the problem is they're not going to put the actual 10 Commandments. Because if they put the actual 10 Commandments, this is what we'd have at every schoolroom. We'd have multiple references to slaves, because the 10 Commandments reference slaves 3 times, 2 times or 3 times. We would also have the 10 Commandments telling us that that God will show steadfast love to the that God will punish children for the iniquity of parents to the 3rd and 4th generation of those who reject me. Of course, that's not in the version that these assholes want to put in the school, right? They want to put that little abbreviated version where there is no mention of the word slave and there's no mention of punishing children for the sins of their parents. There's just this, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal, like that kind of shit. So in a perfect world, which obviously this is going to be the opposite of that. In a perfect world, if you just said to me, hey, there's a new initiative where American schools across the board are going to be exposing children in a neutral way to the Bible writ large, to all of the good and bad of the Bible, then I'd say, okay, that's interesting. But we all know that's never going to happen. They're going to curate their favorite little stories. And even then, they're not going to give them the raw story as it comes out of the Bible. They're going to give you the redacted version, the cleansed version that's easier to read and has all of the bad words taken out and has all of the questionable references taken out. And then they're going to, so they're going to whitewash the whole thing. And that's what's going to come out of this. So I, like almost every other evangelical initiative, Bible initiative that comes out of this country, I see this as being very close to it, almost a pure net negative. I guess if I'm trying to be as optimistic as possible, you could argue that maybe a small percentage of those kids that wouldn't otherwise have been exposed to the Bible will be in this class in Texas, and the curious ones will then say, oh, let me go read the rest of it. And then they'll start reading the rest of it and say, oh my gosh, this is gross. But we all know that's not going to be the majority. That's going to be a tiny, tiny, tiny minority of kids, right? The majority of this is just state-sponsored religious indoctrination. That's all it is. So while I appreciate Frank Mansauer's spirit of his comment here, I can't claim to have any of the same optimism at all.
The only thing I'm thinking about is how many kids, majority of them are already Christian, at least culturally, right?
Yep.
So and the American education system is really bad. So when they're gonna even remake the Bible and stuff, when they're gonna do it, they still gonna leave some mistakes or some contradictions or some stupid stuff anyway, because you can't really tell the Bible without any of this stuff. So I guess the only thing I can hope for is some kids who are culturally Christian but not really Christian, they would at least after learning about this stuff in class would have some questions.
I mean, it's possible. And there's almost never a scenario like this that is 100% perfectly bad, right? Like you said, I'm sure that for a small handful of kids, it might spawn curiosity that leads them to actually read the book, which then leads them to go, ew. But for the majority of them, and to be fair, it's not going to expose many kids to Christian ideas that they wouldn't have been exposed to otherwise. But what it will do is it'll just, for the kids that are already growing up in Christian homes, it helps to cement the indoctrination. It cements the social norm that this should be taught everywhere, and that we're a Christian nation, and that we should be creating laws based upon Christian ideas. And it will cement this further cultural bullshit that comes along with it. This is an interesting comment here. I want to bring this up in relation to this, because Zeustus
I love this
says,
stuff.
hey, Skepticus, won't they retort with bringing up sexual education being indoctrination as well against their religious beliefs? Well, conservative Christians have been bitching about sexual education in American schools for 50 years at least. They were bitching about it when I was in school. So, you're not wrong, but I don't think that this issue about the Texas stuff changes that at all. I don't disagree with you at all, but I just don't think it makes any difference. They were already bitching about sexual education. But to your point, there is a delicious irony here. Not that the Christians are going to care, but the delicious irony, is that they will complain all day about indoctrination of sexual education in public school. They'll complain just about general liberal indoctrination in public schools. But what is their answer to that? Well, their answer to that in this case is to respond with their own indoctrination, which, if you think about that logically, that's not a very good ethical retort at all, but that is probably what they will do. And Atomic Punk says, part of what helped me deconstruct was debating my friends in high school. We were all Christian, so I would take the atheist side to actually debate. Then I realized that my points made sense. That's funny. That's really funny. It's like, okay, I'm going to, for the purpose of debate, I'm going to take the atheist side. And then the more you start talking through it, it's like, holy shit, this makes sense. That's pretty good. I like that. I can't claim to have had any kind of experience like that myself. When I was in high school, I went to public school, so it was very secular. And no one really in my school talked about religion much at all. So there, of course, there were some kids who were big into church and everything and talked about it at school. But for the most part, I had a pretty secular education, thankfully. But That's a great point, though. I love that. Okay, more comments.
The word of the week, retort.
Yes, I'm glad you put that up there because I did notice that on that comment right away. That did actually trigger my brain, but I didn't mention it. But thank you for pointing that out. That's very timely. And we had Matthew in the chat there earlier. I wasn't going to sit there and feed a bunch of his shit, but I guess.
I think he crashed away and ran. Like that's.
Well, he was crashing over because my thumbnail says that God did not bless this country, and he, of course, I think I didn't get a chance to really read his chat, and I didn't care that much, but he seemed to be crashing out over that.
To the atomic, when someone ends up saying, "Well, my preacher said," that's why now I use a lot of my priest said, because I have an ex-priest friend who's from like a Russian Orthodox church who's now an atheist, and like he teaches me a lot of stuff. A lot of the stuff that I don't know about because it's from like Apocrypha and from like our Russian church tradition. So like that's why I now use a lot of my priest said.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Christians hate it.
All right, next comment was from the Fenord video, and I can't tell if this person's joking or not. Spooky Spooksin or Spooky Spooksin, I don't know. It says, "You're just strawmanning religion, you Fenord." I don't know if they're actually saying that ironically, or if they actually are mad because I, said bad things about religion, and they think I was strawmanning. But I don't even need to talk about that one much. But I was like, every once in a while you get a comment where it's like, I don't know if they're in favor of me or against me. I don't know if they're pissed off at what I said or if they're just being sarcastic.
You can just see everything as a like meta humor, so that helps.
Right. And there's some one of the internet laws, like those made up laws that like says, on the internet you can't ever actually tell what's sarcastic, what sarcasm is. All right, so this one also from Fenord, the Fenord video says, Luke Violent says, "I just want to comment here that a religion may have no God but still be a religion." And I'm glad I wanted to bring this up because I was hoping, if you would call in today, Anka. So it says, Soviet Union was such a place as it had prophets, scripture, inquisition, soteriology, hell, indoctrination from 7-year-old to the final college year, baptism. While not mandatory, there was a ceremony where the newborn got a proper revolutionary names. Not to name, of course, suppression of other religions up to physical extermination. Soviet-style Marxism, Leninism was a religion dressed as political, economical doctrine. There are, of course, reverses of that too, with a political doctrines pretending to be religions. I'm not going to point fingers because now it is all around anyway. So I'm going to shut up, Anka, since you are the guest voice here from I know you're not from the Soviet Union anymore, but you're from the land of the Soviet Union. What do you say about this?
I say it's pretty accurate in a way that like Soviet state actually, they tried to make some sort of a cult from leaders always, especially you can see it with Stalin for sure, because he's basically one of the big ones that always depicted on like stone statues. You always have like Marx, Lenin, Stalin. So yeah, they for sure tried to make it as a cult or some sort of non-religious cult with their own, how to say it, like rituals and stuff. So yeah, like it's pretty accurate.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that input. I'm actually a little surprised because not that we have to agree on everything, but and of course you have more of a perspective on this than I do. I guess I get a little touchy about these kind of messages because it feels like one of the recurring themes that I get in my comments is from people doing the whole, well, everything is religion bullshit, you know? And I feel like that, not that this person necessarily is coming across as snotty or anything, but I think that usually when people take that route, they're either overtly or covertly trying to smuggle in this pacifying idea of religion. You know, like well, everything is religion, and therefore, what does it matter? Not that this person is saying that, but I get a little tired of what I perceive as this constant attempt to reclassify anything and everything as religion. And I think of it as usually being a defense mechanism for apologist-minded people. So from that perspective, I don't doubt that the Soviet Union had aspects of indoctrination, and that they had,
Yeah,
hey,
for
Mary,
sure.
we'll get to you in just a second here, that they had some, you know, there are, any fanatical institution at some point has some aspects that you can define as religion. And like one of the examples.
That's why I said more of a cult and not necessarily a religion, because like I see religion as something that like build around some sort of god or gods.
Right.
I know it's not necessarily like the definition of religion, but that's how like I see it, and I think that's how most normal people understand it. Because I don't think people would see something like a Buddhism as necessarily a religion if they actually like see what it's about. But technically, Buddhism is a religion, and there is like even like theistic, deistic branches of Buddhism.
There is.
So yeah. But yeah, like a lot of the stuff that he says is like really you can kind of, I don't know what's hell he referring to.
Yeah,
Maybe he
that's
refers
a
to
good-
the gulag. But
Oh,
it's
that
not
could
necessarily
be.
hell. Yeah, but it's not after death, so it's not really the same thing.
Right.
So yeah, but indoctrination, yes, for sure. Through everything, through media, through even like if you're not a part of a communist party, then you don't really have a good way to like get a good job and stuff. Prophets, kinda. You can see like Lenin, Marx, and Stalin, and like other like big figures as prophets. Scripture, for sure. Marx-Leninism, that they had this for sure. Inquisition, yeah, technically, what we call черный воронок, or like a black, like it's like a black car thing. It's like KGB stuff, basically. So yeah, baptism. It's more of a cultural thing because people were indoctrinated. They used some words or phrases. They like shortened them into the names and named some kids this stuff. It's like really stupid. It wasn't really popular, but some people did it. Yeah, but like not to name, of course. So yeah.
Okay. And Mary popped in and out again. I was going to get there just now. But anyway, if you're still there, Mary, feel free to call back. So, yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. And obviously, like I said, of course, you have a better perspective on this. I guess the last thing I'll say on this before moving on to the next comment is that this may sound like a weird connection, but to me, it almost feels like the guy, Adam, who called in before, talking about cosmic consciousness, right? And I don't care if you want to believe that the cosmos is conscious. I mean, I don't see any evidence for it. But at a certain point, when we define God so insanely vaguely that now it's like God is just anything and it's consciousness anywhere. And I mean, if that's what you believe, that's what you believe. But at some point, the terms become so vague that they become meaningless. And I would say the reason I'm bringing that up here with regard to this comment is I feel the same way sometimes about when people talk about religion. I know that religion is a big, broad term, and I know it can be hard to nail down exactly what religion means, right, in any particular context. But the flip side is if religion just means any institution or avenue where people feel strongly about something, and where there's a type of indoctrination going on, and there's rituals, I mean, then we can,
But then technically America is also a religion, because they have you have this American nationalism, symbols everywhere,
Oh, yeah.
everyone has the flag of the America on their house and stuff, all this patriotism, all the films about American soldiers and stuff, all the events, isn't there's a big event today, I think, for you? It's already the next
yeah,
day for
it's
me.
it's the 4th of July or Independence Day.
Yeah. So all these rituals and stuff. Then America also a religion. Then any government that has this type of message is a religion. So religion doesn't actually mean anything anymore.
Right. And here's the acid test that I would give for this. Anytime someone starts talking in big, broad terms about religion, if I was
And
talking to this,
Luke is not doing it, by the way. He just pointing how USSR was similar to the religion.
Right.
And I can agree with him on that. It's
I agree.
not a big problem.
But if I were talking to someone who's talking, kind of playing the everything is religion card, I'd say, okay, then please define for me religion. What do you think religion is? And if their religion, if their definition of religion applies to the fan base of my local sports team, then it's not a good definition for religion.
Oh no!
But you know what I'm saying? Because
early Christianity is basically a sports team.
Well,
so.
but a lot of times when people use these big, broad, touchy-feely definitions for religion, they become so broad.
When people trying to broaden it, then it just lost every meaning it had.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about. If you want to do this comparison thing to America has prophets, founding fathers. America has scripture, the Constitution.
Absolutely.
It has Inquisition, the IRS or whatever it's called right now. Or technically you can say even police is Inquisition. All this stuff. You can just apply it to this. Yeah. In the broad sense.
I had to look up here. So I don't ever want to misrepresent myself as knowing something I don't. I had to look up what is soteriology. Did you know what that was?
I have no idea. That's why I skipped it.
Yeah. So I don't want to sit there and just skip over it like I know what it means. So it is the theological study of religious doctrines of salvation. Okay.
Then it's not applicable to USSR, to any thing that you can broad as a religion.
Yeah. Okay, more comments. Where's my screen here? There we go. Oh, let's close that. Up here, there we go. Ah, no, close that. So this is on the Fenord video.
Oh, this is the big one. By the way, don't forget that you have a call link on the screen, so the bottom part is hardly readable when it's a long comment.
That's a good point.
Just
yeah,
scroll a little bit further if you
Yep. So it says, "Hello, author. Thank you for the video, but here is where you go wrong. You paid too much attention to Christianity, but forgot about Islam and other religions, including New Age brainwashing." So I'm going to take these point by point. You paid too much attention to Christianity. I get this from time to time on my channel. People why didn't you talk about Islam? Generally, my response to this is pretty dismissive. If you want to talk about Islam or New Age or whatever, get your own damn channel. I understand that maybe the title says religion, and maybe in the text of the video I spent too much time saying Christianity in particular. If you don't understand that a lot of times when I say Christianity, a lot of these critiques apply to other religions, then, I'm not going to sit here every time I mention, I'm not going to, first of all, say every time I'm not going to wash Christianity out of my vocabulary and replace every instance of vocabulary of Christianity with the word religion, because sometimes I am talking specifically about Christianity. And I've said this on my channel multiple times before, but yes, I'm presenting my channel from the cultural perspective of where I am at and where I was raised. I'm in the United States. I'm an American. I'm living in the Deep South. And yes, that does tilt my stuff towards Christianity. But I don't feel like I have to have a representative example of every other religion in order for my channel to be valid. So, this person isn't being that snarky there in this first point, but sometimes it just feel like, come on, dude, if
I think it's a bit snarky to like just from the start say here where you go wrong.
well,
like
yeah,
a little bit snarky
but I mean,
already.
I don't even mind that so much.
If you
so
said
then,
that's where I think you go wrong, it would be not snarky.
right, that's true. So then the next comment, and I won't spend too much time on this because we've already talked about this today in the live stream. You mentioned Japan as a high-level atheist country and used it as an example that atheists are not that bad. It's wrong because their way of living became such not thanks to atheism, but because of their culture, close bonds with nature, and mindset. Also, by saying that it is an ethical society, you forgot to mention the level of self-harm in Japan, which is horrific, and the crisis of the family in Japan. Moreover, if you review their adult content, you may be less confident about their ethical standards. This is an argument.
Yeah, he knows.
Yeah, this is an argument because such content is a great way to look at society's subconscious health. And man, what they like, we couldn't even imagine in our minds. So this is
just self-report. I'm sorry. Like,
oh, I agree.
This is just self-report.
I agree. And, first of all, it says it's wrong because their way of living became such not thanks to atheism. No, that's not wrong. I've never claimed that they acquired their way of living because of atheism. The point is that you can have a perfectly functioning society with morals and standards and ethics without being specifically Christian and without being overtly religious, even though I know religion exists in Japan. Okay. And Coleman, we'll get to you in just a second here. Let me finish this point. But he's making a straw man, by saying, because it didn't come about because of atheism. That's beside the point. Then he says, by saying his ethical society, you forgot to mention.
One second also.
Go ahead.
It's like if he had a point that Christian societies don't have self-harm, don't have like pornographic content and anything, he could have had any grounds here, maybe,
except
to
he'd be wrong.
Points. No. It would be like at least he could have had something. But we know that Christian societies also have like depression, self-harm, like pornography, and it doesn't correlate with religion. It correlates better with like a living situation, or
right.
how it's called, like so it's like completely
standard
different
of living
here. Yeah, standard of living. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So this is so intellectually bankrupt, this point here, because I never said, anytime I bring this shit up, people then want to point out anything that they see as some problem in their eye about this other society, in this case, Japan. It's like, no one said these other societies are perfect. There is no perfect society in the whole damn world. The point isn't that Japan is perfect and America sucks. The point is that when you think about Japan, now maybe they think Japanese people are fucking horrible, but generally speaking, most Americans don't think of Japan as being this Wild West of immorality and like people killing each other in the streets and doing horrible things and having no standards. Like most people, even if they've never come close to visiting Japan, have a general understanding that, well, Japan is a modern, reasonable society and they have morals and laws and standards and ethics. Now, does that mean that everything's perfect in Japan? No. And I think part of what he's talking about with self-harm is that for years, Japan has had a very high rate of suicide, which sucks. Although, if you look at the most recent numbers over the last 10 to 15 years, they've been coming down a lot and ours have been going up. So they're getting pretty close. And they've been consciously trying to make that better. But the point is, you can look at any society and find pockets of their society that have problems. Some societies have high suicide rates. Some societies have high rates of spousal abuse. Some societies have high rates of, people dropping out of the education and not getting educated. Like we can pick any problem in society and find some country that has a problem with that. So this isn't to say that Japan is perfect. The point is that Japan is not some horrible wild west of, immorality and depravity, and like people that just can't live because they're all just devoid of Jeebus. No, it's an upstanding modern society that, yes, has some problems, but it's also pretty damn normal as far as having, good jobs, good standard of living, good health care, etc. And to claim that you have to have Jeebus in order to not have those problems in your society is like holding up a big sign that says, I don't understand how the world works. I'm going to get to Coleman here. So before we move on in this comment here, Coleman, are you with us? Are you there, Coleman? Coleman.
Maybe his mic is not connected.
Well, I don't see his mic as being muted. Let's see. So, because normally, if you're muted, I can actually see it. It'll show like.
No, maybe he has a different mic connected. Can you check it in his settings?
Let's see here. Audio settings. Well, it looks like he doesn't have a mic connected at all. Yeah, it says no microphone selected. So, Coleman, if you have, it looks like you have different microphones available. Oh, wait.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, hi. How's it going, buddy? I'm a big fan of your show. I've got a question.
Sure.
Okay. It's about David and Bathsheba.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna read it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking to this YouTuber. Yeah. Okay, so basically, let me see if I can find it. It's in 2 Samuel, I believe, chapter 12.
Yeah, these episodes, by the way, I don't know if you're remember how much of the stuff you watch, but the episodes for David and Bathsheba in 2 Samuel will be coming out on Godfrey Bible Study within a couple weeks. But go ahead with your question.
Okay. So in 2 Samuel chapter 12, Nathan the prophet gives David his punishment from God.
Mm-hmm.
He says in verse 7, you are the man, which is the analogy that he gave. He said, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel says, I anointed you as king over Israel and delivered you from the hand of Saul. I gave you your master's house to you and your master's wives into your arms, and I gave you all Israel and Judah. And if all this had been too little, I would have given you even more. And then in verse 10, he says, now therefore the sword will never depart from your house, because you despised me and took the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your own. And he says in verse 11, out of your own household I'm going to bring calamity on you. Before your very eyes I will take your wives and give them to one who is close to you, and he will sleep with your wives in broad daylight. You did this in secret, but I will do this thing in broad daylight before all Israel. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
So here's my question. Let me see if I can find it. In Deuteronomy, God gives a clear command to the Israelites. He says, completely destroy them. This is chapter 20 and verse 18, I believe. He says, completely destroy them, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. So the issue I'm having with this is Uriah was a Hittite. Why was David even punished? Uriah was supposed to be dead. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Bathsheba was spoiled.
That's an interesting point. I don't disagree with you. So a couple notes here. I mean, one is that, in Deuteronomy, they repeatedly, in Joshua, they repeatedly talk about how they're going to wipe everyone out. They're all going to die. And then by the end of Joshua, we see it explicitly told to us that in numerous places, they were not able to kill everyone. And in some places, it specifically says, like in Jerusalem, for example, it says that, I forget which group it was. It wasn't the Canaanites. There was another group in Jerusalem that they couldn't get rid of. And they said that they had to live side by side with them, which is not a great statement for the all-powerful God. But anyway, the point is, yes, they did absolutely tell them that you're going to kill all the Hittites, and no, it didn't happen. They didn't kill all the Hittites. And then throughout the succeeding narrative, especially like in 1st and 2nd Samuel, we do see where there are numerous people from, these neighboring tribes, or not, I shouldn't call them tribes because that's associated with Israel. These neighboring ethnic groups that are referenced as interacting with the Israelites, and in some cases even being part of the inner circle or whatever. So that's one thing. It doesn't answer your question, but my point is, if we're going to look at it from a practical perspective, I mean, we know the answer is that they didn't kill everyone. They never got close to killing everyone. From a more specific perspective, let me pull it. Where's that up in 2 Samuel again?
Which one? The one with Nathan? Nathan the
yeah,
prophet?
the curse from Nathan.
2 Samuel chapter 12.
12.
And
okay, yeah.
Verse 7.
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up on screen here. So, verse 7. Okay, Nathan said to David, "You are the man, thus says the Lord, the God of Israel. I anointed you king over Israel, and I rescued you from the hand of Saul. I gave you your man." Okay, I would have added is, "Why have you despised the word of the Lord to do what is evil in his sight? You have struck down Uriah the Hittite with a sword, and have taken his wife to be your wife, and have killed him with the sword of the Ammonites." So, of course, I can't give you a great moral reason for this because, like you said, in theory, if we were to take the word literally, there shouldn't be any Hittites anymore, which we know isn't the issue. And then even here, even though David has done some demonstrably disgusting stuff, which I can talk about in a second, there's a question here about what is the bigger crime, right? He committed adultery with Bathsheba, and we know that adultery is not cool. But why is adultery bad in the Old Testament? It's not just because, you shouldn't be screwing around on your spouse. No, it's bad because Bathsheba, according to the way that they thought about their relationships and their spouses, Bathsheba was the property of Uriah. Okay? So,
which is pretty messed up.
Yeah. So what I think really is happening here, on one level you can say, well, don't they hate the Hittites and the Ammonites and everyone else, right? But we do see in the text numerous times where people that are associated with other groups other than the Israelites do interact with them, and in some cases are even, friendly with them. So I think the assumption here is that you have Uriah, who, whether you like him or not, whether you like Hittites or not, I think the way I read this is that the more pressing concern is that you have taken the property of another man. Because we know under the auspices of not just the law, but the way it's presented in the Pentateuch and everything, that if David had gone and just found himself, if he had gone and gotten him a prostitute, there's no punishment for that. That's not a problem. If he had gone and just found him another concubine to bring into his household, there's no punishment for that. So the issue here is that regardless of whether, also keep in mind that I don't know exactly what the time frame is here, but this is many generations after Deuteronomy. So you could even argue that, that was the command to kill all the Hittites back in the times of Deuteronomy, which at this point was probably, we're probably talking like several hundred years after the time frame when Deuteronomy is supposed to have happened. So at this point, if there are Hittites alive, then if I'm trying to be as nice as I can to Christian morality, I would say, if there are still Hittites alive, then you can't just take it as like we can do anything bad to them we want. We can kill them at will. They're here. They're living with us now. So you can't just wantonly kill them. But I think what's more important is that notice he starts the curse. I'm going to kind of contradict myself because I said the one thing I think is first strikes me is that the big problem is that you have fucked with another man's property. All right, that's the way that they thought of marriage back then. But actually, if we take it on a more literal level, I think that the bigger problem, let's just read what it says. The bigger problem is that God is pissed off that you've essentially not trusted him to give you every damn thing that you want. Because this curse doesn't start off by saying, damn it, you weren't supposed to, commit adultery, or you weren't supposed to sleep with Uriah's wife. It doesn't even start off by saying you weren't supposed to kill a man. The whole thing starts off by saying that I would have given you any damn thing you wanted. So what does this so many times come back to in the Old Testament when we talk about Yahweh? It's about his pride. So my take on this, my take on this is just to give you a synopsis, and I'll shut up and hear your thoughts on it. Is that the Hittites? Yeah, they were supposed to die generations ago, but this is well past that. So I wouldn't hang too much on that one. B, you're never supposed to, in the light of the Old Testament, sleep with another man's property. That's taboo. But then, of course, C, you shouldn't murder either, right? But then the thing that's presented to us front and center as possibly the most biggest affront is that David, lusted after someone and wanted something, and rather than trusting in the Lord to bring it to him, he went out and did everything he had to do it himself.
Also, I'm sorry, I have just a question because I don't remember how the God put it in the first place. Like, did he commanded David the same as he commanded in Numbers, or was it a different command? Because you can technically just be as we like, really loyally, and see it as God commanded them to rape and kill and everything, but he didn't command David to do it.
Well, that's true. That's true. So that's a good point, Anka, because
I just don't remember
as gross
wording
as the
of how
Old Testament is, Deuteronomy giving the command to kill all the Hittites is not, in even the most gross Christian interpretation, is not taken as a permanent generational license to always treat every Hittite like shit.
I guess the biggest thing that's bothering me about it was that, he punished David for killing Uriah the Hittite, but when Saul refused to kill all the Amalekites, he tormented Saul for years.
Well, but that's because he was specifically told to kill everyone and leave nothing alive that breathes. So it's not like it's not like David had a specific commandment here. The whole thing with Saul was that supposedly Saul wasn't supposed to let anything alive that breathed.
That makes sense. Oh, and also the latter part of that punishment said that God would cause someone from within David's house to chase him with a sword, which I believe was Absalom.
Yeah, his son.
And then Absalom had laid with all of David's wives in front of all of Israel, just like God said he would do. But the issue with that was, wouldn't there be children there?
Children where?
Watching all of that, if it was all of Israel?
Well, so the way that this plays out is, I think it's in, I forget, I'd have to look, it's like 3-4 chapters later. The way that it plays out is that Absalom, for a time, takes the kingdom. He ends up getting killed and, removed all this stuff. But he takes the kingdom. When he takes the kingdom, David leaves his 10 concubines in his house. And then what Absalom does under the counsel of his consigliere, whatever you want to call him, he puts a tent on the top of this house, all right? And the 10 concubines are in the tent. And it's a little contradictory because on one hand, it says that he's going to basically be with all these women in front of everyone. But then it also says that there's a tent up there, right? So if I'm to read this in the most reasonable way that I can. I don't think he was literally naked with 10 women on the top of the wife, everyone watching him get busy with him. I think the mere fact that he had a tent up there and everyone could see the tent and knew that the 10 concubines are in the tent and Absalom is going into them was enough for everyone to understand, like, oh, Absalom just took, in the worst possible way, David's 10 concubines.
That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. I thought it was very barbaric when I first read it. I'm like,
well, it's still gross. It's gross and barbaric. I mean, Absalom absolutely, and they don't use this word there, but I think it's reasonable to say that. First of all, it's reasonable to say that David, if he didn't rape, he at least sexually abused Bathsheba, because she didn't have any agency there to even say no. And then, of course, we know that David killed Uriah, but then Absalom. It doesn't say he raped them, but it says they put a tent on the top of the house and the concubines were in there and he went into them. So we all know what was happening there. And the idea was to put the tent on this elevated place where everyone could see and knew what was happening. So you knew that Absalom is conquering, in every sense of the word, dad's stuff. And that's barbaric enough, but it's not like he had these poor women up naked on the roof and he's having his way with them while all of Israel watches, literally.
Yeah, that'd be pretty disturbing.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, by Bible standards, it wouldn't be that surprising, but yeah,
no.
It would be pretty disturbing.
I'm an ex Jehovah's Witness, by the way, so I've got a lot of questions.
Oh my!
Learning new things.
How long ago were you a Jehovah's Witness?
2 years ago, I realized that they had a big pedophilia problem, and I understood how barbaric their blood doctrine was and how many people it actually killed. So I just sort of left.
So have you been shunned?
Oh yes, collectively 10 years.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds like I'm sure that probably wasn't happy for you in the moment. It sounds like you've gotten over that.
Oh yeah. I got a couple kids out of it, so I think it's a good thing.
So do you have a number of family members that are still Jehovah's Witnesses?
All of them.
Okay. Wow.
Yep.
Wow. That's a journey.
Yeah.
That's a real, it's one thing for me to say, I was a Christian for 40 years and I'm an atheist, but I didn't lose any family members over this,
Oh yeah. I mean, some people take it to heart. I just, I think it's a cult.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was listening to one of they call them elders or pastors, but he basically said a Bible verse, the one in Job about testing words with the ears like the tongue tastes food. And he said, does that mean we listen to every word and see if it's true? And he said, no. I'm like, that's not what that means. I'm like, all right, dude.
Well, they also have their own version of the Bible, which, it's not radically different, but in a few critical places, they absolutely edited it to make sure. Because Jehovah's Witnesses, correct me if I'm wrong, they're not Trinitarians at all.
No.
They don't want any suggestion that Jesus is actually God.
Oh yeah, they. I mean, it's plain as day in the book of John. John even says Jesus is God multiple times. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it was pretty crazy stuff. I was a Jehovah's Witness for 27 years, just about.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are there aspects of it that you miss?
The community, it was nice, but at the end of the day, I guess it wasn't real. I mean, everybody had a certain thing that they quota that they had to follow, and yeah.
So, give me your answer to this, because if I have Jehovah's Witnesses come to my door, I mean, there are a number of ways you can deal with Jehovah's Witnesses. Most people just won't come to the door, but I literally it was funny, like last year, I had all my stuff set up to record and everything, and then I get this knock at the door, and I'm like, I'm about to record my atheist content. I'm like, this is hilarious. So I go out and talk to them, and I'm just curious, if you put on, I know you haven't been, for a decade, but put on your Jehovah's Witness hat, if you will, and tell me how you would have answered this, okay? So they come to the door, and there's like two ladies and this dude behind him. He's like their keeper. He's standing behind them. And one lady's trying to talk to me, and I said, well, I want to go to heaven. She's like, oh, well, I didn't tell them I'm an atheist. I'm like, I don't even want to go down that path, But I said, I want to go to heaven. And like, oh yeah, well, you can totally go to heaven. It's like, the last I heard, your slots are filled. You got 144,000 people. That's it. Last I heard, even if I got to heaven, that would mean I would have to push someone else out. I would have to take their slot. I said, that sounds horrible to me. And this woman, at first, her response was to say, she wasn't one of the 144,000, but she didn't care. She was still happy. And I just thought, I said to her, I was like, I wouldn't be happy with that. I wouldn't be happy with that at all. Like, if I'm going to be part of your religion, why don't I want to go to heaven? And then you could tell, like, their keeper behind him, they kind of knew, like, okay, this guy's problem. And he kind of got him to go away. He kind of pulled him away. But how would you have answered that?
What about the 144,000 being filled?
Yeah.
I would have told you that they can lose their spot if they have a serious sin committed, like sexual immorality, and someone else could take their place. And then if you would have asked me how would someone have known if they were anointed, I would have told you, well, you see, that's just it. If you have to ask yourself if you're anointed, you're probably not.
But you would have. It sounds like you would have confirmed though what I said, because part of my thing is not just to throw the 144,000 in their face, but then to say, so you're telling me if I want to get to heaven, I have to take someone else's spot, which sounds gross to me. That's not the model of heaven I would want to follow. If I was going to believe in something again, I'm like, no, that's not how I want to do heaven. Like, look, member so-and-so did a bad thing. I think I can take his spot. Like, that sounds really gross.
By the way, another funny thing about Jehovah's Witnesses, Jehovah's Witnesses are banned in Russia, but we still have them. They are just really sneaky about it and stuff. But they are in different post-Soviet countries. They exist. They are not banned mostly. So, and they have their own translation of the Bible. And the weird thing I noticed, what they have is from a lot of the verses, especially where God gives commands forever, they actually changed it to say for ages, hundreds of years.
Oh, really?
And it's not in English Jehovah's Witnesses Bible, so it's a little bit different from even them. Mm-hmm. And it's so funny to me because that's some of the things that I noticed. I really rarely debate Jehovah's Witnesses because there are just not that many of them in Russia. But when they pointed to me how some of the laws are not forever, but for ages and ages already passed, so I was like, wait a second, I need to read it. And I opened their Bible, and it's they actually changed this wording. And
that makes me wonder then, I wonder if they
English
changed
wording
Matthew 5:17. Because this
Let's
is one of
check.
my favorite ones to bring up about, for truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished.
Oh, yeah. My favorite's John 1:1.
Oh, in the beginning was the Word?
And the Word was God, or the Word was with God. And in the Jehovah's Witness Bible, it says the Word was a God.
Yeah. Yep.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Skepticus, you are correct about the 144,000 slots. When one gets kicked out, the other one gets put in. It's stupid. I've never read anything. They take the 144,000 number literally in Revelation, but everything else about purity, not knowing a woman, all the guys who are up at the top, the governing body, are all anointed, and they all have wives. I'm like,
Yeah.
that doesn't make any sense.
Are there any other verses you want to go through?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Bring them.
All right. It has to do with Genesis.
Okay.
So we can find it. Yeah, Genesis chapter 3. It has to do with original sin.
Okay. 3:15.
I believe so.
It's the famous curse upon the serpent.
No. It has to do with that. It is verse verse 6 and 7. Because when I was a Jehovah's Witness,
6,
I was taught.
7.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was taught that original sin was when Adam and Eve disobeyed God and eaten from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. But in the Bible, it says everything that God made in that garden was good. So that tree must have been good too. Anyways.
Well, okay. To be fair, though, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and make too many apologies for Christians or the Bible, but I will say, you can say that something's good, but you're still banned from eating of it.
True. Okay.
I mean, it's like me saying to my employee, like, this is a great lunch I bought for these other people in this room, but then you walk in and eat it before I can bring the lunch to the people in the conference. Like, that would not be cool.
True. In verse 6, it says that when the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it. And then both of their eyes were opened, and they realized they were naked. So they sewed fig leaves together and made coverings for themselves. So here's my first question. Original sin, from my idea, was their blatant disobedience of God or to God when eating of the fruit. That was my understanding. But I think the original sin, they were already sinners before they ate the fruit. They were naked, and they became ashamed. Why would they be ashamed of being naked if it wasn't a sin after they ate from the tree? You know what I mean?
So again, like, I'm going to sound like I'm apologizing for the Christian view. I mean, I would say the inference that I take from this is that that there's nothing wrong with being naked until your eyes are open to this, all the good and bad of the world, right? So the idea here is one of innocence, so that like a baby doesn't know when he's naked. Baby doesn't care if he's naked, right? Baby just likes,
Okay.
I mean, you can put clothes on a baby, and the baby is probably gonna be fine as long as the clothes aren't uncomfortable. But the baby doesn't care. The baby isn't like, ooh, put clothes on me, I'm naked. The baby's just happy. So I see it as very much the same kind of thing. Obviously, when the baby grows and becomes aware of the world and becomes aware of standards and what's shame, so the idea here, I think, is, especially in this verse, I think the idea is that shame is largely a product of our own fall, our own shortcomings.
So basically, no laws, no crime. Makes sense.
Yeah. No,
Okay,
not
that
just
makes
no
sense.
laws, no crime, but I mean, there's no social standards, right? I mean, first of all,
True.
because there's no society, but also, like, I don't know, like if I shave my head into a mohawk, I mean, some people would say that's cool or don't care, but some people might scrunch their nose up to it and like, ew, they're like, why are you wearing a mohawk? That's, that's radical, or that's rebellious,
Yeah.
or something, right? Whereas, from a purely aesthetic perspective, how is one haircut righteous and another haircut is not? They're just haircuts, right? Like, so
True.
logically you could say, why is it that a corporate man cut or something is good, but a mohawk is bad? I mean, that's just society imposing their standard on top of what is not inherently part of nature. So I think that's the same way that we are to take the idea of the nakedness. I don't think that, in fact, honestly, in a lot of other places in the Bible, they're a little more liberal about nakedness than you might think at some places in the Bible, So I don't think that.
By the way, technically, our original sin is not Eve eating an apple; it's God lying, because lying is a sin.
Well, the first communication that God ever gave to humanity was a lie. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But
So technically, Eve is a secondary sin.
I mean, you could say that that's the first sin in the Bible. I mean, original sin would imply that it's sin that is inherited by mankind. And of course, there is no concept of original sin in Genesis. That's something that's a post hoc convention that's put in. There's nothing here that says when you read Genesis 3 or 4, there's nothing here that says that we are all sinful by nature. There's shit that says that we will, she'll have pain in childbirth, and he'll have to till the land, and it basically won't produce as easily as much good food. So there's curses involved here, but there's nothing in this curse that says now you and all of your offspring will have to endure this embedded idea of sin. That's imposed upon the text far later.
Well, that makes sense. Well, I've got another question for you.
Okay.
So, as a Jehovah's Witness, a popular belief is that when Adam and Eve, before they ate from the tree, they were perfect, and they basically could live forever. They didn't have an end of time. So, I noticed that in the punishment that God was giving them, at the very end of it, let's see.
He says to guard the tree of life, because otherwise they'll eat it and become like us.
Yeah, and live forever. So, I mean, if the tree of life was going to make them live forever, well, that means they would have been dying already in the first place.
So there are a couple ways to look at this. I mean, first of all, the literal text never states that they were immortal. It never states that they would become immortal. And like you pointed out, it says, then the Lord God said, and Christians will say this is the Trinity, but they don't like to admit that the Trinity doesn't exist here. God's talking to the divine council here. He's talking to the other gods. He says, see, the humans have become like one of us. He means the other gods, knowing good and evil, and now they might reach out their hands and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore, the Lord God set them forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which they were taken. So, and then he puts the guards there, the cherubim. So there's a couple ways to take this. One is that the text never tells us that they were immortal. However, I do understand the fundamentalist or evangelical take on this, which is to say that they also were never told not to eat from the tree of life, right? So we know that the tree of life was in the Garden of Eden. They were not specifically told that they were immortal, but they also were not told to avoid the tree of life. So,
did they know it was the tree of life?
It doesn't specifically say that they knew that. That's a good point. Let's go up to where it outlines these. It says, let me find this here.
By the way, it's kind of like a serpent kind of made a mistake, because I don't think they were prohibited to eat from the tree of life. So he could have said to Eve, like, go eat from that tree and then go eat from this tree.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a really good point. If he said to him, like, yeah, first go do that, that would have been sneakier. Yeah.
Yeah, but God make him to only convince them to eat from that specific tree.
So the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to till it and keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, you may freely eat of every tree of the garden, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for the day you eat of it, you shall die. So
they could have even eat from the tree of life before they ate from the tree of knowledge.
They could have, and there's nothing here that says, like, God isn't telling them don't eat from the tree of life, but God isn't telling them the tree of life is there. But you could, I mean, depends on how annoying the apologist is who I'm talking to. Apologists who just want to assert to you that man was immortal, and we know they were immortal before the fall. No, you don't. You don't know that. And it doesn't specifically say that. But I will also admit that if you tell me I have access to a garden, all right, and that the only tree I cannot eat of is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and somewhere in this garden there's a tree of life, even if it's not spelled out which one is the tree of life, you can kind of assume that eventually I was going to eat from the tree of life. Even if by accident, right?
That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
But it's, that's why I say, with some of these passages, a lot of what I push against in my channel a lot is I don't care if you want to bring an interpretation to the text. You know, like when I talked about God saying that he will become like one of us. All right. Okay. If you want to tell me that you read that and you think that this is him talking to Jesus and the Holy Spirit, that they're the one of us. I mean, I don't agree with you, but fine. That's your interpretation. But when you want to then turn around and adamantly assert to me that no, that's absolutely Jesus and the Holy Spirit, and there's no other interpretation of it that makes sense. Now you're just being a dogmatic asshole, because there is nothing in this text. There's nothing in the text that tells us that one of us is not Jesus and the Holy Spirit, although I would argue there's also no logical reason to think that it is. But
The context kind of tells us.
well, the context doesn't tell us anything about Jesus and the Holy Spirit.
No. The previous context about like the whole pantheon of Jewish gods with El as a big god father.
Right, but they never mentioned those in Genesis.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but like
Right.
if you know the context, like out of the Bible, what other texts say.
If you
how
understand the historical
religion
context
develops.
of when this is
Yeah,
supposed
yeah.
to have been written and what the religions were like in the ancient Levant, then yes, the historical context tells us that one of us is referring to the divine council. But I'm not mad about a Christian who wants to tell me no, that I think that's Jesus and the Holy Spirit. I mean, fine, we're arguing over ancient holy texts that are clearly myths and fairy tales. So if you want to tell me that you see Jesus and the Holy Spirit in that's fine. But don't tell me that this is clear and obvious and this is the only logical way to read this book or this document or this passage, because the clear and obvious, the simple, clear and obvious way to read this is just to say that God's talking to someone. You might say it's Jesus, although that seems weird. But it doesn't say who he's talking to. It just says he's talking to one, that Adam and Eve will become like one of us. And the same thing with the tree of life thing. If you want to tell me that you think that we're supposed to take from the story that Adam and Eve were immortal before the fall, that's fine. But then have the intellectual honesty and the humility to admit that what you were doing is you are imposing your own reading upon the text. You are you're not performing exegesis, you are performing eisegesis. And I don't think there's anything intellectually wrong with performing eisegesis, because we all, whether we realize it or not, perform eisegesis anytime we read these texts. But have the humility and the honesty to at least admit that, yeah, this is my interpretation of this, or this is the interpretation that my pastor told me, and that's why I believe it. Okay.
It's also
fine.
a little bit weird to point to this and say that it's talking about Jesus, because it's kind of implied that there's like different separate something like God. Because like you're an atheist, I'm an atheist, I'm one of us atheists, but we are different. And here, if you point to this and say it's talking about Jesus, then it's like there is God, there is Jesus, and they are one of them, So it's like partialism stuff or whatever.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Was that sufficient for you, Coleman, on that answer?
Oh yeah. Yep.
But I mean, fundamentalists will tell you that Adam and Eve were immortal before the fall, and that's not explicitly laid out in the text. They will tell you that. They will also tell you that there was no predation before the fall, like the lions were eating salad before the fall, but that's not in the text. They're making that shit up. There's so many pieces of, and it's weird because this text, Genesis, specifically the creation story, the creation myths, and Adam and Cain and Abel and all that, they're very short stories. So the amount of shit that people read into these very short stories is incredible.
Oh yeah, the Jehovah's Witness Bible has a lot of things put into it that shouldn't be there, especially Jehovah's name in the New Testament, which I'm pretty sure doesn't belong.
Well, yeah. So, yeah, his name is never actually referenced in the New Testament.
Nope, but it's there in the Jehovah's Witness Bible about 200 something times.
Interesting. Well,
Oh, yeah.
you know where we get the name Jehovah, right?
From a Spanish monk, I believe.
Well, he might have been Spanish, but it's like a Germanic alliteration of the Tetragrammaton. So you know what the Tetragrammaton is?
Yeah, the 4 Hebrew consonants, and it was mixed with Adonai, I believe.
Well, it wasn't mixed well, sort of. So, like, I know what you're talking about. So, Yad He Vav He is, so every time you see this Lord with capital all caps, that's, the original text does not say Lord. It says Yad He Vav He. And Yad He Vav He then got we would normally, in English, we would transliterate that to YHWH. But then in German or Germanic languages, the J often takes the Y sound, and the W takes the V sound, right? So it's not like their army, the German army is not called the Wehrmacht, it's called the Wehrmacht, but it starts with a W. So when you take YHWH and then you transliterate it the way a Germanic speaker would do it, it becomes JHVH instead of YHWH. And then to your point about the Adonai thing, they would write vowels, because the original language had no vowels. They would write vowels under it to indicate that it should be referred to as Adonai, because Adonai is Lord, and observant Jews don't speak the name Yahweh.
That's impressive.
That's why my favorite name of the Yahweh is Yahuwuhu.
I've never heard that before.
It's because you can put any vowels in. We don't know which vowels should be there. So
Yeah,
Yahuwuhu.
yeah. But that's where the name Jehovah comes from. I mean, I don't care that much. If someone wants to say that God's name is Jehovah versus Yahweh, I mean, whatever. It's like, pick whatever name you want. But that's where I do know. Like, of course, Jehovah's Witnesses are fairly adamant. No, that's the real name of Yahweh. Well,
It's kind of funnier because at least in Jehovah's Witnesses, like in English, you kind of get this like structure, at least Jehovah, but in Russian it's Iyegova. So it's like completely lost in translation. It's completely different. It's not even Jehovah anymore. It's Iyegova. So it's fucking nonsense.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So I'll put it up on the screen here just a second. Let me, because you'll. I mean, I think you understand what I was saying, but it's kind of easier if you just look at it on screen. If we said, all right, let's make this much bigger. So if you have,
You're old. You don't use Control Scroll wheel.
oh yeah, I can do that too, huh? Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. That works. So you have Yahweh, but like I said, this go back there. So that's the Tetragrammaton, at least as it's alliterated in English, because of course the original Hebrew letters aren't YHWH, but that's how we alliterate it in English. But then, like, if in German, if this is your name, do we call you Johann? No, we call you Johann, right? Because the J is a Y sound. So when they were doing this in Germanic languages, they said, oh, this is J, because that should be a Y sound. That's why it's J. And then H is H, right? And then in German, you don't pronounce this Walter. You pronounce that Walter. So, because the W is a V. So here is the W, and they made it into a V. And now we have this. So it's just people taking the original Tetragrammaton, which is Yad He Vav He, and then transliterating it through a German lens to JHVH. And then as English speakers who don't know or don't care about how this advanced over time, then they just say, oh, well, that looks to me like, like I would say it Jehovah, but which is fine. Again, I don't care how you want to, whatever you want to name your God, I don't care. But I think it's funny when people, some people like some Jehovah's Witnesses get all up in their feels like, no, this is the true name of God, Jehovah. Like, actually, this is the true name of God. And you probably weren't on the live stream earlier, but I was saying this earlier, Coleman, that we don't technically even know how ancient Israelites even said this. We don't know what the pronunciation was technically. We believe it was probably Yahweh, or something close to that. But I mean, you don't know if this could be Yowo. You don't know if it could be
Yuhu-wuhu, my favorite.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Yawu or something, because the original language didn't have vowels, and observant Jews would not say this name. They would always interject usually they would interject Adonai.
I'm sorry, guys. I have to get going, but thanks, Skepticus. Thanks, Retort. Appreciate
No
it,
worries.
guys.
Thanks, guys.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Coleman. Yeah, so that's I always think that's funny when
me retort.
I know that's funny. I always think it's funny though. Like I remember hearing before, like some Jehovah's Witnesses would be very adamant that no, his name is Jehovah. Like, and now I know where that comes from. I'm like, yeah, that's just your 3 generations through of different different translations and people treating letters different way. And then I find out after the fact that technically speaking, no one knows how the Tetragrammaton was pronounced. It's been lost to time, which is pretty wild.
It's also a little bit weird how, if American Jehovah's Witness and Russian Jehovah's Witness would meet, they would have 2 different names for their God, where it should be like one God. They're gonna call him Jehovah and Iyegova. So it's really weird how it's different names.
We got Jesse here, late to the party. Welcome, bro. All right, so getting back to our comments, we're still talking about this guy here.
About this comment, yeah.
Yeah. So let's read the next point he had. The fact that you started talking about civilization and Christianity says that you took official history as your ground, which is a mistake.
Oh no.
I thought you were Skepticus. If you were, then you wouldn't even go there, because it's all false, purely and utterly. The official history is a fairy tale.
Oh no, Christian talking about fairy tales.
I know. And I get comments like this sometimes, and I have to mention, I guess this is what you get for, choosing a name like Skepticus, right? Like, of course, I espouse the ideals of skepticism, and I do believe that, generally speaking, you should always apply a skeptical lens to things, right? Never take anything at face value, question authority. I mean, all of that makes total sense. But sometimes I get these comments from people that just go so far in the other direction, it's ridiculous. I mean, if you want to say that I should be skeptical about any particular historical report, especially from antiquity, I'd say, okay, fine. You're right. Let's look at it with a skeptical lens. Was Jesus crucified? Was there a King David?
The Bible is a historical book.
Right, but when you get people like this who just brazenly and arrogantly will tell you that that it's all false. Everything that we think we know about history, it's all false. We don't. I mean, I wonder how far back this edict of his goes. Like, does he think?
But he technically saying official history because Christians are the minority.
Well, they haven't been the minority for a long time.
Yeah, but that's how they portray themselves,
I like Soggy Biscuit's comment here. That's classic. So it says, "Hello, you are fighting religion with arguments. Religion is built on beliefs." I mean, this is very true, of course. And there is always a certain irony in doing this kind of content because, yes, doing this kind of content, I am, whenever possible, trying as hard as I can to be logical in my approach, and yes, to use arguments whenever the arguments are logical and useful to our rhetorical point. But yeah, of course, for people who are hardcore believers, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what argument you give them. You can show them, here's the body of Christ. I have this DNA and everything. I can prove this. You know, I have a time machine, and we can actually go back and see that he was crucified and died, and he never came back, and his body's still laying in this grave. And it won't matter. You know, for most Christians, they would still tell you that I'm lying, and it's, you know, there's no argument that's actually going to sway them. But that being said, as I've said before in this live stream, you know, it's not going to convince Christians, but you know, there will be occasionally people who tune in or whatever, and people who have questions, or people who always thought that seems really stupid. And then sometimes there's value just in hearing someone else confirm what you kind of already knew, but you didn't really want to say. You know, sometimes when you're raised like in religion, you don't want to point out that God having to kill his son in order to forgive us makes no fucking sense. It's illogical.
Wait, you're saying that Christian God needed a human child sacrifice?
Apparently.
Wait a second.
I know, but sometimes I think it's useful to have somebody out there who will at least say, yeah, you know, that doesn't really make any sense. And we know it doesn't make any sense.
I'm sorry for a quick misdirection because before you get the caller, but Michael said in the chat that he's cooking BBs. What is BBs? Do you know what BBs are?
BBs or babies?
BBs.
BBs.
I don't think he's Christian, so I don't think he's cooking babies.
I don't know. I didn't see. Like, how are we spelling BBs? Is it BEBE?
No, it's BBS.
Oh, I'm going to assume that's a weird shorthand for barbecue. Because like barbecue is usually abbreviated as BBQ.
BBCS.
Or BBC. Oh, so did he say BBCS?
Yeah, BBS.
He probably just left out a C or Q. So,
or maybe, yeah.
He's probably doing barbecue.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just like curious what it is, and I couldn't Google. So yeah.
That's fine. All right, let's see. We have Jan. Are you with us?
Hey, Jan. It's me.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm just playing around with my name a little bit.
I like it.
All right.
Bastard.
It's supposed to be spelled, ain't it?
I think there's an automatic ban for a while if you misrepresent yourself in my live stream. God damn it.
Right?
Yes.
I was wondering, when are you getting to the 37 that you were gonna do?
When am I going to get to it? I mean,
yeah.
I think what you're referring to is the. Let me pull it up here. It's the. I thought we already published that one, did we not? Or is it not live?
You did. I put a comment in there for you.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I was I'll read the comment that what I said in that one.
Oh, you know, this is a good point because I saw your comment and I didn't understand what you were asking. So
Okay.
give me a second here. I'm just going to pull it up on screen because I do want to pull it up, but I do remember seeing that and I was like, what is John talking about? So give me just a second here and we'll put it on screen and you can explain to me what stupid shit you're talking about. No, I'm just kidding. Let me go here. And
Hey there, Mike.
No, let's mute that. Stop that. Go to comments. Okay, here. Let me blow this up a little bit so we can see it. No, make that bigger. Oh, that's weird. Oh, I'm messing around with my volume thinking that I'm making the screen bigger. Okay, I'm so confused. I'm a professional. Don't try this at home.
Right.
Okay.
You're watching the professional at work.
All right. Let me put this on screen. Okay. So here are the comments you had. I don't know if these are in proper order, but so the 37 you said, are there any counters to them, to those 37 verses, meaning counteraction? So I assume you mean like what are the responses you would give to these?
Yeah, it's a count. Yeah, what's the counter react to some of these things you said on there? Like, okay, I know I know you said one of them. I can't remember what it was, but what I'm wondering is what are the counter reactions to that?
You mean the reactions that apologists would give to what I'm saying?
The opposite.
Okay, you're gonna. Oh, I mean, I think that would be what my video was. So you're gonna. I'm gonna pull up the. I think I still have the notes for the 37. Yeah, I'm gonna pull these up and explain it because like to me, the argument from a skeptic or atheist view is the whole point of the video. So I'm not sure what you're getting at there. If you're not saying what are the apologist comments, then here are the 37 that I worked off of here. So what are you saying? Like,
well, go with number one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember what number one was because you pulled that one first. So we'll just go with
don't
number
place
one.
your trust in princes or any mortal. They can't save you. When they die, their plans die with them.
And so that's what apologists would say, right?
Well, I mean, that's what the Bible says. That's the Bible verse.
Bible verse.
Yeah, this is Psalm 146 verses 3 through 4.
Okay, because that's something they would bring up out of the verse and then tell us that we need to do this, blah blah crap.
Yeah, so like all of these verses have a common theme, which is that they all basically tell you don't trust yourself. Don't trust your own understanding. Don't trust your heart. Don't trust your instincts. You're worthless. You don't know what you're doing. Yada yada yada. And they also serve a secondary purpose many times, which is to be a thought terminating cliche. In other words, if I'm telling you that I'm trying to figure out, let's say I have a really big moral issue. I'm saying, oh, my girlfriend's pregnant and I don't know if we should get an abortion or not. Which that's whether you're Christian or atheist or whatever. That's a big weighty issue, right? And then someone you're talking to says, don't place your trust in princes or any mortal. They can't save you. When they die, their plans die with them. Well, that's kind of a way of them telling you that this is all the advice I'm going to give you. Like they're not engaging with you on a sincere, personal, intelligent level. They're throwing a verse like this at you as though that's your answer. It's not an answer. It doesn't tell you whether or not you and your girlfriend should get an abortion. But this is basically them saying, "I'm done with this." Like don't place your trust in mortals; they can't save you. And like it's not helpful, and it also doesn't lead to further meaningful conversation. It's kind of a way of shutting people up when you don't want to engage with them anymore.
Right, it's to shut you up, shut you down, tell you to go off and fuck yourself or something.
Yeah, so like for example, like Jeremiah 17:9, right? This is a famous one. The heart is devious above all else. It is perverse. Who can understand it? I mean, all of these, I said in the video that all of these have some degree of wisdom in them, if taken in context, if taken, with caveats to them. I mean, yes,
right.
Our hearts can be devious, and sometimes it can be hard to even understand what we want for ourselves. So there's some wisdom in that. But if you come to me and you say to me, I'm having a problem with this guy at work, and I'm not sure how to deal with him. He's kind of being an asshole, but I'm not sure if I should talk to him or talk to my boss, or what should I do, Adam? And I say to you, the heart is devious above all else. It is perverse. Who can understand it? That's like, thanks for nothing, dude. Like it serves as just a general way to shut down whatever meaningful conversation you were trying to have about the subject.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if there's a a counteraction to kind of shut them back down.
Oh, so you're saying, I spent the video saying why these verses are gross, but you're saying, but if someone does throw the verse at you, what is the counter?
Right. Right. What would be the counteraction?
Well, I guess that's why I'm highlighting the concept of the thought terminating cliche. Because generally speaking, when you were talking to someone that maybe you thought you were going to have a meaningful conversation with, maybe you thought you could come to them for advice. And this doesn't apply just to religion, to be fair. This can happen in secular conversations as well. But usually when someone throws
I
a
get
thought...
that from other people.
Yeah. But usually when someone throws a thought terminating cliche at you, there's usually not much more to be had in trying to talk to them further, because they're kind of telling you that I'm just going to throw a verse at you or throw some old saying that my parents told me, and then I'm going to kind of wash my hands of it. Like that's as much input as I'm going to do with it. For example, you come to me and you say, Adam, the IRS is after me and I don't know what to do about it. I'm in trouble. I don't know if I should fight them or should I get a lawyer? And I'm just like, you know what? It is what it is, man. Mm-hmm. What the fuck does that mean? It doesn't help you at all, but the only way it really helps you is it kind of signals to you that, guess what? Talking to Adam about this is not going to help you.
Yeah, it doesn't help none. Because I've had it happen to me several times. Like, okay, you brought the question up. Okay, well, that answer up. Okay, well, how do I counteract that answer? Like,
right.
What do I do?
I mean, when it comes to thought terminating cliches, and again, this doesn't just apply to religion. It can be secular conversations too. Whenever someone throws a thought terminating cliche at you, it's usually there is no way. I mean, I guess if you know them personally, you could just throw it back in their face and say, dude, that's not helpful. Come on, man. I need some real advice. I don't need these aphorisms thrown at me. But unless you're that close to them, probably the better answer is just to be like, well, okay, I guess this isn't going to work for me to come to this person for help, right? Go look to someone else, because
you might as well just throw riddles at me,
right? Yeah, and these aren't the only. I mean, these verses are about human feelings, but there are other thought terminating cliches that come from the Bible. Like for example, if you are an atheist and you're trying, or agnostic or whatever, and you're trying to talk to a Christian person about religion, let's say you're just having a friendly conversation about religion, right? And you think you're going to have a real conversation with them about why they believe in God or why you don't believe in God or whatever. And then they say to you, a fool says in his heart that there is no God. That's a Bible verse. And it's also just like a way of saying, just shutting someone down, because you're already now just blindly telling me that because your book says I'm a fool, then I'm a fool and that I must actually believe in a God. At that point, you're probably not going to have a productive conversation with them anymore.
Even though you want to try to have that conversation.
Right. And like I said, I think the only way to, if you really want to depress it, you could just throw it back at them and say, dude, do you want to do you want to help me, or do you want to have a real conversation about this? Or do you just want to throw out thought terminating cliches? Because if you actually want to have a conversation about it, and one way to maybe salvage some kind of conversation with them, if you're trying to continue, is to, in a nice way, show them how this feels in reverse, right? So, like if someone tells me a fool in his heart says that there is no God, I'm like, well, what if I told you that I read Darwin, and this isn't what Darwin says, but let's just say I told them that I read Darwin, and Darwin says a fool in his heart says that there is a God. Of course, they're going to say, well, we don't care what Darwin says. Well, yeah, and I don't care what your Bible says. I mean, it doesn't change my beliefs. So pointing out that your holy text says things about me, and that should serve as some sort of rhetorical point, doesn't accomplish anything. If anything, it only alienates people. So if you don't want me to throw to you quotes from Richard Dawkins about why your religion is stupid, don't throw back at me quotes from your Bible about how I either believe in God or I'm a fool, because that is not a productive way to have a conversation with anyone.
Because I would like to turn it around on.
Well, like I say, I think for me, usually the only way to turn it, and you have to be careful how you do this, because anytime you turn something around on someone, you think about the terminology there. By definition, you tend to make people defensive, right? But
Because I get tired of it.
oh, sure,
I really do.
yeah,
Because it's annoying.
very annoying. But usually,
And it drives me up the wall.
if you actually wanted to have a meaningful conversation with someone about it, though, even turning it around on them would have to be done carefully. And I'm not saying it because they deserve your care, but because, you know, you usually have two choices. Either you can baby step around them, even if they don't deserve it, and try to have a continuing conversation, or you can just cut off the conversation and say, this isn't going to go anywhere. You know, they're going to throw this thought terminating cliche at me from the Bible. So clearly they don't want to have a real adult conversation about this. So it's just a matter of trying to figure out what you think the end game is for talking to this person.
Okay. That's food for thought.
The only other thing I'll add to this isn't about these verses, and it's not about thought terminating cliches in general, but if you're talking to someone who you have ideological problems with, right? And they don't seem like they are open to having an adult conversation, but for whatever reason, let's say they're family, so you still want to have a conversation with them, right? I find that the only way it's meaningful to have a conversation with them going forward, because if you just try to counter them, then it becomes a debate, right? And that shit's not, you're just both going to get defensive and it's not going to help. The only way that it can sometimes help you is if you don't give them counters, but instead just ask them questions.
Okay.
So, for example, you know, that same example, right? Someone says to you, you know, you're trying to have a real conversation about, you know, morality or something, or maybe it's some real life issue you're dealing with, or maybe just talking in general terms. So, and they say to you that the heart is devious above all else. It is perverse. Who can understand it? Well, one way to possibly answer that is to say, well, do you think that you could say something like, then how you expect to ever go through life without, or let me rephrase it. So then the counter to that is to say, so do you think that I should always ignore what my heart says? You know, when my heart says that your kid is cute and we should give him gifts and play with him, should I ignore that? Because my heart's devious. It's perverse above all else. You know, should I, when my neighbor, when their house got knocked down and my neighbor needs help, and I want to go over and help them, should I ignore that? Should I ignore what my heart tells me? You know, like if you turn it back in terms of, not turn it back in terms of telling them that their statement is not productive or that it's stupid or it's, you know, whatever, that's bigoted, but instead just ask them questions about how you would actually apply this logic in real life. And then the key there is when you ask those kind of questions, you have to have the discipline to ask the question. And this is something I find most people can't do. You have to be able to ask the question and then shut up. Listen for the answer.
And I still want to talk.
Yeah. So like, you know, Psalm 60 verse 11, human help is worthless. Okay. So, should I never help anyone else? Because it's worthless,
That's a good
right?
question.
You know, or no matter how destitute I am at the moment, I should never even look for or accept help from anyone else, because that's worthless, right? You know, and when you point out the logical extremities, sometimes it can lead to conversation, maybe. But I think it's about the best you can do.
Yeah, because I've heard this one before. Even my daughter asked a question, and she says, you're not smart enough. You're stupid."
Well, first
And
of
it
all,
just makes me want to come back. It just makes me want to come back with a counteraction.
well, I mean, not to tell you how to parent, but if anyone ever tells my daughter that, I will tell them you never need to have another conversation with that person again, because if they can't respect you as a human and as a smart person, because even if she's young and inexperienced, she's not dumb. So if they can't respect you, then
No.
they have not earned her interaction. But
Because that goes back to me. That goes back to the tree of knowledge. If they're talking about the tree of knowledge, then why did they even give us computers?
Well, it was the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It wasn't the tree of knowledge. So it wasn't like they ate the apple and suddenly they knew about everything. They knew about the difference between good and evil.
I've heard it two different ways. According to the Christianity deal, I've heard it both ways.
Well, I mean, the text is clear. It's not the tree of knowledge. It's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And now, to be fair with you, like I remember even recently reading that, like last year when I was doing that God-free Bible study episode, and I was saying, yeah, when I was growing up, I used to think that this was just the tree of knowledge. But the text, I have not seen a single version of the Bible where it only says the tree of knowledge. I think it always says the tree of the knowledge of good and evil every time.
So it's not called the tree of knowledge.
No, it's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So here, I'll pull it up here.
So it's just knowing good and evil. That's all it is.
Exactly. It's not just overall knowledge.
Okay.
I
I got you now.
And again, I used to think that when I was younger too. I thought like, oh, it's just that they got knowledge and they weren't supposed to get knowledge. Well, I mean, technically, if we take the story at its at face value, it doesn't say the problem is just that they got any knowledge at all. The problem is that it was the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Let me find it here. We just had it up before. So here, the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to till it and keep it. This is Genesis 2. And the Lord God commanded the man, you may eat freely of every tree of the garden, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat. For in the day that you eat of it, you shall die. Which is a lie, by the way. But it's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That's exactly what the title of it is.
So that's the name of the tree. Good and evil. Not knowledge.
It's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It's not the tree of knowledge. It's not the tree of good and evil. It's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
I must be still misunderstanding this tree then.
What do you
It's
misunderstand
also
about?
kind of funny. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
No,
I
you're good.
think it's kind of funny that he said basically it's bad to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So they don't know that it's bad to not follow his command, or it's good to follow his command yet. So it's kind of pointless to tell them this.
It is.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I've heard Christians try to weasel out of this. They'll try to say, oh, but they still knew the difference, of things they had to do or shouldn't do. Like, how? They don't have the knowledge of good and evil at this point. I mean, that's
No
real
concept.
innocence right there. But
It
here's
is. It's a real concept.
But here's what's scarier about that.
Well, no concepts.
Anyone who doesn't want you to understand the difference between good and evil is fucking evil.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, imagine if
Agreeable.
I don't want to be gross, John, but imagine like you had an older daughter and I'm dating this older daughter, right? And you didn't know much about me, but as you start meeting me a little bit, and I'm dating this other daughter of yours, and then you start talking to your daughter, and you start realizing that I am trying to hide from her I don't want her to know about whether something is good or bad. I just want her, like for example, if I said, if you said, well, where's Adam tonight? And she said to you, well, he went out. And then you said, well, where'd he go out to? And she goes, no, I don't need to know where he goes out to. I just know he went out. Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it kind of throws off some alarm bells in your head. If you're, if this is your daughter we're talking about, it's like, what? Why don't you need to know? It's like, well, Adam came home and he had $1,000 last night. Well, that sounds good. Where'd he get the money? Well, I don't need to know where he got the money from. I just know he got $1,000. Like, wait, what?
Cain and Abel. Sounds like Cain and Abel now.
Anyone who doesn't want you to be able to distinguish between good and evil is doing so with the intention of doing evil upon you. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Well, it even sounds like Cain and Abel now. Because God asked him, "Where's Abel at?"
Yeah. Although, yeah. that was a funny line too, because that's like one of the first. It's the second time in the Bible that someone got. I can't say that's not throwing someone under the bus, but he pulled the whole I don't know, am I my brother's keeper? I don't know where he's at. It's not my turn to watch him.
No, it's your turn.
Yeah, it was pretty damn funny actually.
Crazy though, but just trying to make sense out of this and trying to make sense out of this tree, because I've heard it several different ways. It's the tree of knowledge. I guess I misunderstood the tree. I'm still misunderstanding the tree.
Well, to be honest, like a lot of times for shorthand, people will say the tree of knowledge, but every time I've seen it, even in other translations. So this is not just something that's only in the NRSV. If you pull up other translations, they'll still say the tree of knowledge of the good, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. I don't think there is a translation that just calls it the tree of good and evil, the tree of knowledge.
Yeah.
Let me see here, but I do remember, like for example, when I was a kid, hearing multiple times the tree of knowledge. They ate from the tree of knowledge, and that was why it was a bad thing. So I do understand completely why that gets commonly thrown around, because
confusing.
It's like a quick shorthand, but it really changes the meaning a good bit when you say,
it does.
No, it's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It still doesn't make God look any better.
No.
But it definitely changes the meaning.
Because I know I'm still doing my deconstruction through you, because I know I cannot talk to Justin, because he already chopped my legs off already. So. I mean, I feel like I'm in a wheelchair with him.
Well, did you ever call? How many was it? Just that one time you called, or have you called a couple times?
It was just the one time I talked to him, and that was the last time I talked to him, really, because once he chopped my legs off, there is definitely no way I can debate this guy.
Well, I mean, I certainly don't. Justin doesn't need me to defend him, but I remember that night because I was listening, and I don't think he was being mean to you. It's just that he when you said that you weren't a Christian, you said you weren't a believer. I can't remember exactly how you phrased it. On his show, he's got a bunch of callers. He's got a bunch of people watching his show, and he's very clear about telling people that when he gets non-believers like atheists and agnostics on his show that just want to talk to him about atheist stuff or whatever, it's not that he's not interested in it, but it doesn't feed his audience, right? It doesn't feed his viewer count. People get bored. They want to hear some believer call in with him and him expose their bullshit, or get into a debate with them or whatever. So I remember that night because he got you off the phone pretty quick, and I don't think he's not rude, but he's very abrupt with it, because he's like, thanks, but I'm trying to just get believers, and he's on to the next person. And so I know that's why he did that.
Yeah, I mean, I was on the fence line. I'm fence line right now. I don't know where to go right now. That's why I've been watching your shows before you even got on. Before you even came into the part where you're doing now, the live show part. There was a time where I can go back to your other shows, and you kept coming in every halfway through the show, and it says something about I want to hear what the people got to say, and I was wondering, how do I call in?
Yeah, yeah.
And that's before you did the live streams.
I also want to mention, welcome here. We got Faye. Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Faye. Welcome to the show.
You remember me, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh.
So yeah, I'm assuming you want to kind of hang out, but I mean, if you had something you want to in particular bring up, I'm happy to go through questions. But right now, I'm showing John here how Genesis 2:17. So like right here, this is the King James version, which is definitely not one of the best versions to be reading, but it's even in the King James version. It says, "But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil." If we move it to like the NIV, right? That's a very common thing that people use, the NIV. So let's see what the NIV shows. I mean, I pretty much know what it's going to show, but
Just update the book.
Well, if it's all right, I was actually going to mention that I liked what you said about how like God did not, because no, he didn't. Like if people actually did their research, this country was founded by Native Americans. It was not founded by Christians, and it was not founded by white people. So it just amazes me of this day. Like I am very anti-patriot because like I feel like I get that Europe was not a great place. I'm aware that the queen was a bitch, but I'm still against the colonizing that this country has done and the erasing of so long of Native Americans. Like, I would be perfectly fine, Adam, if we one day, I don't think I'll be alive still, but if we one day go, hey, let's give United States back to Native Americans, call it back Turtle Island, and let's us, white people, do the immigration papers to be a legal citizen in Turtle Island.
Which, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I mean, I will also say, I say this with love, but, like, there's a certain point where we have to acknowledge reality, which is that you're not going to get a nation of 330 million people at this point to be like, yeah, let's kind of, we can still live here, but we're going to give it over and file, immigration papers. Like, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but from a realistic perspective, that's never going to happen.
Maybe we can eventually just get rid of Columbus Day, because I mean that is a huge insult to Native Americans that we are.
Well, that's been happening. I mean, I don't think we've officially gotten rid of the holiday, but I know it's been very much downplayed in the last 10 or 15 years.
Because I mean, I feel like people don't comprehend that one, he did not discover America because it was Native Americans that discovered it, and two, are people not forgetting the horrible treatment he did to the people who actually founded this country?
He was Spanish.
Or
Spaniard.
Of course, we don't have exact numbers for this, but it's believed that Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, James Madison, George Washington, John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, Thomas Paine, and Ethan Allen were deists. Now, that's not a majority of the people that signed the Declaration of Independence, but it is a huge part of the thought leadership. I mean, these are some of the most prominent people: the Thomas Jefferson, Franklin, Madison, Washington, Adams, Hamilton, Paine, and Ethan Allen, that were deists, which they believe in God, but they don't believe in the Christian God at all. There's trying to even define them as Christian is one hell of a stretch. And then there is famously I assume you guys know about this, but there's the treaty from the Barbary Coast that explicitly says that we're not a Christian nation. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Spanish?
No, this is from America. Let me find it.
Yeah, but she's talking about the Mayflower.
I said Barbary Coast.
Columbus.
It's the Treaty of Tripoli. So the Treaty of Tripoli, of course, our Constitution does not mention God. But then the Treaty of Tripoli says, I know it's small in there, but let me find this first. Make this bigger. So one document that is sometimes used to counter this argument is a treaty that representatives of the United States entered into with Tripoli in 1796. The Senate ratified the treaty and John Adams signed it the next year. The treaty was an unsuccessful attempt because the U.S. went to war over the issue during the Jefferson administration to prevent the so-called Barbary pirates, Muslim pirates and privateers who operated from North Africa, from interfering with American trade. And Article 11 of the treaty stated, as the government of the United States of America is not in any sense founded on the Christian religion, as it has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, blah, blah, blah. So that's a very interesting piece right there as to the argument that we're a Christian nation. Now, of course, when pushed into a corner on this, Christians will fall back to the position of, well, the vast majority of the people that signed the Declaration of Independence and the vast majority of the people who were voting, back in 1776 or whatever, they were Christians. So they'll just, if you push them on this hard enough, all they will do is just retreat to this generic idea that there were a bunch of Christians in the country, therefore it's a Christian nation. Even though there is no documented reason at all to believe that the U.S. is in any specific or official way a Christian nation, other than, we had a bunch of Christians here. In the interest of being fair, I would never tell someone that Christianity did not play a role in influencing this country, of course, because, again, the vast majority of people in the colonies in 1776 identified as Christian. But there's a difference between saying we had a population of people who were by and large Christian versus saying this is a Christian nation. Those are two different, very different statements. And to any intelligent interlocutor, they would mean two very different things.
Well, question is, I got a question for you. Wasn't Christopher Columbus Spaniard?
Yeah, well, Christopher Columbus is Italian, but he was
Italian.
But he came here under the sponsorship of the Spanish. So he went to the King and Queen of Spain. I'm forgetting their names now, but he needed, as anyone who wanted to be an explorer back in the day, and like these explorers didn't have their own funds, they needed to be sponsored, and the type of sponsoring that you needed to like send 3 fucking ships across an ocean was not the kind of thing, like there weren't too many private investors that were going to back that up. So generally speaking, you went to some form of government, whether it was the king and queen or whether it was a duke and duchess or, some kind of people with power. And he had pitched that for a while, but he finally got the Spanish king and queen to sponsor him and give him 3 ships. So he was an Italian, but he was working for Spain when he came across.
Okay, and if I go back further past the 3 boats, the Vikings found us first.
Well, that was before that. So Columbus came to the Americas after, significantly after the Vikings got to Newfoundland. So, to be fair, the Vikings got here and they had an outpost and they were here for a very short period of time before that died out. But they definitely got here before Columbus.
Yeah.
When did the Vikings get here? I don't remember the year.
Another way we could also finally respect Native Americans, and I'm hoping this happens as we continue being secular, I think we need to get rid of Thanksgiving. I think Thanksgiving is a huge insult to Native Americans. So
the Vikings got here in 1021. So it's like almost 500 years before Columbus got here. I will say this, Faye. I don't know. I can't speak on behalf of what Native Americans en masse think of this. I think that trying to advocate against, a holiday that on its face is like to eat turkey and be grateful for the things we have. It's not a very good look. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I don't see your point. I'm saying
to get rid of it, or to have a case that it's actually very fucked up.
It's not a good look to advocate for getting rid of it, because the majority of Americans, see it as a vast majority of Americans see it as, even if a holiday started from a tradition 500 years ago that might be ostensibly offensive, the fact is that if people have been celebrating it in a very generic and wholesome way since then, it's problematic to come out against it, because then it sounds like you're coming out against people being thankful for shit. It sounds like you're against people getting together with family and appreciating how good their life is.
Well, basically, my stance is, yes, the day itself was trying to be pacifist, but I'm sure you and I both know that didn't actually happen.
Well, it's the whole thing is based upon essentially a myth. I say a myth. It's based in, the story is based in some reality, but it's also highly mythologized. But I get, don't get me wrong, I definitely know the history that, Europeans didn't want to leave their country. They just had a horrible bitch of a queen and they wanted actual freedom. I get that. But I do not justify that, oh, hey, we're going to get that freedom by enslaving you, raping you, colonizing you, controlling you. So that's why I'm just very against this holiday, and I'm very against this country, because I feel like we could have done it very more differently. Like, we could have found a way to tell the Native Americans, hey, we have it horrible in our country. Is there a way we can stay here? We can help you out. We got stuff from our country that maybe can help you. I just feel like we could have done this differently. I'm sure we could have, but the simple fact is that I'm going to sound like a conservative talk show host when I say this, but the simple fact is that the majority of human history is defined by aggressive competition for resources. So I'm not saying that as a justification. I'm not saying that we didn't fuck over the Native Americans, because we absolutely did. But the simple fact is that, if it wasn't with the shipping, with the shipping, what's the word I'm looking for? With the shipping proficiency, continually increasing, and with people constantly looking for new routes, new trade routes, it was only a matter of time until Westerners, the Europeans and such, fully realized that there's a North and South America there that can be colonized. And if it wasn't Columbus in 1492, it was going to be someone else in 1512, or someone else.
I think you could say I'm also being a little biased, because yes, Native Americans were very pro LGBTQ, and I also know that I am maybe a little biased on Hawaii as well, because I know Pacific Islanders are very LGBTQ, but I really hope one day we give Hawaii back to the Hawaiians, because people will try to say that, oh no, the majority of Hawaiians were for it. But if you really look at it, it wasn't majority of Hawaiians that actually lived in Hawaii.
Yeah,
it was
the Hawaiians were not cool with it, but they were already
exactly. The majority was actually Hawaiians that actually were from United States, but then came over here. They weren't roots of there. So I do hope one day we can give the country back to Hawaii, because I do not like that we stole it. And we stole it not even because we were going, oh, hey, let's share with you which I'm against that too. I am against anything doing it. Let's share you how great we are. Because let's just see how great that, Adam, I know you're pretty older, but you know about the show Avatar: The Last Airbender, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I think we all know how well it went of the Fire Nation being like, oh, we have it so wonderful. Let's share it with all of you. Like, the thing is, it wasn't even that. It wasn't even the United States going, let's share with you how great we are. It was, no, we wanted your sugar cane. So we're taking your country because we want your sugar cane.
Well, if that's the case, America's stolen too.
Well, I will just point this out that throughout history, the territories that have managed to successfully separate, and become their own nation out from under, the boot of whatever country was controlling them. There are two ways that this happens. One way, which is less common, is when the people that live in that area truly rise up and revolt. And usually that's fed by other factors as well. Like the American colonies rose up and revolted, but they were also helped by the fact that it was hard for Britain to get enough people over here to defend it because it was an ocean away. And other independence narratives are sometimes driven by a strong groundswell, but that's the least common way. The most common way that these smaller countries kind of gain independence from the larger country that's keeping them down is when the larger country suffers some type of breakup, some type of so like the countries around the Mediterranean didn't break free of the yoke of Rome because they all had strong independence movements, and they didn't break free from the yoke of Rome because Rome said, hey, this isn't cool what we're doing. We're going to give them their countries back. No, they broke free from Rome and they became Spain and France and Italy and Greece again, and all this stuff because Rome fell apart. Because Rome, started rotting from within and started getting raided, especially the Western Roman Empire. The Eastern Roman Empire succeeded for almost another 1,000 years. But the Western Roman Empire finally gave up the ghost. And when they did, of course, then you have a power vacuum, and then you have these countries underneath saying, oh, now we are our own power. And I'm only bringing up this little history lesson to say that when you have a major world power like the U.S., I'm not saying this as a dig on you, Faye, because I hear what you're saying, but the odds that anyone in America is going to, from a position of power, say we should give Hawaii back, for example, that's never going to happen. There's only two ways that Hawaii is ever going to become an independent nation again. One is if there was truly a massive groundswell from Hawaii itself. If the Hawaiian people were like, enough is enough, and they started, protesting and all this stuff, that might be able to work, although even that's pretty hard to pull off. More likely, the way it would have to happen is that the U.S. would have to break up, would have to, fall apart, and then people start vying for the different territories around, like now we're going to make ourselves an independent country again. I'm just being realistic about how these things happen.
I guess what I'm basically just trying to say is, in order for me to actually become patriot to this country, which I don't think will happen in my lifetime, is we need to stop erasing Hawaiian culture and Native American culture and acknowledge enough that, hey, we stole it. We did horrible things. And I just haven't seen the United States actually doing enough of that. So that is why I despise this country.
Well, and, I was raised mostly in a military family. I was raised around a lot of patriotism. And I was probably pretty patriotic until I was, 20, 25. But for me, even though I don't hate America or anything, but I'm definitely not very patriotic. And a large part of the reason that I'm not patriotic is because I just looked at it logically and said, why am I cheering my country? Like we talked about this earlier about being proud or not proud about your neighborhood or your city or your state, right? I mean, for some people don't even have a choice as to where they live. Some people live where they live because that's where they were born, right? Even if you have a choice, even if you purposely moved from one state to another, it's not like you personally did something to make that state better. So my point is, why would one feel proud or embarrassed about the state that they live in. That's just an environment. I feel the same way about the country. With the country, I don't hate America, although I think there's a bunch of bad shit going on in America right now. But why, even on our best days, even when America is doing, whatever is the pinnacle of what we can do, why would I run around with flags and cheering America like it's a country, it's a place I live. It doesn't necessarily deserve my scorn, although sometimes it does. But it doesn't also deserve, it doesn't deserve me just blindly going, yay, America. Like, jingoism is a thing. And to me, jingoism is toxic. It speaks more to the person than it does to the country. If you have a very jingoistic person, it's like, what is wrong in your life that you feel the need to blindly wave around this flag of this country as though that somehow speaks something about you or your character or your worth? It doesn't. It's a place that you live. Make the place that you live better, and if you can, and try to improve things. But for the most part, it's a country. Every country in the world has good things and bad things about it. Some countries are better, some countries are worse, but there's no country that's perfect. And there's no country that is 100%.
How are we supposed to do that if we're separated? And like religion.
Well, religion unfortunately does serve like a kind of glue.
Yeah, it separates us because we're separated in religion. Some of us are atheists, some of us are mystics, some of us are non-religion. I mean, how does that even work? Because we're so separated, how are we supposed to move on with our country?
I don't entirely agree with you, John. I'll say this. We have, of course, there are atheists in this country, and there are religious people, and there are many different denominations. But generally speaking, this country still has a generic imbued identity where most people feel like they are, on some level, Christian. Now, I know we could sit here and we can laugh about all of the many differences between each denomination, and all the many differences, between Christianity in Washington State versus Christianity in Miami, because those are very different things. But I do think that it is instructive from a social science perspective to understand that, in general, this country sees itself as Christian.
I literally have to still wait on its inevitable decimating, and I'm just wishing I had a time machine already.
I feel you.
Because we know it's gonna happen. We know it's gonna happen, but we have to wait until the baby boomers, and actually, I think just baby boomers. I don't think we need to wait for Generation X to be in retirement homes, but we definitely need to wait for baby boomers to be in retirement homes.
All right, I'm going to hit the restroom real quick, and then we're going to do some more comments. All right, guys?
I just wonder where that puts us.
You guys continue chatting. I'll be right back.
Well, where does that put the Gen X at?
Hey, John. Did you find my Instagram?
No, my daughter was helping me on it. No, I didn't. Yeah, she was asking you some questions. She told me the other day. Right now she's just trying to help me find you, but.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess my concern was just that, I don't mind. I was hoping, and Anka was explaining to me that I'm hoping this was the case. I don't mind her, getting something situated for us, but I didn't want her to be around while we're talking, because that would make me feel very uncomfortable.
Right, I understand that, but she was just helping me trying to get everything set up at the time.
Okay, yeah, and if you're still willing to make a Discord, because I know Skepticus Adam now has a Discord. If you're willing to make a Discord, you can actually join his server now, and you can actually message me as well.
Right. I don't know much about computers. That's why I got her helping me. Because I can crash the computer.
Are you on a computer right now or on an iPad?
I'm on a phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So she's got the computer, but I can crash the computer in 6 months. Well, I don't own a computer.
Okay. But to answer your question, majority of Gen Z is not religious. The majority is unaffiliated with any religion.
Well, what about Gen X?
Gen X is majority Christian, sadly.
Well, that throws me out because I don't have a religion anymore.
Every generation except for Gen Z is still somewhat majority Christian. Now, millennial, it's a very small majority. Like, they are majority Christian, but it's barely a majority. And then when you go to Gen X and baby boomer, it's more of a majority. But there is no majority in Gen Z. Gen Z, 0.
0. Because I know I'm part of Gen X. I was born in the 70s, but I still went through the 80s and 90s. But
yeah, you're saying that
I gave it up. I gave it up after a few more
36,
years.
They're saying like 36% identifies as Christian, but even of that 36, only 14% actually like does the work of church, being devout, etc.
I started off as a Seventh-day Adventist because that's what my dad was. And
All
then
right, I'm going to get into some comments here, guys.
Okay.
So this comment here is from the real 10 Manel on the Fenord video. It says, I can answer one of the issues easily, the lineages of Jesus. One is for Joseph. One is for Joseph who adopted Jesus, aka Mary. Throwing out that answer because you need to know Hebrew culture is literally Fenording. So without sitting here and going through the original, that's a great image, Anka. But without going through the bulk of the original video, when I get responses like this is so, hey, William, good to see you. When I see things like this, it's like, I love the willful ignorance of this, because he's thinking like, oh, look, I can just answer your ignorance right here. There's these two. Why are there two lineages of Jesus? Well, because one is for Joseph and one is for Mary. Yes, I know that, you fucking idiot. I never doubted that. And of course, I'm sure he doesn't watch anything else on my channel, but if you watch any of my other videos, you'll know that I know exactly why there are two lineages for Jesus. That doesn't do anything to actually address the conflict, because one of those lineages is for Joseph, who had no DNA, he was no part of the lineage of Jesus whatsoever. So the fact that you think that you can show this to me like you've won some rhetorical point indicates that you don't have any understanding of the conversation in the first place. And then if you say to me, well, the other lineage is from Mary, okay, great. Except that there is not a single example from Israelite culture, from Hebrew culture, where anyone would have accepted you tracing the lineage of a Messiah or a king or whatever through the mother's line. That literally did not exist. Now, in the case of Mary, if we're to believe the stories, you would have to trace it through her line, if anything, because Joseph was a stepdad. According to the story, Joseph contributed nothing to that other than he contributed a lot to help raise Jesus, apparently, but he didn't contribute anything to the lineage. But, look, I love the arrogance here, where it's like, oh, throwing out that answer because you need to know Hebrew culture is literally Fenording. No, you throwing out this comment is you not paying attention to anything that I was saying, but, he's going to continue. So then he says, so is weaseling out of every legitimate answer by saying it's something valid, but not for religion. For religion, it's always a Fenord. That never came out of my mouth. So I guess now he likes to lie. And then he says, but plenty of what you say is fair, but you are filled with the same ignorance you critique. I don't know if you have anxiety about it, but it really looks like projection. Well, you can tell me it looks like projection. I can guarantee you that as far as your question, I have no anxiety about this whatsoever. I'm extremely happy with the Fenord video, and the Fenord video is actually performed very well for my channel. So no, I don't have any anxiety about this whatsoever, despite your, arrogant comment here. And then he says, like ignoring the trains in Japan. YouTube won't like if I name the crime. It's similar to what the Pope covers up, just like the main crime. So notice this. This is the third time in this live stream where we've been looking at comments that came back on this video about Fenords. And in this process, in this long video, I mentioned Japan one time about how, this really illustrates that you can have a perfectly ethical, moral society. And notice how many people get butthurt about me mentioning Japan. And now when he says it's similar to what the Pope covers up, I guess he's making some kind of pedo reference here to Japan. Like, I guess because there might be some people in Japan who are pedos, that means that we can't actually look at or compare any of the moral or ethical standards of this country versus us, because in Christian countries, there's never any crime and there's never any pedos, right? So the ignorance in this is striking. And then he says, same thing with including Darwin in defense of science. All but his initial observation has been proven false. Birds adapt slightly, then they change back. So this fucktard right here actually thinks that everything that Darwin said has somehow been completely false, except for this one statement. I guess the entirety of all biological evolutionary biology is mistaken on this. So it's good to know that this guy is really up to date with. Then he says, but the best lies have a tiny bit of truth. That's why cults are so bad. Same as this video. That is such an epic, wonderful statement. And you can see I said, LOL, wow. I will have fun highlighting this on live stream tonight. And then this idiot has the nerve to say, any chance you will clarify what has you surprised or found funny? So I'll just say, sometimes the loser is strong in these people, I'll tell you. I want to look at this link here from William, because he says he's got this about the... okay. I love this. So I shouldn't... I'm sorry. I shouldn't put this on screen because it's got his email. Okay. I'll have to pull that up later.
Well, unlucky.
Oh. I didn't realize it had your email. Sorry about that, William. Well, he put the link. He put the link in the chat. So I guess... I don't know. I guess he must be okay with it if you put the link in the chat, right? So not trying to I'll just get it off screen, but we won't read this all now. But definitely gonna read this and put this up on skepticus.info too. So I love this. I know William appreciates this because I talk about this all the time. This is one of those little pet peeves of mine. I mean, there are a million different ways that I can talk about all of the bullshit in Christianity. But one of the ones that I really enjoy bringing up over and over and over again is the logical incoherency that comes from anyone trying to claim that there is anything prophetic about Jesus being the Messiah with regard to the line of David. Jesus can't be from the line of David. And also, Christians never understand when they make these arguments. They never seem to acknowledge that you can't have things both ways. Back when they started giving these prophecies, they didn't really understand the full genetics of how babies got made. They knew that a man put a seed in a woman and then out popped a kid. But they didn't understand that 13 chromosomes or 23 chromosomes are... Wait, I'm so confused now. Half your chromosomes are coming from your...
The dementia.
What's that?
The dementia.
I know.
You're getting dementia now.
I'm getting really, really old,
Can you defeat Christianity with dementia?
I mean, yeah. So 23 and 23. That's what I was looking for. 23 come from your father, 23 come from your mother. And the thing that Christians never want to talk about with this is if you tell me that we can trace Jesus's line to David through Joseph, that's fucking nonsensical. Because again, according to your own text, Joseph had nothing to do from a lineage perspective with Jesus. He was a stepdad. That's it. You can tell me, okay, then we trace the line through Mary, which could work. Although, like I said before, there is not a single example from Hebrew culture where they would have accepted tracing, the Davidic line through the mother. That's just not how these cultures worked at that time. But even if we accept that, even if we say, look, we're gonna trace the line through Mary, okay, fine. Then it leads to another big problem, because it means that half of your DNA came from Mary and half of your DNA came from God, which means that you're not a god, you're a demigod. And Christians don't want to deal with that shit either. Yeah, thanks, William. I thought after I put it on the screen, I'm like, well, he put the link right there in the chat, so he must be okay with that. But we'll definitely get this link.
Also, sorry, Adam, for interrupting when you were trying to do comments.
Oh no, you're good. You're fine. Okay, so
I'm a huge people pleaser.
you can see the wonderful value of this comment here. Now, I'm going to share with you guys something.
Fun, Adam. I'll go. You can message me on Discord after stream to call and talk out some nuances about Discord setup. But
okay.
Yeah, have a good stream. Bye.
Bye. Thanks. We won't go super late tonight. We'll get through some more comments here and then probably wrap it up. But let me get through this one here. A couple more. So this was interesting because this guy actually, I spent a lot of time here bitching about the stupid comments that I get from people. I'm going to tell you guys that this guy, he left 2 long comments on these things, and I don't agree with his commentary per se, but they're actually 2 rare examples that I've ever seen from comments coming from, presumably from believers, Christians, whatever, where I'm like, he actually engaged with the content. And even though I don't agree with his points, I thought that he was at least speaking intelligently to the points that he disagreed with in the video. And I know that sounds really sad, like I'm damning him with faint praise, but it is incredible how rare that is anytime that I'm reading comments on my channel. 95% of the comments, come from people who agree with me and give me attaboys and great video, which of course is awesome. Thank you for that. The 10% or whatever that come from Christians are almost always completely and utterly pointless. They'll blindly preach. They'll dredge up points that I clearly refuted in the video itself. Just complete non sequiturs. Sometimes they'll talk about shit that wasn't even covered in the video. So I'm going to read these 2 comments because it's so weird how this rarely happens at any time. But so this is, he's responding to my video on objective morality. He says, here are some my thoughts on your video. First, I think you misunderstand what the moral argument is actually trying to establish. The moral argument is not an argument for Christianity. It is an argument for theism in general. If objective moral values and duties exist, then there must be an objective moral foundation beyond humanity. Whether that foundation is best explained by Christianity, Judaism, Islam, or another form of theism is a separate debate. So criticizing Christianity doesn't actually refute the moral argument itself. So I don't entirely disagree with what he's saying. He's right that the moral argument is not just about Christianity. As I pointed out here on previous stuff earlier tonight, I make no qualms about the fact that I am coming at this from the perspective of someone who lives in America in the Deep South, and Christianity is the dominant paradigm where I'm at. And Christians, in terms of apologists especially, will frequently use these arguments, even sometimes blatantly, to try to argue for Yahweh, even though if you point out to them this doesn't prove or disprove Yahweh, they'll just kind of nod and retreat and go back to something else. So his point is not wrong, although I would say it's a little tone deaf to the way that these arguments are often used, at least in American context. Now, I don't know where he's from, but in terms of, yes, technically there's nothing about the moral argument that says pro or negative Christianity, but the simple fact is that Christians glom onto arguments like this all the time, and they love them. So I do not feel bad at all about deploying these in some respect with regard to conversations about Christianity. So, and to kind of back that up a little bit here, William has a good comment. He says, they think they have objective morality when not a single Christian can agree with any other about anything. There are thousands of denominations. Right, but then the Christians will sit there and try to throw objective morality in your face as though it's somehow not just a generic argument for God, but they'll try to talk about it like, well, this is an argument for Christianity, and they'll also try to talk about it like this is an argument about how you as an atheist can't really have morals, right? You can't really be moral if you don't have an objective standard. But I understand his general point, okay? So it says, second, you repeatedly confuse having moral beliefs with grounding them objectively. Christians already agree atheists can be compassionate, generous, and live moral lives. The real question is whether those moral beliefs are objectively true or whether they ultimately come from human preferences. So once again, I think his critique is well-founded, but, well, it's well-spirited. It's also a bit misguided. So when he says Christians already agree that atheists can be compassionate, generous, and live moral lives, sure, there are a lot of Christians who will agree with that. But if you are engaged in some of the discourse that I see with regard to Christian apologists, they do not all agree with that. And some of them vehemently fight against that. Now, they usually won't tell you to your face that you're an immoral piece of shit, but they will talk about the objective moral argument as though you cannot be moral without objective morals. So, again, I want to acknowledge that I think his comment here is one of the better ones I've ever heard from a Christian. It's well thought out, and it's not attacking, and I don't necessarily agree with it, but I understand the point he's trying to make. I think in a perfect world, his point rings true. The problem is that the discourse that I am often replying to in my videos is one where Christian apologists are, whether they realize it or not, painting with a very grotesque brush this idea that it's not just that they believe in objective morality, is that they believe that if you don't have objective morality, then you can't actually be moral. Do all Christians take that viewpoint? No, they do not. But if he thinks that across the board, all Christians already agree that atheists can be compassionate, generous, and live moral lives, I would respectfully submit that he's being rather naive there. Which, to be fair, naivete can be a good sign of your character. Sometimes it means that you have not been dipping into the cesspool, which is online discourse around these things. And yeah, I mean, of course, the broader point here is, as William points out, they don't realize that they have subjective morality just like everyone else, which of course was a key point of this video. And then he says, I think this becomes obvious if we use an analogy. Imagine tomorrow an incredibly advanced alien civilization arrives on Earth. They're far more intelligent and powerful than us, and throughout their entire history, they've believed that weaker species exist purely to be used. They enslave them, rape them, torture them, and eventually wipe them out. They don't do this because they're mentally ill or irrational. They genuinely believe it's morally good. Their entire civilization has flourished with those values for millions of years. Now, what do you say to them? I say to them the same thing that I say to everyone today, that of course I think it's immoral for you to wipe out my species, but that does not mean that my position is objectively right, and it does not mean that their antagonizing of my species is objectively wrong. And I can give you my own analogy here to point this out. Most people that I know won't think twice about stepping on an ant on the sidewalk. Now, if I said I'm going to take out a magnifying glass and burn ants, I do know a lot of people, especially adults, who would be like, that's not cool. Like, you don't need to burn the ants, right? But even then, I don't think they see it as like this horrible thing, like you're going to go to hell for burning some ants, right? in other words, we don't think twice about killing a roach that's in our house, or killing a rat that's walking around in our
What is
attic.
burning some ends?
What's that?
What is burning some ends?
What is burning what?
Yeah, you said burning some ends. I just don't know what that is.
I think she's saying burning ants.
Burning
Or
some
magnifying
ants.
glass.
I'm sorry. I was saying,
Oh!
yeah. I was saying burning some ants. Like if you burn ants with a magnifying glass, like kids do, where they focus the sun on them. And I'm bringing up this analogy to say that, of course, in his analogy, people would say, well, we're not ants. We deserve to be respected, and, we don't deserve to be wiped out and tortured and raped by an alien species. But he would probably walk down the street and step on an ant and he wouldn't care about it. He would probably kill a roach and not feel bad about it. Now, I'm not saying that because I think that we should be considered to be equivalent to roaches and ants, but I'm saying that whether he realizes it or not, his analogy is proving my point. That, yes, I believe that you shouldn't rape and torture and wipe out my people. But there is no objective standard in the universe that says which species can we kill and which species can we not. I mean, I can make for you an argument as to why we probably shouldn't make any species, we should not make them extinct, right? Because there are ecological reasons why even species that we don't like are probably valuable. So, like mosquitoes suck, but they also feed a huge portion of the world's animals and other insects and such. So if you got rid of mosquitoes tomorrow, ecologically, we would be facing a big problem. So I'm bringing this up because, he thinks he's making a point here about objective morality. Like, oh, you have to have objective morality. Otherwise, we can argue that the aliens killing the humans is acceptable. It's like, yeah, you can argue that. I mean, I would hope that we would be able to stop them from killing us and or have a dialogue with them and or eventually...
Adam, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I remembered when I watched the movie The Fifth Wave, and I loved when one of the characters said, okay, yes, we have done harm, but we have never, and he literally said this to the alien possessing another human, we have never extinct a species. And the alien just smirked at him.
Yeah.
Because, yes, we have as humans.
Yeah, absolutely. So, this guy thinks he's making a great point about objective morality, but in this scenario, it absolutely is subjective. And the only way that you stop one species from killing another is either the more powerful species educates themselves and learns about maybe this isn't such a good thing to wipe out the other species, or if the lesser species is intelligent in their own right, they can try to communicate and say, hey, we're not like roaches and you shouldn't kill us. But at the end of the day, if you try to say to me that there is an objective moral standard in the universe that says that you can't kill another species from another planet, that standard doesn't exist. You are making it up in your own mind. You are
and
deciding.
You're being a hypocrite because our species has done it for centuries.
Right. So what he's doing is he's creating a hypothetical in his mind that he thinks is going to make me or everyone else say, oh, well, I don't want another species wiping me out, so it must be objectively true that you can't wipe out humans. So that must be an objective moral standard. And no, it's not an objective moral standard. It's still subjective. Every single fucking moral that you've ever thought of in your life is...
It's funny you gave that example because I was going to tell you that I'm not saying everyone needs to do this, but I personally, unless it's a fire ant, I always safely get a creature out of my house.
Right. And I know a lot of adults that do that. I mean, I will admit with roaches, I nuke the fuck out of roaches. I mean, I got so much poison around this house. I can tell you how I'm going to die. I'm going to die of poisoning, my own poisoning that I have laid all over this house. But generally speaking, I do understand that most adults that I know, not conservative Christians, do go to great lengths to avoid killing even insects. But to make this statement like, well, look in this hypothetical, I have aliens coming here who are going to, oppress us and beat us and rape us and torture us and may eventually wipe us out. So don't you agree with me that there's an objective moral standard? No, that doesn't make, just because you can give me a hypothetical where in theory bad things would happen to me and the people I love, that doesn't make your moral standard objective. It's still, by definition, subjective, and it always will be.
Exactly. That's what I always try to say to people, is that I don't necessarily actually believe there is a good or evil. I just believe there is relationships in nature. It's like, for example, let's say tomorrow chickens rise up and want to kill us for eating them. You can't say they're being evil because no chicken wants to be eaten. All you can say is, okay, we can try and negotiate with them of let's eat something else, or we can try and kill them off, or they can try and kill us off. That's all that's actually factually there.
So then this person goes on, and I want to reiterate again. I think that their reply is more meaningful than most I ever received from believers. But then they say, he's talking about these aliens that are going to kill us, right? So he says, now what do you say to them? You can't appeal to human flourishing because they aren't human. You can't appeal to empathy because they simply don't share our psychology. You can't appeal to what benefits society because their society genuinely benefits according to their own values. So what exactly makes them objectively wrong? Nothing makes them objectively wrong. I don't want to be wiped out by a human or by an alien society, but just because you can come up with a hypothetical situation in which my people or my species or whatever would get the ass end of the stick doesn't mean that you have suddenly redefined the definition of what is subjective and what is objective. It's like this comes up all the time. So like, for example, theists like to say, atheists can't tell you why raping babies for fun is wrong. Well, I mean, first of all, I can tell you because it's not an objective standard, but there's a simple standard of harm. There's a fact that I don't want to harm anyone, especially not a child, especially not in some gross way. I mean, that is a standard. Now, it's subjective, but people act like because you name a subjective standard that somehow you don't have a standard. And that is where the logic always breaks down. And in this video, I talk about laws. We have laws that are all subjective. Every law we've ever written, every law that exists in every society across the whole planet is, by definition, subjective. But we still have laws, and for the most part, they work. I know we could talk all night about one country or one law that's shit, but generally speaking, we have laws in all of our countries, and they work. And to some extent, they differ from every country. Every country has a different law book. That doesn't mean that the laws don't work. It just means that...
And it's actually bold of him to say how this would be, but we don't actually know. And I agree with you. There's very possible there is extraterrestrials, but we can't actually say how they align mentally. We don't know.
Right.
Like, you can't say how they would align. Right.
I mean, my practical answer to this is that if we were in this scenario, getting threatened by a species or an alien species that might be able to wipe us out, I'm assuming that one of our vectors would be to try to communicate with them to let them know that, hey, if you didn't realize it already, we're intelligent too. Even if we're not as intelligent as you, we're still intelligent because presumably, you don't know if this would be the case, but presumably one intelligent species would have a certain amount of empathy or respect for another highly intelligent species. But that being said, this does not mean that there is an objective standard in the universe that says you can't wipe out an intelligent species. That is still a subjective value judgment. And you can't make it objective by asserting it to be so, because there is a simple issue here of definitions. Objective means mind independent. There is not a single law, not a single moral that has ever been communicated by Christians in the Bible or in everyday walking down the street society they have never been able to articulate a single moral guideline that is, by any reasonable definition, objective. They'll try to throw shit out and say this is objective. And every time they do, they don't realize, because most of them don't seem to be able to define the word subjective, they don't realize that as they articulate it, they are articulating a subjective standard. The fact that
we literally have very few things in reality that actually are universally objective.
Right, exactly. There's very little about reality that's objective. I mean, I would argue like math is objective. You know, we can demonstrate incredibly well that 1 + 2 always equals 3 every single time, and that's subjective.
Yeah, I mean, like,
you know?
what? No matter how way you want to word it, like you could do fish plus fish is rock. You still have to look at these, whatever these things are that you're using of either dividing or adding. So yes, we could change the number system. We could be fish plus fish equals rock, but we still had to have a thing equaling 2 things.
Now, I want to point out one more thing here before we go through his comment more, because even though I like his comment, some of the shit I don't think he realizes that he is sticking his foot right into this giant steaming cow pie. So let's look again at this analogy that he gives us. And let's instead just change a few words and see how this changes his calculation of objective morality. So imagine tomorrow that an incredibly advanced Hebrew civilization arrives in your country. They're far more intelligent and powerful than us, and they have God on their side. And throughout their entire history, they believed that you fucking Canaanites exist purely to be used. They enslave us Canaanites. They rape us. They torture us. And they eventually wipe us out. The Hebrews never actually wiped out the Canaanites, but you know what I'm saying. So us poor Canaanites, they eventually wipe us out. They don't do this because they're mentally ill or irrational. In fact, the Hebrews genuinely believe that it's morally good to wipe us Canaanites out. And the entire Hebrew civilization has flourished with those values for years. Now, what do you say to them? What do you say to these Hebrews? You can't appeal to human flourishing because their own holy text teaches them that they should not treat you like humans. You can't appeal to empathy because they simply don't share your psychology or your goals. Your God has told you, their God has told them that you are evil. You can't appeal to what benefits society because their society is different than the Canaanites. They have an entirely different society that they want to replace your society. So I ask you, dear Christian, what exactly makes those Hebrews objectively wrong? Or are they not wrong because Yahweh told them to wipe out the Canaanites? Yahweh commands that they should kill everything that breathes, not just for the Canaanites, for the Hittites, for the Ammonites. I mean, there's a whole bunch of them that we get commands like this.
I don't understand his complete tactic, but I think it's definitely a fallacy.
Oh, it's a major fallacy. But, you know, I mean, he's trying to give you a situation that you unquestionably will say, hey, it's wrong. You can't kill me and all my people. And then he wants to say, so it must be objectively wrong because even if these aliens don't relate to you on any level, it's still objectively wrong. Tell that to the fucking Canaanites. Tell it to the Canaanites who were told to be wiped, who the Israelites were told to wipe out the Canaanites. And you want to tell me now that there is objective morality. That doesn't make any damn sense.
Well,
I
it's kind
thought
of
he
like
was a
how...
loving, caring God.
Oh, sorry, John. You can go first.
I thought he said he was a loving, caring God.
Right. And whether Yahweh is loving, I mean, let's even assume for a second that we're not going to get into Christian apologetics. We're going to say, no, Yahweh is an evil, murderous, chaotic God. But still, Yahweh has commanded you to wipe out the Canaanites. So are you going to tell me that that's an objective, that's objectively wrong? I mean, I think that it's very wrong to wipe out the Canaanites. But you know what? Your holy text doesn't think so.
Well, this kind of reminds me of, there was a guy on YouTube who was trying to tell me that, oh, everything we do is metaphysical. And then he tried to tell me, yes, but see, like you said, you don't like murder. And it's like, okay, but what you're not understanding is the reason I don't like murder is not because it's objective, because there's humans that do like murder. I don't like murder because for whatever reason of my neurotransmitters, I start feeling dismay or sadness to the side of it. But that doesn't mean it's objective. It's still 100% subjective.
So some of you guys, I don't think you've heard me say this before, but some of you guys know where I will go with this. Just as a side note, this is a bit, maybe this is a bit inattentive, but I will tell you that I don't think that there's ever been a person or a society in the history of man who has liked murder, but not because of what you're thinking. It's because the word murder, this is a tautology. The word murder, by definition, is an unjustified killing. So I don't think it's possible for someone to say, this killing I'm doing is unjustified, but still enjoy it or still want to do it. Now, the point is that people kill each other. People kill each other all the time, but they think they're justified in their actions. But that's going off on a little bit of a side tangent there.
No, that was interesting. I did not know that. It's just, he really frustrated me because he was trying to make me go, oh, well, then see, your neurons are objective. And it's like, what do you want me to freaking say? You want me to have a conversation with my brain and say, hey, brain, could you please figure this out? Like, is this metaphysical or not? Like, what are you asking of? Because he was trying to say that everything you do is metaphysical, and therefore there is objective morality, and the objective morality is God.
Well, first of all, the statement that everything you do is metaphysical and therefore there is objective morality, that is a non sequitur. That does not follow.
Exactly. It didn't make any sense to me because I even tried explaining to him that I want someone in prison who murders, not because I'm like, oh, this is wrong. No, I just, for whatever reason of my body, my brain, I don't want to be killed. And I would really like not other people to be killed. So I want this person in prison, but it's not because I'm going, oh, some objective. No, it's just I'm trying to make me survive and let others survive.
Yep. And William here says, it is always the in-group and out-group with Christianity. If you are in the out-group, then genocide is just fine. And this is exactly true. So I think it's hilarious when a Christian... and again, to be fair, this person I don't think is like being snarky, but they think they're making a point. It's like when a Christian wants to tell me about this analogy of these aliens who want to come and wipe us out. How about the analogy of the Hebrews who want to invade our land and wipe every fucking one of us off the map? So, and this is commanded by your God, but you still want to talk to me about objective morality. Now, you could, I guess, if this person is reasonable, maybe they could say, yeah, that was immoral, but they could still argue for an objective standard for morality. But most Christians don't want to take the bullet and say, yeah, those commands in the Bible from Yahweh were immoral. Most Christians don't want to do that, right? But going on through more of his comment here, it seems that the most you could say is humans don't like what you're doing, but that's a preference, not an objective moral truth. So part of the whole point of this video was that, yes, these are preferences. No, they're not objective moral truths. What fucking difference does that make? I mean, that is what I kept getting back to over and over again in that video. No, there are not objective moral truths. Yes, they are subjective. That doesn't make them, in one of the key things here, he doesn't use this word, but one of the key things that Christians often come back to is they'll say, oh, you don't have objective moral truth. And then they'll either say, or they will imply that your morality is arbitrary. And these are two different concepts. Just because I have subjective morality, which, by the way, all of us do, but just because I have subjective morality doesn't mean that my morality is arbitrary. You can still have standards for your morality, and you can still, they're subjective standards, but you can still have standards. And part of the beauty of subjective standards is that they do evolve. We keep trying to get things better. And yes, there were, not even pointing fingers at Christians here. I mean, for years there were laws on the books to, accommodate slavery, right? And with Christianity or not, eventually we realized, it took us a long time, but eventually we realized like that shit's not cool. Some things take us millennia to figure out. Other things take us decades or years to figure out. We had the whole, persecuting everyone for smoking a fucking joint. And while that's still going on in this country to some extent, we are slowly, over time, improving that because we've realized that this is not fucking cool and we are disenfranchising whole generations of people, and we are, using this for insidious means that have nothing to do with societal safety or what have you. This is all subjective. And he says, if objective moral values and duties really do exist, then they point beyond humanity to an objective moral foundation. I'm sure if objective moral values existed, they would, but they don't exist. And you cannot point me to a single Christian ideal or moral or law or commandment that is objective. You can't find one. Now, some of them are more objective than others. And here's the real irony in this. The most objective commands from the Bible are the ones that the Christians have abandoned. So, you can't eat shellfish. Okay. That's pretty objective. As far as just putting a line in the sand and saying, look, I've written this law, you can't do this now. But they don't want to follow that, do they? They're like, no, we don't have to follow the dietary laws. Most of the laws that are the most objective throughout the Bible, they have tossed out the damn window. They don't want to have to deal with those laws. I could still argue to you that you can't eat shellfish is subjective. There's subjective judgments that come along with it. And if we get really esoteric about it, any law that has to be read by human minds and interpreted by human minds is on some level still subjective, right? But the most objective laws that come from Christianity or, their holy book, I guess, they've thrown out the window. They've tossed out the window. I also don't think that foundation can just be an abstract principle or an impersonal fact. Moral duties are obligations. They're things we ought to do, but an impersonal object or law of nature can't place anyone under an obligation. Gravity doesn't issue commands. Numbers don't tell you how you ought to behave. Only a personal mind can ground genuine moral duties. Now, I want you to catch what he just did here. And he's missed something really, really, really bad here. He comes up here and he's, making his continual case here for objective morality. And there has to be this objective moral foundation, right? But then he acknowledges that things that are objective, like 1 + 2 = 3, that's an objective fact, right? Well, objective things don't come with ought tied to them. When I do math, 1 + 2 doesn't say, well, this ought to be 3. No, 1 + 2 = 3. That's an objective truth. It doesn't come with an ought attached to it. So he's basically, whether he realizes it or not, he's proving my point here. Because gravity doesn't issue commands. No, it doesn't. Numbers don't tell you how you ought to behave. He's right, they don't. Only a personal mind can ground genuine moral duties. Couldn't agree more. What comes from a personal mind? Do objective values come from a personal mind? What is objective mean? It means mind independent. So if the values are coming from if these genuine moral duties, I should be putting this on the screen, I forgot. Genuine moral duties, if these are coming from a personal mind, guess what? Then they're not fucking objective. Then these are subjective standards. This is hilarious to me. I mean, again, this person, I think they think that they're processing through this. And unlike a lot of the comments I get, this isn't like, it doesn't come across to me as like this snarky, like, you asshole, you don't have morals. They're trying to make the case, but they don't realize how badly they're making my case as they're bringing this up. And if that mind is the ultimate foundation of morality, it can't simply happen to be good according to some higher standard, because then that higher standard would be ultimate instead. It must be goodness itself, perfectly and necessarily good by its very nature. So I don't know if he realizes this, but he's basically articulating the Euthyphro dilemma. All right? So here we say, if God is the ultimate foundation of morality, then God can't simply happen to be good according to some higher standard. This is the Euthyphro dilemma, because then that higher standard would be ultimate instead. So in other words, is God good because there's a higher standard that God has to adhere to? Because if he does, then that means that God is beholden to rules, which Christians do not want to agree to. But it says it must be goodness itself, perfectly and necessarily good by its very nature. So that's fine if they want to make that argument, but they're basically saying then that even God is beholden to morality, which I don't think most Christians really want to adhere to. And then finally, this comment says, that's why I think the moral argument doesn't just point to some abstract moral force. It points to a necessarily existent, perfectly good personal mind. I mean, that sentence alone just tells me you don't know what objective means. Objective means mind independent. And yet this person is telling me that I think the moral argument doesn't just point to some abstract moral force. It points to a necessarily existent, perfectly good personal mind. If it's in a personal mind, by definition, it's subjective. I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but I mean, this isn't me making this shit up. This is what subjectivity is. So I think it's kind of hilarious that they're like, but it points to a perfectly good personal mind. Okay, fine, then that's subjective. I don't think that this commenter understands the distinction that I think they believe that divine command theory is objective, but divine command theory comes from the mind of God. So it's still coming from a mind. You can argue it's coming from the divine creator mind, the greatest mind of all time, but it's still mind. And we know that this is subjective because God changes his mind in the Bible numerous times. So clearly subjective. I will put a comment on here and say, because they were wondering when I would address this. So we're going to look at another comment from him, but I also want to look at some of the comments that you guys have been giving too, because these are good. Yeah,
I'm still here.
Yeah, John, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm still here listening.
Yep. So William says, our morality improves with the biblical morality. It gets frozen, and they still say slavery or genocide or subjugation or women is morally good, which is true. Even though slavery, for example, has, for the most part, been eradicated, although it's not been eradicated across the whole world, unfortunately. There are still Christians who will make moral arguments in favor of slavery because they are understandably deeply uncomfortable with their own moral texts. Secular scriptures says, so far secular humanism is the best I've found. Not saying there isn't something better, but absolutely agree with you. this may sound weird, but before I started this channel, I didn't have the vocabulary of secular humanism. I'd never really just run into that I'm sure I'd heard it in my life, but I never really engaged with that. And then after I started doing this channel, I realized, oh, I'm a secular humanist. But I love your sentiment, which is that it's the best thing I've found. It's not perfect, but it's the best I've found. And it doesn't mean we couldn't find better, or it doesn't mean we couldn't improve it on some level. I won't go into a rabbit hole, a tangent on this right now, but I could give you a few things that are problematic on secular humanism. But for the most part, it's like the best thing we have. It's kind of the same thing I've heard about democracy. It's like democracy is there's all kinds of problems with democracy. But then again, what else are you going to use, right? Like, we haven't found anything that's consistently proven to be better than democracy. So it's like, well, compared to, monarchy or despotism, I guess we'll take democracy. But people who fetishize democracy as though it's just this obvious great good, it's like, I don't think they're paying that much attention. Other comments here. So William says, not only are these subjective because they are coming from a mind, but they are doubly subjective because they are also reliant on our minds to interpret them. Absolutely correct. And that's why I said, even with something that seems really objective, right? Like, don't eat shellfish. I mean, that seems pretty objective, It's stupid. It's a dumb rule, but as rules go, it seems pretty objective. Don't eat the shellfish. But it still becomes subjective because it's like, well, what technically classifies as a shellfish? I'm sure we could get into, classifications of some animals that seem to have some shells in the water, but may not be shellfish, right? Just like the people in the Bible thought that bats were birds. Now we're like, no, those aren't birds. Those are mammals. So, there's subjectivity there. Like, does this mean that, you can never eat shellfish? Or what if you're living by the coast and it's your only source of food? I mean, there's still subjective judgment that comes into even rules that feel very, very objective, because ultimately they have to be lived with and accepted by people who are subjective, and they have to be interpreted by people who are subjective. That's the way it has to be. And then secular scripture says, thoughts are physical processes that operate on a physical structure. Without that physical structure, thoughts cannot happen. So without physicality, God cannot have thoughts. I absolutely agree with that. This kind of plays into the caller that we had earlier. He was he believed in cosmic consciousness. And, it was a long conversation. I don't think you were here for it, but it really... we can go 10 different ways on that, but one of the things that I find to be problematic in that idea is, how do you have consciousness, cosmic consciousness or unembodied consciousness, when you literally have nothing physical you can't take in any sensory inputs, you can't know anything about where you're at. I mean, I know people think you can have thoughts without being physically tied to the reality around you, but the fact is, if you close your eyes and try to think about anything, every thought, which is basically the root of your consciousness, it's a building block of your consciousness. Every single thought that you ever have, whether you want it to or not, whether you realize it or not, is somehow tied to a physical sensation. Or, even if, and when I say this, I mean, there's memories of physical sensations, right? Even when you're thinking about abstract things, if you're sitting there in your head thinking about math feels abstract, right? Like, there are no sensory inputs to math. And yet, when you do math in your head, you're picturing numbers, or you're picturing paper, or people who are, what's the word for it? I'm going to screw up the word. There's a word where people have different sensory feelings about, like words will have, they'll be warm or cold, or words will be bright, or numbers will be warm or cold. They have the sensory input that gets kind of messed up. Messed up is a pejorative term, but it gets kind of switched up in their brain. Synesthesia. That's what I'm looking for. And those who have synesthesia are synesthetes, I think you would say it. Okay. All that being said, I'm not going to pull up his comment again, but I think you guys can see what I'm saying, where I don't agree with his points, but he engaged with the content. He made a bunch of his points. He tried to give analogies. I mean, I know this sounds really sad, but I rarely get this kind of input from Christians or believers of any kind. Usually their shit is just so vapid that I just wondered to myself, why did you even bother? You know, like sometimes I'm just thinking, like, you watched the video, or you probably didn't, but you watched the video and then this is what you were inspired to write afterwards. You know, this lame, ill thought out comment. So I actually had appreciation for his comment, even though I don't agree in much of any way at all with his opinions, but I can appreciate the fact that at least there's some Christian who's, you know, giving some input on this. So we're going to go through one more comment from him, because he put 2 comments here, and they're on 2 different videos, and they were different concepts. And even though I didn't agree, I thought that they were well thought out. I did a video months ago about Gavin Ortland, reaction video, and he said, Mr. Easer, I guess is his handle, Adam misunderstood Gavin's central argument in several places. First, he repeatedly argues that atheists can have meaning, purpose, happiness, relationships, and fulfilling lives. Christians already agree with that. Gavin's argument was never that atheists cannot experience meaning. His question is whether that meaning is objectively real or ultimately self-created illusion. Those are very different claims. I'm going to pull up something here really quick so you guys can see this, because he can say what he wants about Gavin's original video, but Gavin's video it's titled "Atheism is Devastating and Unlivable." So think about that. Even though Gavin has a nice demeanor about him, and I like him more than most apologists, to be frank, Gavin's video says that atheism is devastating and unlivable. And his video, although it was couched in nice terms, went on to explain that position in some detail. And yet, Mr. Easer here says that Christians already agree that we can have meaning, purpose, happiness, relationships, and fulfilling lives. But the video that I was reacting to from Gavin says that atheism is devastating and unlivable. So I think that while I appreciate him trying to steelman Christians here the best he can, in the exact video that I was reacting to, it is clear that not all Christians agree that atheists can have meaning, purpose, happiness, relationships, and fulfilling lives. If you believe that, you wouldn't title your video that atheism is desperate and unlivable. Or devastating and unlivable, excuse me. I mean, those are pretty strong words. So the fact that, I know he thinks like, well, but Christians understand that atheists can have good lives. That's a nice concept, except it literally goes against what was talked about in the exact video that I was reacting to. So I have to basically reject his first premise here. He says, if meaning is something each person invents, then no purpose is objectively better than another. Yeah, I agree. Why would I want to believe that one person is objectively better than another? I mean, you're just making my point for me. Like, you're right. No person is objectively better than... I mean, there are people that I like more than others. There are people that I can say, look, they've done a bunch of bad shit. But that doesn't mean that they are objectively better than another. It just means that according to this huge pile of subjective standards that we have, because we've just been talking about subjectivity, right? Then it is easy to say that this person is a piece of shit. But to say that there is an objective standard that proves that this person is better than another is just patently wrong. And yes, even when we pull up the worst people in history, the Hitlers and the Pol Pots and the Stalins, Were they shitty, horrible people? Yes. Were they objectively less, am I objectively better than them? No, because there's not an objective standard by which you can put two people on a scale and say, Joe's better than Mary. Clearly, because we have measured the objective standard. It doesn't work that way. It says the scientist dedicating her life to curing cancer, the communist dictator seeking absolute political control, and the drug trafficker building a criminal empire have all simply chosen different projects. True. One may align better with our preferences or society's value, but if meaning is purely subjective, there is no objective fact that one life is more meaningful than another. Nothing about this original video was trying to make an argument that one life is worth more than another. So he's basically strawmanning this idea that I never presented that said one life is more than another. At best, we can say, I prefer the scientist's purpose. We cannot say it is objectively superior. Yes, you're correct. Christianity, by contrast, argues that our purpose is not invented but discovered because it is grounded in the God who created us. Objective meaning allows us to say some ways of living are genuinely better than others, regardless of what anyone happens to think. You can say that, but that doesn't mean that you have objective meaning. Just because you can say, and you can see this with Christianity itself. I've done a video where I talked about like big moral societal issues. And if Christianity had these objective meanings, then Christians wouldn't sit here all day and disagree on big questions, even on things like abortion. Some Christians think it's fine. Some people think it's going to send you to hell. Some people think it's not cool, but they wish you wouldn't do it, but they don't think it's going to ruin your salvation. People are all over the board on this. Second, he objects that Gavin focuses on Christianity rather than generic theism. But Gavin is defending Christianity, not every possible form of theism, pointing out that deism may struggle with meaning, does nothing to challenge the Christian claim that God intentionally created humanity for a purpose. So the point that I made in the original video, he says I objected that Gavin focuses on Christianity because Gavin's whole video is like atheism is devastating and unlivable, but he never at any point makes any positive case in that video as to why the answer is Christianity. Now, that doesn't mean he has to. You can just make a video saying atheism is dumb or atheism bad. You can do that if you want. But given the fact that Gavin is a Christian apologist, you would think that at some point he should offer a logical basis as to why not just that atheism bad, but here's Christianity, here's why it's good. Now, Gavin does do that in the video, but the reasons that he gives in the video are just the standard reasons about, we get our purpose from God and therefore it's good. But he just keeps talking about God when every time he talks about God, he could, I know he's not talking about Hinduism, but his words, they could apply to Hinduism. His words could apply to Islam. So I realize that Gavin believes it's all Christianity, but that's my point in my critique in this video. One of my points is that you're making this argument against atheism. It's devastating and unlivable. And yet at the end of the day, the only antidote that you can give to this from Christianity is just, oh, look, Christian God fixes that. But why doesn't the Muslim God fix that? Why doesn't the Hindu God fix that? Why doesn't Buddha fix that? He doesn't ever even try to explain any of that. He just assumes that if we accept atheism bad, then Yahweh good. And that is a non sequitur. Third, he misunderstands Dostoevsky's famous statement that if God does not exist, everything is permitted. Neither Gavin nor Dostoevsky is saying atheists go around committing crimes. The point is philosophical. If there is no transcendent moral lawgiver, then objective moral obligations become very difficult to ground. You can certainly dislike murder or condemn oppression, but what ultimately makes them objectively wrong rather than merely contrary to human preferences, evolutionary instincts, or social conventions? Of course, the answer is nothing makes them they're not objectively wrong, and nothing distinguishes them from human preferences, evolutionary instincts, or social conventions. All of your morals, whether you want to admit it or not, come from human preferences, evolutionary instincts, and social conventions. I'll add something to this. I did not mention it in this video, but there's another subject or another concept here, which is just intersubjective agreement. So intersubjective agreement just says, hey, this is one thing I think Christians really get hung up on. Unfortunately, they're not thinking this through properly. Because when you say that my morals are subjective, then they leap forward to saying, well, then, you just do whatever you want to do. Like, every man is an island unto himself who makes all of his own decisions. And that's not really true. I mean, you do make your own decisions in life. But in terms of what is acceptable in society, we all have subjective morality, but we use intersubjective agreement to come to consensus as a society. Now, of course, you're never going to get 100% intersubjective agreement. On some laws, you might be lucky to get 50% of intersubjective agreement. But the idea is this, that I come up and I say, I don't think we should eat animals anymore. We should all be vegans. And I can make my case to a bunch of other humans. And I can try to be persuasive. At the end of the day, I will either persuade enough people that we will suddenly pass a bunch of laws that we can't kill animals anymore for food. Or intersubjectively, we will agree as a society that no, we're still going to eat animals, Adam. I mean, I don't care if you're vegan or not, we're still going to eat animals, and we'll continue on with the laws that we have around being able to eat chickens or cows or whatever. That's intersubjective agreement. It's not unanimity. In fact, you're never going to get unanimity, but you can, as a society, reach intersubjective agreement. And what's important about that is the more vectors or more nodes that you have in this network of intersubjectivity, the more confident that you can feel that you've probably made decisions that aren't off the deep end. It doesn't mean all your decisions are right, because sometimes society can collectively make bad decisions, like Jim Crow, right? But generally speaking, we usually assume that if I make a moral decision and try to impose it upon everyone, it's not as likely to be right or good as compared to if I can get a strong majority of people to agree to this rule, and then we impose it on everyone. This is something that comes around about with intersubjective agreement. So anyway, moving on to the comment, it says, he also dismisses Nietzsche, Sartre, Camus, and Tolstoy by saying modern atheists seem happier than they were, but happiness was never their argument. So he says happiness was never their argument. Again, Ortlund's original video was that atheism is devastating and unlivable. So yes, the happiness argument was critical to this discussion. Now, it may not have been what Nietzsche was talking about. It may not have been what Sartre was talking about, but it is what Gavin Ortlund was talking about. And I was reacting to a video from Gavin Ortlund. So whether or not modern day atheists can actually be happy and live meaningful lives was incredibly apropos to the conversation, because the video that I was reacting to was making the assertion that atheism is devastating and unlivable. So I feel very confident in the position that I was taking. They were asking whether objective meaning exists in an atheistic universe. Someone can sincerely feel fulfilled while still lacking any objective purpose if atheism is true. Right, that's what nihilism comes down to. Well, to be fair, nihilism assumes that there is no intrinsic meaning. But if you don't believe that there is intrinsic meaning, then you probably don't believe that there is objective meaning either. They're not the same, but they're pretty closely related. Feeling that your life has meaning does not establish that it actually does. Bullshit. First of all, feeling If I feel something, then it's true for me. This is like saying that. Here's what this statement sounds like: feeling that you're in love doesn't establish that you actually are. That's what this statement sounds like. If I feel like I'm in love, then guess what? I'm in love. I mean, my friends might argue that, hey, that person you're in love with isn't the right person for you. They could argue that you have a lot of crushes on people, and maybe this isn't the long-term love that you seek. I mean, you can have a lot of meaningful adult conversations around this concept, but you wouldn't tell me, if I say to you that I feel like I'm in love, it doesn't make sense then to tell me that no, you're not. No, you're not in love. I mean, if you're a really good friend of mine, maybe you would say to me, no, Adam, you're full of shit. We've seen you do this before. But for the most part, if I say I'm in love, then I'm in love. And by the same token, if I say that my life has meaning, then guess what? God damn it, it has meaning. It may not be the meaning that you think is meaningful. You may not agree that it's a good meaning. But nevertheless, if I say that my life has meaning, then it has meaning. There is no meaning court that you can go to. It's not like I say that I have meaning and you say, no, your life does not have meaning. And then we have to take it to the court and a judge looks at it and says, we have ruled your life your life does not have meaning, Adam. No, if I say that I have meaning, then it has meaning. It's that simple. So let's see, moving on. In the same way, a person suffering from a severe mental illness may sincerely believe that they are the King of England or that everyone is plotting against them. The sincerity of their belief does not make it true. Likewise, sincerely feeling that your life has objective meaning is not the same as objective meaning actually existing. So first of all, I never claimed in the video, I've never claimed in my life, and I'm not claiming now, that your life has objective meaning. They're smuggling objective meaning into it. There is no objective meaning, and I've never argued. I didn't argue in this video for objective meaning. It's subjective meaning, which is why I can say confidently to you that if I tell you that my life has meaning, then guess what, motherfucker? It has meaning. It's that simple. It's fucking subjective. So don't tell me that my life doesn't have meaning when I say that it does, because it's subjective. So I think they're getting twisted here because they're assuming that it has to be objective. Notice this analogy they try to start with. In the same way, a person suffering from a severe mental illness may sincerely believe that they are the King of England. You're right, because if you're the King of England, it's something that we can test objectively. We can find out if you actually have access to Buckingham Palace, and we can find out whether the Kingdom of England acknowledges you as their king. We can find out if your name matches who we know to be the King of England. We can find out through a whole bunch of objective measurements whether or not you are the King of England. So I agree with you that if I'm suffering from severe mental illness and I sincerely believe that I'm the King of England, that doesn't make me the King of England. But if I am sincerely happy, even if I have mental illness, then guess what? I'm happy. If I sincerely believe that that my life has meaning, even if I am suffering from mental illness or even if I'm suffering from atheism, then guess what? My life has meaning. It's that simple. It says, likewise, Adam's response to Gavin's puzzle analogy actually proves his point. You say life is like making art where we create our own picture. Exactly. That is subjective meaning. Yes. Thank you. See, it's like he gets it, but he doesn't, because he wants to keep throwing objective into everything. Gavin's argument is that Christianity offers a picture that already exists because reality itself has an intended purpose. The debate is whether meaning is invented or discovered. No, I mean, if you watch the original video, Gavin made it sound almost like it was like you'd be lost. Like if you had to put together, if you had to make things without a box to show you what the picture should be. It was a whole analogy he did, and I thought it was a horrible analogy. But this retort doesn't actually refute that at all. You can also say that mortality gives life urgency. You also say that mortality gives life urgency. I agree that death can motivate people, but urgency is not the same as objective significance. Again, I've noticed the number of times he's using objective as some type of retort, when I have never claimed that life's transience somehow gives us objective meaning. He keeps trying to smuggle the objective word in as though that somehow refutes my point, when I've never actually claimed for a second that there is anything objective about this. And that's where this keeps falling flat. Suppose the donut shop is running a huge sale that ends tonight. There's genuine urgency because the offer will soon disappear. But if you have no interest in donuts, the deadline doesn't suddenly make the sale meaningful or valuable. I've never claimed that just because you die, that alone is the only thing that gives your life meaning. I think that it incredibly enhances the value of our life, but not just because we die. The countdown creates urgency, not significance. In the same way, the fact that life is finite may create urgency, but it doesn't follow that life therefore has objective meaning. I've never said it. Christianity offers both because our purpose is grounded in God and extends into eternity. Christianity offers none of that. That's just a bold assertion on your part. I know. And then William says, here, he doesn't have the objective either. That's what's so silly. Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. Like, through all of this, even if you want to give him the most credit that you can, and I'm trying to do that actually, this all rests on this idea that he has objective meaning, objective morality, objective, like everything in his life is objective. And if I were to talk to him live, the first thing I would say is, tell me about these objective things. I want to hear about all these objective things, because I guarantee you that whatever would come out of his mouth would all be subjective. He's not going to name anything to you that's subjective. But finally, Adam suggests Gavin is subtly scaring doubting Christians. Subtly scaring. Again, the title was Atheism is Devastating and Unlivable. And you want to say that I am subtly scaring doubting Christians. Hey, Dale, how you doing? I think that's unfair. He is engaging questions that have occupied philosophers for centuries. Whether objective meaning, morality, and purpose exist under atheism is a genuine philosophical issue, not psychological manipulation. No, don't give me that crap, because I think that Gavin is far better than a lot of apologists that I've run into. But if you don't think that he is catering to his flock, then you're not really paying much attention to what he's doing. And I don't mean that as a dig on Gavin, but this happens all the time with Christianity, where if anyone even hints that they might be doubting, then what do we hear? We hear about how shitty atheist life is, how they don't have any morals, they have no meaning in their life, and you're going to become a nihilist. Not that that's even necessarily bad, but you're going to become, devoid of meaning, and you're not going to have any standards, and you're going to burn in hell. And I mean, it's all just about. It's a lot of fear mongering to keep you in the fold, assuming that you're already there. So he closes by saying, let me pull this up. So I think the central challenge still stands. No Christian denies that atheists can love, laugh, create art, raise families, or live fulfilling lives. I mean, I think most Christians don't deny most of that, but again, you're being a little naive here about Christianity. The real question is this: if atheism is true, what makes any of those things objectively meaningful rather than simply meaningful to us? Again, he keeps putting out, it's not objectively meaningful. That's the whole point. So I love how you keep saying, like, if it's true, then what makes any of those things objectively meaningful? Nothing does. They're not objectively meaningful. I feel like these comments are well-spirited, but I feel like they have a pull string in their back. And every time you pull the string, it says objective, objectively, objective. Like, that's all he says. If meaning is merely self-created, then the scientist, the dictator, and the drug trafficker are all pursuing equally valid purposes. Well, to them they are. We can all make our own subjective judgments as to how valid those purposes are. But in their minds, yes, they are all pursuing equally valid purposes. Their goals differ, but none are... What's that?
Is this guy sounding like a broken record?
Well, I know he has 2 long comments, and this is the end of the second one, and I've gone through and read them all because they I think, as I've already said, compared to so much the other Christian commentary I get, they're more well thought out than most, and I think that he's writing these things in good spirit. So I appreciate him not just throwing out, shitty little digsy things because, oh, you stupid atheist. But that being said, okay, after giving him all the compliments, it just seems like he just keeps talking about objective, and it's like you're missing the whole fucking point, So, but I appreciated his comments. They're better than most that I've gotten. I'm going to put a comment on this one too and say that you'll see, because I said I'll go through this in detail on tomorrow's live stream. That was last Monday, and unfortunately I didn't get to it. And then he said, "You didn't talk about this on your live stream?" And I said, "I didn't, but not on purpose. I basically had live calls for the entire length of the stream." So I'll let him know that.
It's like me breaking my cousin's record. Oops, I didn't mean to break the eye of the tiger.
It's kind of funny. It is just kind of funny how he had good comments, and I appreciate that. But then he just kept coming back to the same logical short circuit, which is, but if you don't have these things, then you don't have objective morality. Yes, you're right. We don't. If you don't have these things, then you don't have objective meaning. Yes, you're right. We don't. And he kept kind of going over them over and over and over again. So appreciate his comments. They did get a little repetitive, but it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun, but it was getting there.
Yeah. All right, let's look at the next one here.
It's like time to move the needle over.
Yeah. I could have shortened those a little bit just because it got so repetitive on the objective stuff, Yeah, it definitely got a little over the top there. I was looking at a comment here. I don't know if this is directed at me, but I feel like grabbing this to say. Julian says, "What's your opinion on unknown phenomenon and / supernatural events? Does it belong to religion or science?" By definition, supernatural belongs to religion, or at least not science, because supernatural literally is the antithesis of science. We could debate all day whether or not supernatural things are possible, whether they happen, that kind of stuff. But if something is supernatural, that means that it defies any known empirical evidence, in terms. You could have evidence for something supernatural, but in terms of it defies empirical understanding of processes and such, which means that it can't be scientific. And then, as far as unknown phenomenon, supernatural is easy to define, but unknown phenomenon, what does that mean? I mean, there's tons that we don't know about the universe right now. That doesn't mean it's religious or scientific. It just means we don't know. Now, if you mean unknown phenomenon as far as like, what is the nature of God or something, I mean, that's clearly religion. But if you're unknown, no matter how much we learn, there's always a frontier of science in every field of science that we, the frontier which we haven't learned past that point. Secular scripture says, the disconnect between subjective and objective is kind of frustrating. Christians really struggle with subjective. They struggle hard with it. They struggle really hard with it. I guess I understand it, sort of. I think this is going to sound demeaning, and I don't mean it to be, but I think that this comes from a somewhat immature instinct that we have, where we want to believe that there is truth with a capital T, right? Universal truth. Like and of course with some things there is, like when you discover laws of mathematics, right? Or geometry or something like that. In Euclidean geometry, the three angles of a triangle will always add up to 180 degrees every single time. And if they don't, guess what? It's not a triangle, you know? It's that simple. I mean, that's truth, right? Those are simple truths. But when it comes to morality and meaning in life and all these other things, I think we have this, again, it's going to sound dismissive, but I don't mean it to be, but it's kind of a juvenile desire to say, what is the answer? And it's a very human instinct to not want to believe that for some things there is not an answer, a universal, everyone must understand this is the answer. For some things, for many things actually in society, there is just the answer that we have come up with. And that doesn't mean it's an arbitrary answer. It doesn't mean it's a bad answer. It just means it's subjective. But it's a very, unfortunately, it's a very, it's kind of a deeply human instinct, I think, at times, to want to reach for and assume that there is somewhere out there the universal answer for any question that we might ask. You know, it's like, what's the answer to life, the universe, and everything? 42. Like, that's your objective answer. 42. Like, there is, although this an obvious, well-worn joke, there's a lot of like truth and wisdom in that joke, because that's kind of what people want. They want to ask these deep, crazy questions like, what is moral law and what is the meaning of life and all this other stuff. And then they almost want someone to tell them the answer is 42, even if they don't know what that means. Even if we have to build another bigger computer that will compute for millions of years to figure out what is the question to life, the universe, and everything, they still want a nice, clean answer like 42. It's kind of sad. I like this comment. She says, there's a young fellow I've been chatting with who wants certainty. And I keep telling him I don't know, and it's frustrating him. There are unknowable things. Sorry. That's a great comment. I love that. And you know, you guys know this, but there's also at least two sources of I don't know, right? Sometimes it's I don't know because what we really mean is there may not be one answer for it, right? Because sometimes the answer is it's subjective according to the day or according to the society or whatever. And other times it's that maybe there is an objective answer, but we just don't know. We don't know. And, you know, like Christians, you know, some Christians will try to, you know, do this as some big gotcha. Like, you know, the Big Bang, that shows that the universe started, so it must be God. Well, first of all, it doesn't show that the universe started. And then they're like, well, what came before the Big Bang? I don't know. That doesn't prove your point. It doesn't mean that you won. It just means I don't know. I don't know what came before the Big Bang. I mean, ultimately, we don't know even what happened in the first microseconds or whatever of the Big Bang. It's all conjecture, right? But that doesn't mean that the Big Bang didn't happen. It doesn't mean that something wasn't there before the Big Bang. We just don't know.
Okay, I'll do it this way. Fine, I created the Big Bang Theory. I just want to do it for fun.
Yeah. That could be. I will say this, though. You know, people that want certainty, they don't want to hear, I don't know. They want the answer. But I've said this before, I'll say it again. There's a certain freedom once you finally kind of let go and realize, I can say I don't know. And it doesn't mean I'm stupid. It doesn't mean that I can't participate in the conversation. It doesn't mean that my opinions don't matter. But sometimes it can be very freeing just to say, I don't know. I'm not sure. Like whether it's a small point, you know, like we're just having a conversation, or whether it's a big thing on life. If you get two drunks in a bar and start talking about anything, and I mean anything. The one phrase that you will never hear out of their mouth, even if they sit there in a drunken haze and argue for 6 hours, you will never hear either one of them utter the phrase, I don't know. And you could purposely sit down with them and steer the conversation toward rocket science. You could steer it toward brain surgery. You could steer it toward, laws of antiquity. I mean, you can steer it towards anything that you know that they have no knowledge about whatsoever. But the one thing that they will never, ever utter through the length of their drunken argument is, I don't know. And sometimes that's what it feels like having these conversations online. Not in this live stream, of course, but, sometimes when you involved in these dialogues, it's like, man, can't someone just fucking say, I don't know? Like, geez.
Been there a few times. Don't know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't want to sit here and go off on it forever, but honestly, sometimes it's like a burden off you because, even with I'm a programmer for a living, right? So I know a lot about computer code. Doesn't mean I know everything about computer code. I mean, computer programming is a big enough field that I will die without knowing many, many things about computer programming. So even if you, for some reason, wanted to have, it's not really apropos to my channel, but even if you wanted to have an in-depth conversation about computer programming, it can be exhausting to feel like I have to have an answer for every one of your questions about computer programming. Because eventually, if you know enough about computer programming, at least if you know what questions to ask, eventually you're going to ask questions that I don't know. And I can sit there and bullshit and make it sound like I know and hope that no one calls me out on my bullshit, or I can just say, I don't know. I've never used that language, or I've never, worked on a system like that. Like, I don't know.
Okay, so when do I use 0011? When do I use that?
I don't know. Of course, the short answer is you can use it whenever you want to. Although I will tell you, to be a smartass, 0011 is it's just 11. I mean, putting 00 in front, because even in binary, putting zeros in front of the number doesn't do anything. It's like, if I tell you that I'm about to turn 053, no, it's just 53. That's it. It's like, you don't need a zero in front of it. It doesn't do anything for you.
Since we got on that little subject, so if you put since it's supposed to be 01, if you add any other number, does those numbers work in binary?
Well,
or is that just
when you say add any other number? I mean, every number. So normally when we say number, normally is, humans that write in English or whatever. Normally our numbers are digital or decimal. I'm sorry, decimal. Okay. Base 10. Base 10 is the word, what I'm looking for, right? So when we say number, we're thinking of, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then once we get to 10, then we start adding, you get to 0 again on the second digit and you start going up. So that's a base 10 system. So when you say, can you add any number? I mean, you can add, every number has a binary equivalent, okay? So there is a binary equivalent of 492. But it's not. There's no 4 and there's no 9 and there's no 2 in it. It's a series of ones and zeros. Right. There's a binary equivalent of 1. There's a binary equivalent of 7, etc. So if I said to you, I have binary number 2, and can I add binary number 7 to it? Yes, you can do that. But it wouldn't look very clean to you on paper unless you dealt with. And as a computer programmer, I don't deal with binary. I mean, the system, of course, ultimately runs on binary, but I write my code with letters and numbers the same way that you would expect to see, when you're looking at anything like computer code isn't written in binary. I mean, ultimately it compiles down to binary, but when you write your code, it looks fairly human readable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because when I was learning it on Minecraft, the guys were showing that you have to have 0, 0, 1, 0, whatever, but you can't add like the number 2 in the binary. it would mess it up or something.
Well, so you can add a value of 2. You can't put the number of 2 in the representation. Just a second here. Let me show this here when I find.
Because that would destroy the code then. Probably.
So this is what it's hard to see, but this is what computer code looks like. It looks fairly human readable. You know, like, I mean, it's not human readable the way you'd read a story, but you have variables that are named things, and you know, it's. Let me make this. I can't actually make that bigger in here, so it's hard to see. But these are functions, and
yeah, there ain't no way I'm reading that.
Yeah, this is a language called Python, but it looks very. But to your point about, I'm probably getting way off in the weeds. I don't know if anyone gives a shit, but here I'll show you. If you let me pull up a new thing here, and so this is 0. This is 1. And let me make this bigger so you guys can see this. So this is binary right here. All right. So what does 2 look like? That's 2.
It'd be 0. It'd be 1 0.
Right. This is in binary. This doesn't mean 10. In binary, this means 2, because the first place got rolled over back to 0, and then we put a 1 here. Okay. So then 3 is 3, and then to get back now to get to 4 would be like this. You know, so this goes on and on. So when you say, you know, if I have the, oops, hold up. Yeah. So if I had 4 and I wanted to add 2 to it, right, in binary, what you'd actually be doing is 4 is this plus 2, and then that would equal 6, which is whatever binary is in 6 now. So it's 4.
It have a dot in there somewhere.
It's 110, so that's 6. So to your point, and I know we'll get back to comments, guys, because you guys are like, what the fuck? But the point here is that if you were to put a number 2, the actual number of 2 in here, then yeah, you're going to break the binary, because the number 2 doesn't the actual digit that we call 2, like this right here, doesn't exist in a binary system. But you have the value of 2. This is the value of 2 right here. It's 1 0. So you can add 2 plus 4. You can add 2 plus 598. You know, like every number from a digital system, you know, a base 10 system has a binary equivalent to it. It just doesn't look intuitive to people unless you're accustomed to dealing with binary all the time. And like I said, I'm not accustomed to dealing with binary all the time. It's, you know, because I don't have to deal with binary for my job. I don't deal with binary. I deal with code, and code looks a lot like English, actually. You know, it's. And side note, you didn't ask about, but you know, like almost every programming language is based in English anyway. Like
it doesn't even match the DNA story that you've been telling us too. It doesn't even match that.
Oh no, yeah. DNA is not computer code at all.
No. It's like you have to almost show it to them, like, okay, this doesn't work, and binary doesn't work in that at all. It just doesn't work.
So, you know, that DNA video I thought was kind of interesting because, you know, it got reasonable views and it definitely got some comments. Had that guy who called in a couple shows ago. And it's kind of funny how, for the most part, I think everyone was like, yeah, cool, I get it. Most people agreed with me. Some people didn't, whatever. But, like, the people that didn't agree with me, it's like, that was one thing where they almost got obstinate about it. And like the guy who called in, he didn't seem like an asshole guy, but he called in a few shows ago, and I was telling him these are the things that you need in order for it to be a programming language. In fact, the terminology I used was that it has to be what's called Turing complete. And if you don't have those features, it's not a programming language, period. And then he did the old thing that, I hear from people sometimes, well, that's your opinion. It's like, no, that's not my opinion. That is actually an objective fact that if a programming language does not have at least a minimum subset of features, it's not a programming language. It's just data. And data by itself is not a programming language. And it's amazing to me. Most people were like fine with it, or you can even argue maybe some people didn't understand my point, which is okay. But for the people who thought they understood my point but disagreed with it, they got strangely obstinate about it. And it was kind of, I didn't realize how circular people could get on thinking about that. So for example, they would say, but even if ones and zeros are code, well, that can encode data, but it's not a programming language. All right. So just data alone by itself is never a programming language. And I think some people got confused because it's like, well, you can save data on a computer, so that must make it a programming language, right? Like, no, that's not the way it works. Just because you can save data on a computer, I can save a Word document on my computer. That doesn't make the data inside the Word document a programming language. It just doesn't. But people really had gotten their feels about that.
So you'd almost have to be like Commander Data off Star Trek.
Yeah.
How our minds work? Oh, great.
All right, let's look at this other comment here. This might be the last one I do tonight. So, Dave Deadly here. Dave Deadly is an arrogant motherfucker right here. Oh, by the way, the summary videos that I do after I finish each of the books of the Bible in God-Free Bible Study, these routinely get some of the most arrogant responses that I get to any of my videos. And I know part of the reason why is because even though it's easy to see on my channel what I do, and it's easy to see that I have this whole series called God-Free Bible Study, and if you pay any attention, you can actually see that I read the whole fucking thing on screen in front of people. But that being said, I get a lot of people just, they're recommended the thumbnail or something and they click on it. They don't know anything about my channel. So they'll click on a video like this, 32 facts from 1 Samuel that Christians won't appreciate. And, they don't even consider the fact that this isn't the first video I've made on the Bible. And they might watch this video and they think I'm just taking it all out of context, right? Because I just spit out these 32 facts. Of course, I'm spitting out these facts that are a synopsis of the entire reading that I did on screen, during my episodes of God-Free Bible Study. So these tend to get, sometimes I get some of the most arrogant responses to this. So we'll see here. He starts off, okay, well, let's just debunk these claims right quick. The way they're poorly framed is laughable, but I'll give a B+ for effort. Wow, thank you, Dave Deadly. What a cocky little piece of shit you are. Claim A, child loaned to the priesthood forever, referring to the reference of Hannah giving Samuel away into priestly servitude. Reality, Samuel wasn't sold or enslaved. Now, I made it very clear, even in the summary video, that I even said, look, he's not a slave like the way that we think of slavery in modern terms. We don't have any reason to believe that he was mistreated or what have you, but he was absolutely sold and enslaved as a kid. His mother made a deal with Yahweh, essentially, that if you give me a son, I will loan this son to the priesthood. And this loan that she made was that he immediately went to the priesthood and never came back. Now, she got to visit him. She
what,
says,
no payment?
No.
She didn't get no payment for it?
No. There's no payment. But And it did say, like, there's a sweet little passage where I guess she brought him like she made him like priest outfits and stuff and brought them to him when he was a kid. But he, according to the text, he never lived with her. I mean, granted, he probably lived with her long enough for her to wean him. And, you know, maybe he was with her for, you know, a year or two while he was a toddler. That's not in the text, but I can't imagine that the high priests really wanted to deal with a 6-month-old or a 1-year-old, right? But as far as what's in the text, it's like, here's Samuel, and other than visiting him from time to time, that was it. Like, he was raised by the priesthood and he lived with the priesthood and he was gone. But, of course, he wants to tell me, well, reality, Samuel wasn't sold or enslaved. Hannah made a Nazirite vow before he was conceived. She voluntarily dedicated him to God's service because God answered her prayer. This was voluntary, publicly vowed, considered an act of worship. Samuel later becomes arguably the greatest prophet between Moses and Elijah. Nothing suggests Samuel resented it. This idiot doesn't actually understand how humans work. But he's arrogant enough to sit here and preach to us. So notice that it says she voluntarily dedicated him to God's service. Yes, before he was born, she dedicated him to God's service. So this is no different than you being shipped off in your early infanthood to some other place because your mama made a vow. And we're supposed to believe that has nothing to do with enslavement or servitude. And then it goes on further. Then he goes on further to say, this was voluntary, publicly vowed, considered an act of worship. Was it voluntary by Samuel? Because I don't remember reading the part in the book where Samuel actually grew to an age where he can make his own fucking choices and then said, yeah, this is what I want to do with my life. Oh, that's right, because it didn't exist. Because that part of the book isn't in there because it didn't happen according to the story. According to the story, he was already sold. I mean, no, she didn't get paid for him, but, he was sold into this priesthood before he could even understand what had happened in his life. And to be clear, being sold to the priesthood probably wasn't the worst of lives. Back in ancient Israel times, you could probably have a worse fate in life. So I'm not trying to say that Samuel had a horrible situation, that, oh, poor Samuel, ended up getting dedicated to the priesthood against his will. And I'm sure that growing up in the priesthood, of course, he didn't say that he resented it. Because the only reality that he knew was growing up in the priesthood. So it's like the stupidity in this answer is just overflowing. He thinks he's making some great point, because, Samuel, nothing suggests Samuel resented it. Like, you're right. The kid who was taken at birth or shortly thereafter and shuttled off to the priesthood with no input on his part, and only knew that way as a way of life, never said that he resented it in the text. Shocking. It's like, how stupid do you have to be to actually believe that, then that means it's nothing slavery about that. Then he says, claim, Yahweh decided to kill Eli's sons before they could repent. You ignore the context and don't seem to have awareness of the story frame. Eli's sons stole sacrifices, extorted worshipers, committed sexual abuse around the tabernacle, repeatedly ignored warnings. God had already warned Eli several times. That's a lie. There is nothing in the text at all that says that God had warned Eli several times. So I guess when all else fails, just fucking lie, because that'll work for your God. And then yes, they had done all these bad things, but he's missing the key point that it says explicitly in the text that he wasn't going to let them do right because he wanted to kill them. So even if they've done bad all the way up till now, At the point that they have a choice to do something right, you're like, no, but he wants to kill them. That's not justice. That's your sickening excuse for a God. It says the statement that they did not listen because the Lord intended to put them to death isn't saying God prevented repentance. How is that not saying that? It specifically says that they did not listen because the Lord intended to put them to death. It didn't say they did not listen, therefore the Lord intended to put them to death. It specifically implies a conditional relationship. The conditional relationship that is implied in this sentence is very simple. A, the Lord intended to put them to death. B, because of that intention, they did not listen. Yes, they're reversed in the sentence structure, but that is the actual logical conclusion from the sentence. And it says it reflects the biblical idea of judicial hardening after persistent rebellion. Same principle appears with the Pharaoh. Look, notice he has the fucking gall to pull up that the same principle appears with the Pharaoh. He thinks he's scoring some point when the fact is that the Pharaoh explicitly had his heart hardened multiple times by Yahweh for the express purpose of Yahweh then beating him down and glorifying himself. And he thinks that that makes his point. These are the fucking idiots who ultimately think they're defending the faith. And then claim God got captured in an ark. No, the ark was captured. God wasn't. In fact, the Philistines quickly discovered exactly that. No, the Philistines didn't discover any of that. They had no idea. The ark devastates Dagon, Ashdod, Gath, Ekron. The Philistines literally begged to get rid of it. Yes, because they got tumors. Okay? How do you think they're getting tumors? The narrative mocks the pagan belief that defeating Israel means defeating Israel's God. No, it doesn't mock that at all. So I've never claimed that the only place God ever existed was in the Ark of the Covenant, but the Ark is explicitly understood to be a location of God. There's a description of the cherubim on the top of the ark, and he's supposed to sit on top of the cherubim. And if you're going to tell me that this is such a prized thing, and this is where God sits, but nevertheless, when the Philistines had enough numbers, they just beat the shit out of the Israelites and took it. And this you think is some claim in favor of your God. Okay. Claim tumors, war trophies, naked prophecy, divine regret.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine them guys carrying him on that thing?
Well, I mean, when I say that they carried him on it, I mean there's never any indication in the text that there was a corporeal representation of him there. The understanding was that like this was one of his thrones on earth, a place for him to sit. Okay. But this guy doesn't even understand anything about the way temples and such worked in the ancient Levant. So when they talk about like the divine image of God in the temple, this is why the pagan images like of Dagon are said to be explicitly in the text in 1 Samuel, that they put him in the temple. They put the Ark of the Covenant in the temple, the same place where Dagon was. And then they wake up in the morning like the Dagon statue is broken, and then the next day it's broken again. And so this is clearly because Yahweh doesn't like being put in the presence of these other gods. That's why the other idols and the other gods get broken when they leave the Ark of the Covenant in the presence of these other idols overnight, because God believes that he has been left with these pagan entities and he's pissed off about it. If he wasn't associated physically with the presence of the Ark at all, then why the fuck would he care where this artifact is at? Why would he go to the point of breaking the idols of the other pagan gods? Because he doesn't want to be, he feels it's beneath him to be in the presence of these other pagan idols. So he breaks them. This is spelled out in the text pretty damn clearly. Oh, so then, oh shit. I don't want to go through all of this because this guy's such a loser, but, so here he says, naked prophecy, Saul likely stripped down to his tunic while prophesying, and nakedness does not necessarily mean physical nudity. Hebrew naked often means lightly clothed. It doesn't mean Saul was running around completely nude, which is fine, but the text says naked. The text literally says naked. So, I mean, you can read into it whatever story that makes you feel good while you're jerking yourself off to your imaginary storm god. But the simple fact is that's not what the text says. Divine regret, more on that below. Sure. Claim, people blame for wanting a king. This is probably the weakest criticism. God never condemns monarchy itself. He already planned for kings centuries earlier. See Deuteronomy 17. Their sin wasn't wanting a king. Samuel says exactly why. They have rejected me as king. No, that is not it at all. So they did not reject him as king. That's a fucking lie. Samuel's sons were next in line to be the effective rulers because Samuel was the high priest. And if you don't have a king, then who's your effective ruler? It's pretty much the, the priest, right? The one who's talking to God is effectively the ruler. And we know from the text that Samuel's sons were corrupt. They were dishonest. They were assholes. And the people didn't want to be ruled by those. So instead they wanted a king. And this is also coming after Judges, where in Judges, the whole book is a shit show of horrible leadership. It's one story after another about all of these judges, which are warlords. That's what a judge is. It's a warlord. And these warlords were just, I'm not saying that they all did horrible things, but they did a bunch of horrible things, and they kept getting raided by other neighboring ethnicities, and they would wane and they would swell and wane in influence, and they didn't have the ability to actually hold their shit together and defend themselves. So that alone made the whole lack of a central authority thing dubious. And then on top of that, Samuel's sons, it says in the text, are corrupt. And nobody wants to deal with these assholes, so they want a king. And then they start getting browbeaten for the fact that they want a king. And he can't take this. It makes him get in his feels, his Christian feels. So he has to give you this sorry little story to try to make up for it here in his comments. And it says they wanted to be like pagan nations, political security instead of covenant. No, they didn't want to be ruled by Samuel's corrupt fucking children. And that is literally in the text.
No, they didn't.
Claim, Saul chosen through a rigged lottery. He says, no, the casting of lots was an acceptable biblical method of discerning God's will. No, you asshole liar. It says literally in the text that Saul had already been anointed. He had already been chosen. He had already been anointed. And then after that, then they had this public casting of lots, which was then supposed to pick the ruler. Even though the text makes it clear that before the casting of lots, God had already picked Saul. So in other words, the casting of lots was it was a dog and pony show. It was a way for them to feel like this random choice had been made for the new ruler when in fact God had already made his choice, which is fine. It's God, whatever. But don't fucking tell me that this was just some acceptable casting of lots. No, it was, I'm not saying it was a horrible, deception on their part, but it was a type of deception because they're making it look like, imagine if I've already picked you to be the king, John, but I don't want to let everyone know that I've already picked you to be the king. So instead I bring everyone into my living room and I pull out a big, a hat with supposedly has all these names in it. And of course they don't know it, but all the names in there are John. And then I pull it out and I say, look, I picked John. Does that not sound like deception?
Yes.
But No, he's going to tell me, no, the casting of lots was an acceptable biblical method. Thank you for not paying any fucking attention to the text. It wasn't gambling. I never said it was gambling, nor was it secret manipulation. It absolutely is secret manipulation when you've already anointed the guy before you have the casting of lots. If you can't read things in order, then grow up and stop commenting on shit that you don't understand. Notice here, he even says, the text openly says God had already revealed Saul to Samuel beforehand. See? God had already revealed Saul to Samuel beforehand. So the lottery shit is just a public dog and pony show. Claim God regretted Saul. This is one skeptic's love. Same chapter, God regrets Saul. A few verses later, Saul says God does not regret. Contradiction? Not really. Hebrew nasham means sorrow, grief, compassion, relenting. The point, God's character never changes. This is just laughably bullshit. I mean, he can sit here and try to pull up his Hebrew references because I'm sure he just reads a lot of Hebrew. You know, I'm sure this guy's a Hebrew scholar. But the simple fact is that it says explicitly regret. And yes, I know that on some of these you can say, well, there's a more nuanced view if you understand the underlying Hebrew. But guess what? If I can only understand this text by reading the underlying Hebrew, then don't fucking print it out in English and put it in every church pew and in every hotel nightstand and, you know, tell me to read it to get closer to God. You can't have it both ways. If this can only be understood by reading the original Hebrew and the original Aramaic and the original Koine Greek, then stop fucking printing it in English and stop telling me to read it to get closer to God. Stop telling me that this is God's word and I need to read it every day. You can't have it both ways. You can't tell me to do these things. And then when I find something that is contradictory or uncomfortable or immoral to you, then say, well, but you need to understand this original Hebrew word. No, I am reading in English. And I know that, you know, there are various qualities between English translations. This is why I am now sticking to the NRSV, because the New Revised Standard Version seems to be consistently the translation that seems to be most honest and most consistent with what I hear is the supposed intention of the verses. But at the end of the day, I mean, I would love to learn more about Hebrew. I think it would be interesting if I had the time. But the simple fact is, at the end of the day, if I can't read this text and actually reasonably take most of it for what it actually says, then your book is a flaming pile of dog shit. And I don't want to be, if I weren't doing a channel like this, I wouldn't want to be involved with it. If you can't, notice that when a Christian finds a sentence that gives them comfort, they're reading the Psalms and there's one little sentence that they like, no one ever comes to them and says, well, no, you don't understand. You have to read it in context with the original Hebrew. No, they're very happy for you to pull out that one sentence and feel good, feel all warm and fuzzy about it. But when you point out something that is embarrassing to them, like, oh, your God regrets doing this. Now you want to be a biblical scholar like Dan fucking McClellan and you want to pull out and tell me what the original Hebrew says. No, sorry, you can't have it both ways. And people like that need to grow the hell up. But
okay, so let me ask you a question. So if I had to believe in a God, what book would you recommend?
I'm sorry, if you had to believe in a God, is that what you said?
If I had to re-believe in this same God, which book, like the Hebrew Bible or the other book that has 88 in it?
So you're asking which canon?
Yeah, which canon, if I had to go back and re-believe in this stuff again?
Well, I'm not trying to be a dick, but what you just asked is kind of a non sequitur. Like, if I have to believe in this God, then what book do I read? I mean, believe in the God if you want to. I mean, I'm not telling you not to believe in God or this God or whatever.
Right.
But which book, which translation you read or which canon you read, because when you say the 88, that's a question of canon. The
can't remember the name.
So canon is like there's the Protestant canon, there's the traditional Catholic canon, there's the Ethiopian Orthodox canon.
Ethiopian.
Yeah, that's the one that has 88
That's
is
the
the
one.
Ethiopian Orthodox. That's the one that has the Book of Enoch. But that's not the same as
Yeah.
saying which translation. And then to your original question, if I have to believe in the God, I mean, well, if you have to believe in the God, then believe in the God. It's not, if you have to believe in the God, it's not going to matter ultimately which. But I don't know
Well,
if
if I had to go back and, all I'm saying is, if I had to go back and reintegrate myself back into the Christian life again, would I go read the Hebrew Bible or the 88 Bible?
Well, the Hebrew Bible is just a way of referring to what we, as you know, I say we as though I'm a Christian, but you know, we in the Christian sphere call the Old Testament, okay, which isn't entirely accurate. There's some, but generally speaking, when Christians say Hebrew Bible, that just means Old Testament, okay. So I mean, if you're going to get back on the Christian train, you know, it's like you're not going to just do the Hebrew Bible, right? You're going to do the New Testament too, because I don't know of any Christian that doesn't want to fuck with the New Testament. You know, I know of a lot of them that don't want to mess with the Old Testament, but I don't know of any of them that are like, no, I don't want to deal with the New Testament. Like, so one way, I don't know if this is what you're asking, but you know, the reason I've chosen the New Revised Standard Version to do all of my on-screen readings during live streams and doing my God-free Bible study from is because it seems to, there's no such thing as a perfect translation, right? We understand that. But it seems to have the fewest number of translations that are translated a certain way for political reasons, for theological reasons. You know, it doesn't seem to be trying to back up someone's theology. It doesn't seem to be trying to do things that are politically correct, although I've heard some assholes Christians try to say the opposite and they don't know what they're talking about. But there are multiple places that I can see, like a classic one. You've heard me talk about this before, but I'll just bring it up here. One of the reasons that I think that the New Revised Standard Version is cool is because, like, look at this, Isaiah 7:14, right? We've talked about this before. Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and name him Emmanuel. Well, in most translations, especially the older translations, but in most translations, this never says the young woman is with child. It says the virgin is with child. But even though I don't, you know, I'm not a Hebrew scholar at all, I've heard enough about this now from people like Dan McClellan to understand that the most faithful translation of this is not that the virgin is with child, it's that the young woman is with child. But you're not going to get that from most translations. Most translations are going to say to you that it's the virgin because it fits into their theology, because it backs up one of the major supposed prophecies fulfilled by Christ. But when you realize that this doesn't even say virgin, it is just another hole in the sad contention that this is somehow a prophecy of Christ. But it becomes easier to believe that this is a prophecy of Christ when you get a shitty translation that says, look, the virgin is with child, because then everyone goes, look, it's Jebus. That's Jebus right there. The virgin is with child and shall bear a son and name him Emmanuel. When in fact, this has nothing to do with Jesus whatsoever. But in most translations, you're not going to get that. Also, in the New Revised Standard Version, this doesn't have Enoch, but it does have the full Apocrypha there. So I'm actually not even sure how many books this is. But you see like all these in white here. These are the ones that you normally don't get. Like you don't get this in a Protestant Bible, a traditional So, you know, first, second, third Maccabees, and you know, like all these. So it's definitely a lot of information that you're not going to get in a lot of other books. The Apocrypha is not the same as the Gnostic text. So you're not going to see like the Gospel of Thomas in here or the Gospel of Peter. You're not going to see the book of Enoch because there literally is, from what I understand, there's not a single even Jewish tradition that accepts the book of Enoch as being canon. So you're still going to get choices that people have made as far as what books to put in. But this one has, in terms of volume of information, it seems to be more complete than others. In terms of every time I see like people out there like bitching about translations, it seems like the NRSV always has the one that seems to be closest to the original meaning. I'll give you another quick example of this right from the very beginning. When the Bible starts, how does the Bible start? Everyone believes it starts in the beginning, right? But that's not actually what the more faithful translation of this is, when God began to create. Now, they may not sound like a huge difference, but it's significant because whether or not the original authors intended this, the statement "when God began to create."
When did it start saying that?
What's that?
When did it start saying that?
Right. It sounds like, well, it clearly implies that there was something there before God began to create, right? So
that's in the new book.
This is the NRSV here on Genesis 1. It says when God began to create. Now, almost every other translation will say in the beginning. You know,
that's all I've ever known.
And in the beginning sounds like a more definitive thing, like creation at creation ex nihilo. It sounds like creation out of nothing. But when you read the more faithful translation here, if you want to take it literally, it sounds like, well, at some point in the ancient, distant prehistory, there was something there. There was stuff. There was God, and there may not have been heavens, and there may not have been the earth, but it doesn't mean that everything was, that the universe wasn't here, right? So this doesn't actually tell us that God created the universe. This implies that there was like a universe there, and God was in it, and then he began to create the heavens and the earth. But you're not going to get that from most translations, right? If we go to, Bible Gateway.
So that's in the New International Bible?
No, that's the New Revised Standard Version, the NRSV UE. So it's, here, I'll put it in the chat. It's like this, NRSV UE. So that's how you can look at it.
I haven't seen that book yet.
Yeah, and then it's like, you can see like the New International Version, it's like most of them. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So that sounds like that was the beginning of everything, right? And yet that's not what the text says if you get a really good translation, which is when God began to create the heavens and the earth, which strongly implies, but there was something out there before, at least the universe. But then at some point he created the heavens and the earth.
Well, how odd. I haven't looked at that book yet. Not the new one.
I highly recommend the NRSV UE. It's, I'm not a biblical scholar. I can't tell you definitively why every translation is good or bad, but every time I see talk about which translations are better and for which reasons, the NRSV always seems to have higher fidelity to what we believe was the original meaning of the text.
Oh.
Well, I think I'm about to shut this sucker down.
Yeah, I'm getting tired.
Yeah, me too.
I don't even know what time it is.
It's Central Time. It's 10:16. So, want to thank everyone for being with me tonight. Got through some good comments. Got through some good general commentary. So, it was a good evening. Of course, we'll do the regular one on Tuesday. But, yeah, thanks, everyone. I will see you all soon.
To our friend, Guten Tag.
Yep.
If I said that word right.
I think so. I'll see you guys soon.